at their headquarters, the flags comes out, and it is, of course, the convoys of Army, Navy Chief and Air Force Chief who entered the South Block over here. And Defence Minister Rajnath Singh would be briefed by these three service chiefs along with the CDS as well. And, later in the day, we can expect Prime Minister to be briefed on these developments as well.
S-400 missile defense system, and that was used by the Indian Air Force to target moving targets. In fact, they were fired on moving targets. What exactly is this defense system? When was it acquired by India? And because India has called out Pakistani aggression, but it is also in a way testing its military capabilities. Shiv.
You couldn't be more right, Maria. The S-400 system, which India acquired from Russia, for a pretty big price of over $5 billion. These 5 regiments of the S-400, also called the Triumph, began deliveries a little late during the COVID pandemic. If you remember, in 2021, we've got, I'm not going to go into the numbers of regiments that have already been deployed or where that, of course, is, operational intelligence. But these systems have really, earned some of their investment back yesterday, Maria. What we saw in the air yesterday, obviously we don't know whether those were the S-400s themselves, but we can reasonably and safely assume that as part of the, the symphony of air defense that played out across different sectors, whether over Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, several other cities, the S-400 basically performed immaculately. These are a series of air defense missile types within one encapsulated system, Maria, which are capable of intercepting incoming, enemy targets out to ranges of anywhere between 40 kilometers and 400 kilometers. Even NATO countries in the United States, acknowledge that the S-400 is something that can really spoil your day, if you're a hostile target moving into contested airspace where the S-400 has been deployed. And India has the S-400. It's given India a sort of iron shield over many parts of the country, and I think that's what kicked into effect yesterday. Now, the S-400 is an integrated system that includes missiles, ground systems, sensors, long-range radars, tracking radars that are capable of tracking multiple incoming targets. So it's not just one target, but multiple incoming targets of different kinds, whether they're ballistic missiles, whether they are, slow-moving drones, other kinds of, vehicles, helicopters, aircraft, that sort of thing. And it is able to independently target each of those incoming projectiles and assign the correct missile for that, depending on distance, depending on altitude, depending on speed, etc. And it's an incredible computerized, very intelligent system that is capable of doing many things at once. And that's the kind of symphonic air defense display that we saw play out last night.
All right, Shiv, Nazir and Aishwarya, we are giving you a short break before we come back to you in just a bit, because there is a piece of breaking news which is coming in now, and this is with regards to the movement of airplanes. In fact, 24 airports have been shut for civil flights. That's largely, which essentially means no commercial flight movements will be happening, and this closure is happening amidst escalating tensions. We have Tanushka giving us the details. Tanushka, yesterday we had reported roughly around 27 airports shut. Are these 24 being added to that 27? Overall, what is the number that we are looking at on 9th morning? Tanushka,
of course, this is what we know from the Aviation Ministry as per the notams that has been issued for the closure of these 24 airports for civil flight operations. This must be noted. And this came in late yesterday evening from the Aviation Ministry amid the escalating tensions between India and Pakistan. Now, the full list of airports is as follows. Chandigarh, Srinagar, Amritsar, Ludhiana, Bhuntar, Kishangarh, Patiala, Shimla, Kangra, Bhatinda, Jaisalmer, Jodhpur, Bikaner, Halwara, Pathankot, Jammu, Leh, Mundra, Jamnagar, Rajkot, Porbandar, Kesod, Kandla and Bhuj. All of these airports are shut for civil flight operations, it means commercial flights, and the airlines themselves have also been issuing advisories to the passengers, and these airports are to remain shut until May 10th, that is to after this, we'll get an update from the Aviation Ministry as well. Indigo Airlines has cancelled 168 flights yesterday, while Air India had cancelled around 70 flights on May 7th and another 60 yesterday. Air India Express, Akasa Air, all these other airlines had also experienced similar number of cancellations. However, all these airlines have maintained that affected customers are eligible for a one-time rescheduling waiver or full refunds. As far as foreign carriers are concerned, Qatar Airways has said that it has temporarily suspended flights to Pakistan due to the closure of Pakistani airspace. Virgin Atlantic maintains that they are avoiding Pakistani airspace, resulting in some pre-planned rerouting of the London to Delhi flights. As far as Mumbai Airport is concerned, normalcy is very much prevalent at Mumbai Airport as well. And as far as Delhi Airport is concerned as well, Delhi Airport has also said that they are maintaining and carrying on with their operations in all normalcy. As far as flight cancellations are concerned at Delhi Airport as of yesterday, there were domestic departures cancellations of 46, domestic arrivals cancellations of 33, international departures were cancelled of 5 flights, and international arrivals were cancelled of 6 flights. So overall, these safety measures are being taken in consideration with, the overall safety in the northern and western regions of the country for air traveling passengers. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Tanushka, with that quick update. In fact, this is not good news for Pakistan. In fact, the US Vice President J.D. Vance has said that we are not going to get involved in a war that is fundamentally none of our business and has nothing to do with America's ability to control it. Remember, for decades, US built up Pakistan as almost like a military counterweight against India, and now Pakistan facing increased isolation. Let's listen in to what the US Vice President said, and then I bring in the guests.
Concerned is the administration about the potential for nuclear war between India and Pakistan?
Well, look, we're concerned about any time nuclear powers collide and have a major conflict. What we've said, what Secretary Rubio said, and certainly the president has said, is we want this thing to de-escalate as quickly as possible. We can't control these countries, though. Fundamentally, India has its gripes with Pakistan. Pakistan has responded to India. What we can do is try to encourage these folks to de-escalate a little bit, but we're not going to get involved in the middle of a war that's fundamentally none of our business and has nothing to do with America's ability to control it. You know, America can't tell the Indians to lay down their arms. We can't tell the Pakistanis to lay down their arms. And so we're going to continue to pursue this thing through diplomatic channels. Our hope and our expectation is that this is not going to spiral into a broader regional war or, God forbid, a nuclear conflict.
And joining us now is Rubinder Sajdev, Foreign Affairs expert. We also have Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma joining us. I'm going to come to you, Rubinder, first, because, during the Biden administration, the US modernized and upgraded Pakistan's F-16 fleet against India. And today you heard from the Vice President himself, which essentially means that even US has decided to abandon Pakistan at this juncture.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, it certainly seems so. US has indicated, Trump has indicated often that, he leaves the affairs of the subcontinent to India. Remember a few months ago, I think, regarding Bangladesh, when he was asked, he said that, I trust the Indians will handle it. Okay. So in some senses, that's that. The second portion is exactly as, what J.D. Vance says, that, it's none of America's business. We will not get involved. There are two aspects, or at least one aspect, the nuclear aspect and the economic aspect, due to which America could get involved. Though right now they may be saying no, because they feel it's happening in faraway lands, nothing to do with us. One is, if this whole thing escalates and Pakistan reaches a situation, a breakup kind of a situation, some such scenario, chaos, and then the danger of the nuclear arsenal falling into the hand of non-state actors, that would trouble America. Okay, I mean, at the end point, let's say, right, without even being used, but if there is a possibility that that's happening. And the
Yes.
second thing is that if America realizes that what Pakistan did on India was, in addition to a terror hit to create, fear and pain amongst Indians, in addition to trying to divide up our country on Hindu-Muslim lines, it was an economic hit on India. Right now, due to Trump tariffs, companies are relocating quickly, some of them, from China to other, destinations, Indonesia, Malaysia, whatever. India is one good candidate, and some of them are planning to come to India. We've been seeing news. Now, with this environment right now, none of these companies would be able to immediately decide. They would probably rather go to, Thailand or somewhere than come to India if they have to decide today between A and B. Now, if that is happening, then that's creating hurdles in the path of what Trump and JD Vance want to do by cornering China. Right? In a way, I mean, China is creating hurdles for these companies to move out. Not directly. Pakistan has helped China. Pakistan would be turning to China and saying, "Look here, I've done you a favor. I've created conditions in which your companies will not suddenly move out, at least some of them, right? So that's the other back and take. But once the Americans start to realize these dots, etc., then they will get into the act, I think.
Yes, General Sharma, talking about S-400, I mean, that's a potent air defense system which was acquired only a few years ago and acquired during the times of COVID. And look what it has, how crucial it has been to shoot down Pakistani missiles that attempted to attack India.
Thank you, Shan, for inviting me. I'll also say that the Americans have got great interest in Pakistan because of the ISKP. As you are aware, ISKP still rankles in Americans' thought process on terrorism, and the Pakistanis have been providing intelligence and support, including one of the terrorists which was handed over some time ago. So while everything else is all right, United States interest in Pakistan is not dwindling. They have other issues that to be dealt because of its geostrategic location. Now, talking about S-400, S-400 is a superlative system, and it's an excellent system that we purchased, 40,000 odd crores, and we have substantive numbers. But it's not S-400 alone. See, it is a multi-layered system, but the entire grid has got a whole lot of other air defense equipment like the Spiders, or and there are many other systems which have been deployed across all over the front. It is multi-tiered. So S-400 has got same 4 to 5 regiments. That would not cover the entire front for us. So there are many layers being created, and each one of the layers is functional in a different level depending on what kind of threat can be exercised at that particular place. So it also includes electronic warfare. So many of these drones can be soft kills. So when the entire grid has to be spoken about, and entire amount of damage that has been done to whatever Pakistan is throwing at us, it has got whole plethora of other systems also simultaneously working along with S-400.
All right. Sir, in terms of what you saw play out last evening, very predictable. India was prepared for any kind of retaliation that would come from Pakistan. The point that was made by Foreign Secretary last evening during the course of that press conference becomes very crucial here, where he said that it is Pakistan which is the original aggressor here. And the original act of aggression, the first act of aggression that came in was on 22nd of April. And India retaliated with Operation Sindoor. And then Operation Sindoor 2.0 happened because there were attempts made by Pakistan on 15 of our cities. And again, what we saw play out last evening, when attempts again to target our military installations in multiple cities was thwarted.
Yeah, so Mane, you're right. See, we've been contemplating this issue as to what will Pakistan target in India. So we don't have terrorist camps that they can target. We don't have the kind of a system that they have, like what they had in Murid here in Bahawalpur. So when they start targeting in India, it has to be targeted to either infrastructure or across to military establishment and airfields. It's obvious that you can't touch infrastructure because the quid pro quo that comes across to Pakistan will be totally damaging. Their infrastructure is in proximity of our borders, and we will do tremendous amount of action on it. But therefore, actually, yesterday, when what you said is the first one, which we are calling, I think, Swift Retort 2.0, the targeting was being carried out at airfields starting from Avantipur to Bhuj. And they were all airfields. You know, when you say that they were targeting airfields, all of them were airfields in one form or the other. That they were not able to reach the airfields is a separate issue altogether, because our defenses were, our air defense systems were better, but they targeted airfields. You know, what happened yesterday night is what they have now escalated to military cantonments or military stations which have been targeted from Udhampur. Udhampur doesn't have an airfield of this kind. So many of these stations that they have targeted are now military stations. And one has to see and watch out as to what is the damage being done or what we were able to do 100% success. Because, you know, any one of these systems is not 100% proof. So there is always a likelihood, you know, if you recollect back when Iran threw 181 missiles and drones across to Israel, and Israel has got 4 layers, including the 5th layer, which was the ships of the United States. Still, some of the missiles were able to get through the Iron Dome and the David Sling and the Patriot systems and the Aegis of the Americans and landed up in one of these airfields in Israel. So nothing is 100% proof, and it's always possible that something sneaks through and damages either a station, even maybe a civilian area. Like, for example, if you recollect, we had targeted Rawalpindi yesterday. Obviously, when you target Rawalpindi, we won't be going for a civilian infrastructure. It was obviously meant for the GHQ headquarters. Rawalpindi is a garrison town. So it is, but it did not strike the GHQ headquarters because they may have been en route some kind of targeting of our drone system. So it hit the cricket ground, the Rawalpindi's cricket ground, and damaged the facade of which visuals are available. Yes. So the fact of the matter is that there is always possibility of something going through. Yes. Our performance has been superlative. Fantastic is a word. What we have done on our air defenses, but we need to be.
And this is an emergency situation, as we have been talking about. Rabinder Sachdev, I'll give you 30 seconds because all this is happening at a time when Foreign Minister of Iran is in New Delhi. You also have Saudi Arabia's Deputy Foreign Minister Adil Al-Jubair, who is in Delhi amidst all this escalation and tensions between India and Pakistan. Are they messengers here?
Absolutely. I mean, if not the Iranians, but the Saudis definitely are and should be. One. Quickly, I'll come back to the US and Pakistan, something maybe not much known. You know, last week, the son of Steve Witkoff is the resumed NSA and dealing on the Iran deal and the Ukraine, etc. His son was in Pakistan last week. And his son, Steve Witkoff, is a partner with Trump and Eric Trump in a new crypto venture they've launched known as World Liberty Financial. These guys were there. Eric was not there. Eric was in Dubai for an annual crypto conference, but Zach and the CEO of that company were in Pakistan. They signed a deal with the Pakistan Crypto Council. And they met Shehbaz Sharif. They met the army chief, who must have wined and dined them also. Of course, and the Pakistanis, General Sharma would know, are very, very savvy in these kind of matters. But that be aside, that's something to also think of. That somewhere, you know, so Pakistan is attempting its own games also, one. And then, I mean, this is a power dynamic playing out or could play out, you know. Steve Witkoff would have known his son has gone there, though they may say it's arm's length and you don't know this thing, but they've signed a crypto deal with the Pakistan Crypto Council and with Shehbaz. So the US is kind of, yes, taking a standoff, and Pakistan does bring several things to the table, even still. Though J.D. Vance may say, you know, we have no interest. They have interest in this region. They have interest in toppling the regime in Iran, which Pakistan can help them. Through Pakistan's Balochistan, going into Iran's Balochistan, inserting agents and whatsoever into Iran, okay, for Israeli and American, whichever agents, etc.
Thank you so much, because there's a piece of news that is coming in. You can see on our ticker as well at this moment, because that certainly is good news. There's the entire operation in New Delhi airport is functioning absolutely normally, and some flights scheduled may be impacted due to evolving airspace conditions and heightened security, but overall smooth travel at the Delhi airport is what we can tell our viewers. Shifting focus to the match which was playing out in Dharamshala last evening, a special train has been arranged to get the Punjab Kings and Delhi Capitals players and support staff from Dharamshala to New Delhi. Remember, there was an ongoing match, and that stadium in Dharamshala had roughly around 20,000 people, and they were asked to, the match was called off midway, and the entire the players and also those who were inside the audience was asked to leave as well. The BCCI has arranged for a Vande Bharat to get the players and support staff away from the city on priority. Rika is joining us on a phone line. So, have the players left Dharamshala, Rika?
Maria, the organization is being done right now as we speak. It will take a little bit of time for BCCI to organize the train and get them all on that train to Delhi. Remember, it's not just the players and the officials. There are the commentators, there are the cheerleaders. It's a whole IPL ecosystem that now have to be shifted. With flights not being there, a lot of other arrangements need to be made. Well, having said that, today there is going to be a key decision on the future of the tournament. There will be a governing council meeting that will happen in Dharamshala, which is the home of the IPL chairman, Arun Dhumal. He was there in the ground last night, facilitating evacuation of 23,000 plus fans who were there and who had a tough time evacuating after the lights were put off midway through the first inning. Only 10 overs could be played in that match between Punjab and Delhi. Right now, as it stands, BCCI is also waiting for directives from the central government. There are 14 matches left in the league this season, whether to go on, whether to postpone, put it off for another time. But I have to tell you, Maria, in all of this, while BCCI is maintaining calm, asking all the players and everyone around to maintain calm and just do the daily duties and do what they're being told, there is a great deal of anxiety among the foreign players, among the foreign commentators and people who are involved in it, because, it's not just the Indians who are part of the Indian Premier League. There are a lot of people who come to India for these 2-3 months to ply their trade here. We saw a video coming from a cheerleader last night, and she's also expressed her situation when the lights went off.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Rika. We are taking a short break, and then we'll return with all the news and updates. Stay with us.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Jaisalmer Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else.
India foils a second Pakistani attack in 24 hours. Pakistan escalates and India has completely thwarted all those attempts. Army says drone attacks effectively repulsed. It is India's Sudarshan Chakra S-400 air defense system managed to intercept and bring down Pakistani missiles and drones. High-level meetings will begin in the national capital, chaired by Defence Minister and Home Minister. India's strong response to Pakistan with the LOC shelling continuing. Pakistan targets civilians' homes Multiple houses damaged by shelling. Residents across India express solidarity with armed forces as life continues at a calm and measured pace across the country. Indian Defence Forces have neutralized missile and drone attacks on military stations in Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur carried out by Pakistan. In a strongly worded statement, the army said, and I quote here, Pakistan armed forces launched multiple attacks using drones and other munitions along entire western border on the intervening night of 8th and 9th May 2025. Pak troops also resorted to numerous ceasefire violations along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. The drone attacks were effectively repulsed and befitting reply was given to the CFVs, unquote. Let's bring in the reporters who are tracking the story very closely. We have Shivarur joining us from Srinagar. Ghazali is live with us from Rajouri. We have Nazir Masoodi reporting from Kupwara. Shiv, coming to you because we have been discussing about S-400. It's almost like a Sudarshan Chakra, the defense, warning system which was acquired by India during the time of COVID. But what we are looking at today, Shiv, as you head to Kupwara sector again for reporting, is there a sense of, or is there a sense of a possible daytime escalation today as well?
Maria, very much so. I think, things are extremely intricate right now, very volatile right now and tense. Up until the early morning hours, we understand that there was shelling in, several areas of the Kupwara sector where I was until last evening and will be heading back today as well. There is a blackout in many areas of the Baramulla Kupwara sector as a result of the drone threat, which, as the army confirmed in an official statement this morning, has been continuing late into the night. All of them have been thwarted. We can confirm that Indian Army posts and establishments along the border, there have been attempts to attack those using drones, all of which have been, successfully thwarted. But there is reason to believe that Pakistan, desperately looking for some kind of spectacle, or to be able to, brandish some kind of damage inflicted on India, will continue to do this. Pakistan, of course, does not have unlimited, drone reserves or missile reserves. They most certainly used a lot of them to completely zero effect yesterday against Indian targets. But I think the Indian war planners, military commanders, the political establishment, Rajnath Singh has met the three chiefs earlier today. There will be more such meetings, may not even be in person, and they're in touch through their war rooms. But the possibility of a daytime escalation, as you've just mentioned, Maria, during the day to day is a definite possibility. Things are very, very precarious at this point of time, and therefore all options are currently open as far as India is concerned for what Pakistan might do next.
Since Nazir is in Kupwara at the moment, Nazir, what are you seeing? Are the schools shut today as well?
Well, it is raining since yesterday in Kupwara, and amid this rain, many people have lost their homes during the night. And at multiple villages, shells fell on civilian population, homes, villages. Just few kilometers from here where I am, Dolipura, there was shelling on houses, structures, private structures have been damaged, livestock has also been damaged, and there are several villages, whether it is Panjgam, Chokibal, Pharkia, and Tangdar is borne the brunt of these, where many people have lost their homes. Majority of the population from Tangdar has fled from that area. Administration has taken these people to the shelter place, safe shelters. So it is a tough situation for the people. Night was really a nightmare for the people. All schools and educational institutions across Jammu and Kashmir have been closed. Chief Minister Umar Abdullah has rushed to Jammu. We don't know whether he has reached somewhere, because according to Traffic Department, Srinagar Jammu National Highway, still remains closed after the landslides yesterday due to this cloud burst in Ramban sector, which is now prone to these cloud bursts and the landslides. So he said he is rushing to that Jammu to take stock of the arrangements for the people, because large number of people had to flee from Jammu borders as well for the safety. And yesterday it was really horrible situation when we could see projectiles being fired and armies, air defense system, integrated air defense system, which foiled and neutralized all those attacks. But along the line of control, be it Kupara sector or be it Baramulla Uri sector, there has been damage to life and property. And in Uri sector, a woman who was traveling in a vehicle was killed, and 2 other people have been injured when a vehicle they were traveling in was hit yesterday by a Pakistani mortar shell. So it's a very, very tough situation for the people, and it's only escalating on the line of control. And you see the spectrum of this escalation is widening, not just limited to the Jammu and Kashmir alone. In fact, the news coming, it's also the Leh administration in Ladakh has also closed schools for today because of some hostile situation there as well, when there have been some attempt there at Leh also, which has been neutralized as well. So it is an ongoing situation. We are waiting for the statement from the government of India, which they did about how situation unfolded yesterday after Pakistan tried to target 15 cities. And since yesterday there were 2 attempts. One was yesterday evening, and early in the morning there was an attempt in Jammu city also, and there was again massive firing, artillery firing along the line of control early this morning. In some places that firing is still going on.
Let's get an update from Rajouri as well. That's where Ghazali is. Ghazali, what you can tell us?
See, there are 2 concerns, Maria. One, that the deep penetration of drones inside the region like Jammu, Kathua, Samba. People over here were very scared yesterday because we could see the drones above us in the sky. And the second major concern is about the infiltration, because the BSF foiled an infiltration bid in Samba district, in the Samba border. And this is all nearby areas from where we are reporting, from Rajouri, from Poonch. And heavy shelling was reported from Poonch yesterday night. There are reports of injuries, but there is no official confirmation as of now. So people are concerned about this drone penetration into these areas, because this has rarely happened that Pakistan has used drones into these areas and deep inside the city. We had heard the shelling in the border areas, but not in the urban areas or in the city areas, though the Indian Army and the aerial defense system managed to neutralize all of them. But as the sun sets in, this entire area of Rajouri, Poonch, Samba, Riasi, all these areas stay on high alert. The Divisional Commissioner of Jammu has already ordered the closure of all the schools and colleges. Hospitals are on standby, and thankfully there has been no injuries since yesterday night, since Pakistan launched all these attacks. But all the measures are in place, and it is anticipated that all these attacks will continue for a couple of days until Pakistan feels that it has achieved its target. But Indian Army, the Indian security forces are giving a befitting reply to all these threats from Pakistan. Meanwhile, people here in Jammu, in Kathua and all these areas close to Rajouri region are also concerned about this rising tension between the 2 countries and the way Pakistan is deliberately targeting. For the last few weeks, it is targeting all the civilian houses near the LOC, not just in Rajouri but in Poonch and other areas.
Yes, and Indian Air Force used the Russian-made S-400 missile defense system to negate Pakistan's escalation bid last night. The significance of this cannot be missed, because it becomes particularly important, because remember, it was acquired only during the times of COVID, and Shiv, it is it is used by India to intercept the attack which happened, and it is one of the deadliest surface-to-air missiles in the world.
Very true, Maria. You know, it is acknowledged by, Russia's principal so-called adversary, the United States, as being, a surface-to-air weapon that can really, really spoil your day, and convert it into a nightmare should the S-400 be deployed in airspace where you're traveling in and if you're a hostile entity. The S-400 is widely acknowledged even beyond the United States as, as a weapon system that is seen to be very, very difficult to navigate, difficult to jam, very difficult in fact to evade, and therefore countries that possess the S-400 capability are usually seen as having a kind of air defense shield that few other countries actually have. What we saw last night, some of it captured on mobile camera, but most of it happening in remote areas or in high altitude airspace, Maria, was technically the S-400 being used in an operational war-like scenario for the first time over Indian airspace. Like you rightly told our viewers, Maria, a short while ago, the S-400 was acquired for about $5.8 billion for 5 regiments worth of these missile systems from Russia. Before 2019, they began deliveries around the COVID pandemic. There was a few delays because of the supply chain issues. But since then, they've been deployed. We, of course, won't be commenting on numbers and deployment areas. But I think it's enough to say that they've operationalized the shield. Yesterday was, in many ways, the first big sort of litmus test, the trial by fire, if you will, of India's S-400. And there couldn't have been a bigger challenge for the S-400 to really demonstrate its capabilities, because like we've been saying, what the S-400 excels at, Maria, is being able to track multiple incoming hostile targets, engage each one of them, intelligently assign the correct kind of missile, to intercept them at whatever range, the firing computer actually tells it to, anywhere between 40 kilometers out to 400 kilometers range, those interceptions can actually happen. So this is an incredibly sophisticated weapon system that India was able to use operationally for the first time yesterday.
Yes, and it can engage almost all types of modern warplanes, is what Shiv is also telling us, and its radar can track targets up to 600 kilometers away. And one important aspect of what played out last evening and the intervening night of 9th and 8th and 9th, Nazir, is also India successfully shooting down F-16 of Pakistan. Of course, these missile systems become even more important, because S-400, as we have been talking about, it's a powerful radar, has a command center, there's a missile launcher. It is a powerful weapon which was acquired in 2018.
Well, most of the projectiles which were fired yesterday have been actually almost all neutralized by India's integrated air defense system. It has shown its prowess. India has shown its technological prowess, its military prowess, and over the last 2-3 days, and particularly last evening in Jammu and other areas, and Avantipora, Srinagar, Udhampur, and there was attempt to target military bases during the shelling from across the border, whether it is line of control or it was in cities and the air bases across Jammu and Kashmir. But the way they have been neutralized clearly shows the readiness of armed forces and the equipment they have been using, whether it is S-400 or whether it's Akash or other equipment to neutralize any such threats and attacks. And as we have been reporting, armed forces have been ready. As we saw what happened when India launched these strikes on Pakistan to avenge Pahalgam massacre, it was not just one day knee-jerk reaction, it was well-calibrated target and also to be ready what may follow. And exactly India is doing the same. When Pakistan tried to hit back, target India, there was a very well-calibrated retaliation and also defense mechanism which would neutralize their attacks. And yesterday, large number of projectiles, drones, and what they say missiles which were targeted, which are here, have been neutralized. Where will be? We should better wait for the official statement if any of the Pakistani aircrafts has been shot down. There are multiple reports talking about these things, as we have been time and again talking about. Whenever we say on NDTV anything, it is verified, it is truth, nothing but truth. So we know there's a lot of propaganda going on, which we said in the earlier bulletin also. But here in Jammu and Kashmir, also in Ladakh, everybody is fingers crossed and don't know what is going to happen next time. But one thing has given confidence to people, which is that how India's air defense system is working, how it is neutralizing attacks from across.
All right, Nazir, thank you so much. Let me bring Ghazali again, who continues to report from Rajouri. Ghazali, where you are and in the neighboring districts along the LOC, are people assured that the Indian armed forces are ensuring their total security and safety?
Oh yes, certainly. The divisional commissioner of the entire Jammu region as well as the deputy commissioner of Rajouri from the civilian administration side, they are all assuring people through the evening. There were notifications, there were alerts, announcements being made to asking people to move to safer locations, not to turn on the light, and this was being issued periodically as the developments unfolded overnight. These notifications, these alerts were being shared with the common people here. The public relations department of the civil administration, the district administration kept updating them, as well as the people along LOC, the army over there, the local representatives of the villages which are located near the LOC, they have been contacted every hour and how to proceed and what to do, what safety measures have to be taken. So this is not something, and ironically this is not something very new for the residents of the Rajouri district or all the border villages in the region. They very well know the drill, and thankfully the mock drill was going on for the last 3-4 days. So in that particular sense, we can say that despite all the heavy drone attack yesterday, still people felt safe, though there was a bit of chaos because as I mentioned, that the way Pakistan had launched these drones deep inside Indian territory, even in multiple locations, particularly in this belt of Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir. The people were updated about it. They hadn't seen it earlier in the past many years. So obviously there was a bit of nervousness, but now people are assured that how Indian air defense system had neutralized everything. There was no particular damage in this particular region, but the only concern remains the heavy shelling from Pakistan's side, which is targeting the civilian installations.
All right, Ghazali, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Nazir Masoodi, as well. Remember, Pakistan did try to disturb the entire western border on the intervening night of 8th and 9th. We have Harsha now joining us from Jaisalmer. There was a blackout in Jaisalmer, Bikaner, and in multiple districts in Rajasthan. These are largely the border districts. Remember, Rajasthan has over 1,000 kilometer long border with Pakistan. Harsha, what are people of Jaisalmer waking up to?
Well, I'm here in Jaisalmer, and this is a very busy market area. So you can see that, things are going on as usual. In fact, everybody is, back to business as usual. But a lot of them did see, the sort of lights in the sky last night, like I saw myself. Now, आपने क्या देखा रात को? अभी तो हम देख रहे हैं कि सब लोग अपने काम धंधे पे जा रहे हैं. रात को क्या देखा?
रात को 9:15 बजे एकदम से अटैक होना शुरू हुआ. डिफेंस तगड़ा था, उस कारण से एक मिसाइल भी नहीं करी और ना कोई आजन हानि हुई. और हर तरीके से सेफ महसूस हो रहा है और अभी भी एकदम कंफर्टेबल बिल्कुल खड़े हैं.
आपका नाम बताइए.
प्रेम खत्री.
क्या करते हैं?
माइंस ओनर.
ठीक है. आप लोग बाकी लोग जो थे यहाँ पर, क्या कुछ देखा आपने रात को? क्या टाइम से शुरू हुआ? जी
9:15 बजे शुरू हो गया था. बरसात भी साथ में आ रही थी, इसी कारण से कुछ देर से फटाके छूट रहे और कुछ नहीं देखा. घर के अंदर ही बैठे, लाइटें बंद हो गई थी, ब्लैकआउट हो गया था 9 बजे. उसके बाद फट ये हो रहा था, पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है. मैंने फटाके छूट रहे हैं, शादी हो गई, क्या हो रहा है ये?
हाँ जी बिल्कुल. इट साउंडेड एग्जैक्टली लाइक फायरवर्क्स. आपको क्या सुनाई दिया कल रात को?
यही ड्रोन आए थे, फिर आप अपनी सेना की बेस्ट किए और उनकी जो सपने थे सपने ही रह गए. एक्चुअली बात ये है, उनको पाकिस्तान को बस यही संदेश है कि सपने देखना बंद कर दीजिए. और
जी हाँ, आइए बताइए क्या बोल रहे हैं आप? मतलब यहाँ जैसलमेर में माहौल कैसा है?
नहीं, शांतिपूर्ण माहौल है. वैसे पाकिस्तान वाले सपने देख रहे हैं, वैसे वो सपने कुछ उनके सपने ही रहेंगे. वैसा कुछ है ही नहीं. वो जो सपने देख रहे हैं कि हम ये करेंगे वैसा कुछ सीन नहीं है. उनके सपने ही रहेंगे. बाकी उनको संदेश है कि सपने देखना बंद कर दीजिए आप.
You can see, Maria, it's early morning breakfast time in here in Jaisalmer, and everyone's having mirchi vada. So it's quite a delicacy here. I just asked my cameraman to come in here and show you, bhaiya. आपके यहाँ पे काफ़ी लोग आते हैं नाश्ता करने के लिए, माहौल कैसा है यहाँ पे? रात को आप लोगों ने कैसा क्या देखा और अभी क्या चल रहा है?
मैडम 2 मिनट माहौल है, बिल्कुल शांतिपूर्ण माहौल है, कुछ नहीं है, अभी बिल्कुल शांत माहौल है। रात को थोड़ा बहुत हुआ था, थोड़ा बहुत जो भी हुआ था, लेकिन हमारे इंडिया ने वापस जो भी डिफेंस है बिल्कुल क्लियर कर दिया है, वापस हमला भी किया। हमने सुबह न्यूज़ भी देखी, लेकिन अभी पूरा शांति का पूरा माहौल बना हुआ है। आप देख रहे हो आम पब्लिक।
तो मिर्ची वड़ा ब्रेड पकौड़ा खूब चल रहा है?
हाँ बिल्कुल चल रहा है, बिल्कुल चल रहा है। आप देख रहे हो पब्लिक नाश्ता सुबह ब्रेकफास्ट कर रहे हैं।
So Maria, here's just to give you some idea, nice breakfast being prepared here in Jaisalmer, and yes, of course, last evening was definitely tense. We are also expecting that this evening again, it will start. We will have a blackout earlier than expected, so that's going to create some logistical problems. But otherwise, in the morning, it's business as usual. Though, of course, there's definitely a heightened sense of security. The Chief Minister took a late-night meeting in Jaipur. Additional RAF companies RAC companies have been rushed to border districts. Additional medical personnel, fire brigades. So all that in terms of what the district administration and the state government can do is being done. But otherwise, the mood of the people is comfortable, because like we said last evening, we saw a lot of activity in the sky, but luckily there's no report of damage anywhere in and around Jaisalmer so far.
Harshad, thank you so much for getting us that update, a sense of normalcy. People in Jaisalmer certainly continuing with their lives, and you can enjoy some mirchi vada there because it certainly looks very, very delicious this morning. Let me bring in Gurpreet now. Gurpreet is live with us from Firozpur. Gurpreet, there was a blackout in Firozpur, as it was on most of the border districts of Rajasthan and in Punjab. What are you seeing this morning?
Well, first of all, I'll request my camera person to show all these pictures. The life is very normal. The people are very calm, because the way we have seen our defense forces, they had already neutralized all the attack which has been attempted from Pakistan. We have seen it has already instilled a lot of confidence among the border people. We have been traveling from one village to another village in this border area of Firozpur, where we have seen the people say this war, which has already been initiated by the Indian government against terrorism, this is the need of the hour at this point of time. Last night we have seen the main concentration, what we have seen, that was in Jalandhar. We have seen the multiple drone attack had been reported from their place, but what we have seen, very professional coordination between the civil administration and the defense forces. The moment they have learned, the Punjab government, they had learned that there is an attempt to attack at military station in Pathankot, immediately in all over border districts, including the sensitive areas, whether it's Chandigarh, Mohali, Panchkula, immediately the blackout had been imposed by the local authorities. But what we have seen in the last night, there was totally proper communication between the civil administration and the people also. We have seen immediately when the situation is under control, the electricity had been resumed, but they had already advised all the residents to carry out this blackout voluntarily, so that there should not be any untoward incident which happened in Punjab. If we can talk about overall Punjab, we have seen in the border areas, schools have already been shut down as a precaution measure. A lot of mock drills are being carried out at the various locations of this district, Firozpur, district Gurdaspur and Amritsar also, so that the people should be familiar with the system also. We have seen the local administration, they are already in touch with our defense forces. They keep on updating to the people of the various districts, so that all the precautions and measures should be taken accordingly. As of now, once again, I'll request my Vijay to show these all pictures and images from ground. We are reporting from Firozpur city at this point of time, where we have seen the life is very, very normal, and the people, they say the way we have already defended ourselves, the way we have seen Pakistan had targeted various locations citizens of Punjab, whether when the defense forces were doing analysis, and they have also learned in the various military station that there was an attempt by Pakistan to attack, but somewhere down the lane we have seen we have very integrated defense system that had been very useful to neutralize all these drones attack and missiles which had been thrown and launched from Pakistan side. So somewhere down the lane, if we can talk about this border area, we have seen the people did not see in any panic, and they had got a lot of confidence, and the way we had defended ourselves, it has already instilled confidence in border area people. So what we have learned in some of the border villages where we have already visited, the youngsters, they have already sent the women and the children to the safer places, and they say they will be with the forces, and they have already brought tractors, trolleys and other equipment in their villages. If it is required, they will definitely help our forces. But as of now, what we have seen, the sentiments of these people, they say this war against terrorism should be continued, and this is the time to teach a very, very hard lesson to Pakistan, the way multiple investigation had been carried out in the multiple terror attack, and links had been established from across the border. Such nefarious design had been planted from across the border. So let's see how the things will be unfolded. But if we can talk about a nutshell about Punjab, we have seen all the district administration, they have already taken a lot of precautions, and they have already taken a lot of preventive action on the ground, and they are totally in touch with the defense forces. As I have already explained, very professionally, they were coordinating with the people of this district, border districts, and very professionally they are in touch with the defense, and that was one of the main reasons there was no panic gripped in any of the districts in Punjab. Back to studio.
All right, Gurpreet, thank you so much for that quick update from Firozpur. Let's shift focus now from the front line to the power corridors in the national capital. That's where a series of meetings will be chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah and also by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. In fact, the Defence Minister will be arriving in South Block any moment, where he will be meeting the three chiefs of armed forces and the Chief of Defence Staff. And other officials will be in attendance as well. Home Minister Amit Shah will be meeting the Border Security Force Chief and others as well. Let's bring in Sunil Prabhu and Aishwarya Jain, who continues to be with us. Sunil, a quick update on the series of meetings which are lined up.
Well, as you rightly pointed out, there is a complete build-up, and every indication is towards a state of preparedness and no relenting after yesterday's unfortunate incidents where India's military installations have been under attack. And as you have heard very categorically from the Ministry of External Affairs as well as the Ministry of Defence, everything has been non-escalatory. We were only striking at the terror infrastructures. That was the focus, that was the concern. And what has happened last night is something that is unacceptable. And it's in that backdrop that, India continues to build up and be ready for any eventuality. They will go to any extent, as they say, at this present juncture. It's in this context that we'll have to wait and watch and see whether diplomatic efforts, the Saudi Arabia is trying to play a role. There are various other interlocutors, including the United States, who are speaking to their counterparts in Pakistan to ensure that things don't go out of control. But be that as it may, on our part, I think the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with his cabinet colleagues, have ensured that there is a complete build-up in terms of state of preparedness, be it for essential commodities, in terms of the defense requirements, in terms of ammunition, in terms of how we will tackle a particular situation. So it's going to be extremely important, Maria, how things play out in the next few days or next few hours, if I may be permitted, to ensure that if there is going to be some kind of rapprochement, otherwise it can go out of hand.
Yes, there is a degree of preparedness, as you said, a great degree of preparedness, if I may add that word great here. And the Prime Minister, Sunil and Ash, chaired a meeting in which secretaries of all departments were in attendance. Ash, what is the nature of instructions which have been given to these secretaries, and they have been told particularly to ensure clear communication and clear coordination with the secretaries of various states as well?
Well, smoother communication with the states and the centre as the governance should go on is a louder message out of that meeting which Prime Minister chaired with different secretaries of different departments. That includes Ministry of Home Affairs, External Affairs, Defence, Power, Information Broadcasting. Certainly that was loud and clear at this point in time when India military establishments were under attack from the Pakistani side. Although there are different high-level meetings that will be chaired over here at the Ministry of Defence at Raisina Hill or at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. But let me quickly show you these visuals as well. I and you have reported from Vijay Chowk. On one side, there are these high-level meetings that are strategic in nature. On the other side, these visuals are also very important. The government employees which are going towards the Ministry of Home Affairs, to the Ministry of Defence, to the Ministry of External Affairs, they have that sense in their mind that what's happening in those important meetings that are taking place at these power corridors, but they are also doing their job. Everything seems normal to them as they believe in their government, as they in their leadership, as to whatever the decision the government of India is taking, that is right for the country. And of course, on one side, as I mentioned, there are high-level meetings that have been planned. 3 service chiefs are already at the Ministry of Defence. The employees, these government employees are walking through these through the Raisina Hill towards their ministries to go and work again. They have been speaking to a lot of them while they are going inside. They have that sense as to what is happening, but also they are there to function the governance as smooth as possible, the instructions that are given to them on a regular basis. Clearly, these two meetings are very important in nature, strategic in nature. Defence Minister will be briefed on one side with the 3 service chiefs and CDS at the Ministry of Defence very shortly. 3 service chiefs are already here, Army, Navy and Air Force. On the other side, of course, the DGs of the paramilitary forces will be meeting Home Minister Amit Shah to update them on the recent developments that are happening along with the line of control.
All right. Thank you so much for that quick update. We'll keep coming to you, Aishwarya, when that meeting happens and details emerge from those crucial meetings. A piece of breaking news coming in now, because an air warning has been received from Air Force Station of possible attack. This is what the DC of Chandigarh is telling us. In fact, sirens are being sounded. All are advised to remain indoors and away from balconies. We will connect with Gurpreet in just a bit, what we can tell our viewers. So there is an escalation which is happening also during the day. So the daytime escalation is what we were told largely happens along the LOC, but it is happening also in Chandigarh right now. What DC Chandigarh has told the residents of that city is that an air warning has been received from Air Force Station of a possible attack and sirens are being sounded. No need to panic is the message that is coming in from Chandigarh administration to all those. Residents are advised to stay indoors, though, is what we can tell us. We have Gurpreet joining us now. All right, we'll connect with Gurpreet in just a bit, but air sirens now being sounded in Chandigarh as well. Remember, all attempt by Pakistan to disturb India has been thwarted. Pakistani troops resumed firing across the LOC, including Kupwara and Uri early this morning. And this came after the Indian Army foiled Pakistani military attempts to target 15 cities in northern and western India using drones and missiles. The drone and missile attacks by the neighboring country were reported in Gujarat, Punjab, Rajasthan and Jammu and Kashmir. Indian authorities and in fact the Indian Army used the defense system, sirens and enforced a complete blackout in most areas, and sources are also telling us that Pakistan F-16 was shot down by Indian forces as well. We will get Gurpreet. Gurpreet is joining us now. Gurpreet, so Chandigarh is what is now a possible warning being issued to the residents of Chandigarh.
Well, what we have seen, the local deputy commissioner of Chandigarh, he has already issued an alert saying that an air warning has been received from Air Force Station of a possible attack. Sirens are being sounded. All are advised to remain indoors and away from balconies. So, what we have learned, the local administration has got a tip-off from Air Force, and they have immediately sounded that siren so that the people of Chandigarh, they should be aware of this system, because a lot of mock drills had already been taken place and they have already made all the people very familiar with this system. So that was one of the core reasons why the sirens are being sounded in Chandigarh, because as of now they have got a tip-off from Air Force. Anytime there could be possible attack in Chandigarh, and that's why they have advised all the residents not to come out of their houses and they should remain indoor for the time being. So if there is any input which is coming on, after that they will be able to share with the people, and there's no need to create any panic at this point of time, but need to take a lot of precaution. We have seen even last night multiple drone attack had been seen there, but they have already been neutralized in Chandigarh also with the integrated defense system. So as of now, what we can understand, the Deputy Commissioner of Chandigarh, he has given an alert to the Chandigarh residents to remain indoor, and they have got a tip-off from Air Force official, and that was one of the reasons why they are sounding siren again and again to save the people's life and to make them alert that they should be remain indoor, and there is a possible attack which they have got inputs from the Air Force officials.
Yes.
Back to studio.
Yes, Gurpreet, I will give you a couple of minutes so that you can come live from Firozpur as you break the story for our viewers. This has come from Deputy Commissioner of Chandigarh that an air warning has been received from the Air Force Station of a possible attack, and hence sirens are being sounded. You heard multiple sirens which has been captured on that video. The residents of Chandigarh have been told to stay indoors. This is certainly coming as repeated violations, and Pakistan seems to be continuing with its own version of what they see as this is of course coming after India unleashed 24 missiles in 25 minutes on 9 terror bases in Pakistan and Pakistan occupied Kashmir, which happened on early Wednesday, which was in response to the terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam. It's an escalation which has happened. Pakistan continuing to be the aggressor here. It is continuing to target, attempting to target the civilians. It has disturbed the western border, and the entire line of control is what the army says. But all these attempts being successfully thwarted valiantly being thwarted by the Indian armed forces. Gurpreet continues to be with us, although reports are coming in even as we speak of normalcy at Delhi airport. Several flights movement has been resumed as well. Gurpreet is now live with us. Gurpreet, so the Deputy Commissioner of Chandigarh has issued this alert to all its residents to ensure that they stay indoors, don't venture out, no need to go for shopping or stepping out of your homes if not needed. This is an emergency situation, need to be in a highest state of alert is what is coming in from Chandigarh now. We have seen efforts being made by administration across India to prepare the citizens for any kind of eventuality. India has conducted mock drills across 259 districts to prepare residents, to prepare citizens across to, in case of sirens being sounded, what you're supposed to do. All those precautionary measures and preparedness has been undertaken already. Gurpreet is joining us now live. Gurpreet, give us the details. Gurpreet, if you heard me. Is this only in Chandigarh? What about where you are, Firozpur, which saw blackout last night? All right, we'll try and connect with Gurpreet in just a bit. But remember, S-400, which is like India's almost Surya Chakra, has ensured complete all efforts by Pakistan missiles to be neutralized, and all attempts were thwarted successfully by India. Gurpreet Chinna is back with us. Gurpreet, give us the details. All right, there seems to be some problem with that line. Remember, a word now on S-400 missiles defense system, which is seen as one of the world's most advanced long-range air defense systems, which managed to neutralize all the missiles which came India's way, the drones which came India's way late last night by Pakistan. All those efforts were completely neutralized and dismantled successfully by India. The S-400 can actually engage in all types of modern warplanes, and India had acquired it only in 2018. For the moment, precautionary warnings being issued by the Chandigarh administration for its residents. As sirens sounded off, in fact, blackout is what we saw in multiple districts in India. We have seen in Punjab, in Gujarat, in Rajasthan, and of course in Jammu and Kashmir as well. Gurpreet is joining us in just a bit, but on that note, okay. In fact, residents have been advised in Chandigarh to stay indoors. So air siren warning sounded in Chandigarh. Gurpreet.
Okay. Well, we are reporting from Firozpur, and what we have learned in Chandigarh, we have seen the alert has been issued to the local administration, because what we have learned, the local deputy commissioner, he has already informed the local people that they should remain inside, and multiple siren had already been sounded there. What we have learned, the local deputy commissioner has given an alert to local residents saying that they have got some information from the Air Force official. There is a possible attack can be conducted at Chandigarh, but they have given siren, and multiple siren had been given there. We have seen a lot of mock drills had already been carried in Chandigarh, so that the people of Chandigarh should be familiar with the system. We have seen last night also there were inputs with the Chandigarh administration, and immediately they had imposed blackout there, and we have seen immediately when they have seen the situation was under control, electricity had been resumed, but we have seen professional coordination between the defense forces and the local administration, where the people did not grip into any panic in Chandigarh. As of now, we have seen the same instruction had been passed on. They are saying there is no need to create any panic, but this alert which has been given by Deputy Commissioner saying that they have got some tip-off from Air Force official, and that's why siren had been sounded multiple times to avoid going out of their houses. They should stay inside inside their houses. At the same time, a lot of precaution have already been taken by the local administration. We have seen all the forces, they are already on the toes. They are totally in touch with the defense forces, so that whatever the instruction the government is going to give them, that should be passed to the people of Chandigarh. And Chandigarh was on high alert. We have seen when the defense forces, they were analyzing things. We have seen even earlier this was one of the prime target by Pakistan, and a lot of attempts had been made by Pakistan earlier. We have seen the multiple drone attack had been reported in Chandigarh last night, but these drones were being neutralized by our forces, because we have integrated defense system intact. Back to studio.
All right, Gurpreet, thank you so much. In fact, Lieutenant General Arun Sani is joining us. He is the former Army Commander-in-Chief. We also have Ambassador Rajiv Dogra. Lieutenant General Sani, a word on what we are seeing right now. This escalation is happening also during the day.
Yeah, I think firstly, good morning and thank you for getting me on your show, Maria. The first 2-3 issues that I'd like to really put in place.
Sure.
Undoubtedly, when the event took place and we went in and struck those targets of theirs, there was bound to be a reaction. The only good part in this bad reaction is that they have been thwarted very effectively by the capabilities that our armed forces have developed, especially over the last 10 to 12 years. It has been absolutely remarkable. The second aspect that I would like to highlight is that the action today between India and Pakistan has remained in the realm of standoff weapons and non-contact warfare. It has not transgressed to a kinetic aggression or a contact warfare along the LOC or anywhere along the international border. The third thing that I would like to bring out is that there have been a large amount of naysayers talking about the kind of asymmetry that existed. I think what has come out very, very loud and clear is the capability of the air defense network that we have put in place. We're starting from the S-400, coming down to the L-70s. This integrated system all along the national border or international border with Pakistan, including the LC, has been effective in neutralizing this with the most suitable weapon system. But the point is, the array of radars that we have been able to pick them up at different levels and been engaged suitably by different weapon systems. So I think that itself has been extremely heartening. I think the reaction of the citizens of our country, especially these countries which are the cities which have come under attack, has been extremely positive, has been exactly, I would say, morale boosting for the security forces, because I think they have stood by extremely soundly and resolutely behind them. Coming now to the action as it stands today, I think we would like to see and provide a befitting response. I presume these meetings that are happening now, we will see some action as response to what they did yesterday. But I think if today people ask me, is there war officially, are we at war with Pakistan? I think yes. The minute they started engaging yesterday military targets right across the front, starting off all the way from the LC area of Kupwara down to Jaisalmer, I think they have in a manner declared war. Have we come into a stage of an attrition and contact war? No. I think that is the next stage. And I presume the aim of India would be to try and give them a befitting response on what they've done now. And from what I hear about the internal troubles that are happening there, I mean, uncorroborated as of now, what the BLA has done, what the TTP is doing, what is happening in the political space, what seems to be a coup in Pakistan, which I'm reported from a lot of medias outside India who've been talking about it. So one really doesn't know what is the situation. But I think undoubtedly there will be a response from India. And the issue of looking at taking these sirens and necessary protection, I think 100%. There has to be no stone unturned which ensures the safety of the citizens of the country.
Ambassador Dogra,
So we will see that continue over
we are living in the times of war.
Yeah.
And officially a war in a way has been declared. India is not the aggressor here. It is Pakistan which is the aggressor. The original act of aggression was 22nd of April when Pakistan killed our citizens on our soil, and these were unarmed citizens. Now that we look at today, it starts on 7th. We are looking at today, which is 48 hours after after Operation Sindoor. where is it all going? Because today is also the day that Pakistan has, in a way, been dropped like a hot potato by the US. You know, J.D. Vance has spoken in the course of an interview that it is for them to handle it.
Well, good question and good thought, Maria, especially about J.D. Vance's comment, which is very clear, categorical, and in fact an encouragement that go after the terror state. As far as declaration or non-declaration of war is concerned, let me say categorically that for last 35 years, Pakistan has not been doing proxy war. Pakistan has been doing war by stealth. It is an undeclared war because of which India has bled. And I'll give you just one small example. Since 1993, when Mumbai, our financial capital, was attacked, we've had security guards on every establishment in India, not just the government establishments, but even the cinemas, education, schools, colleges. And the cost, most people in India are perhaps not aware, is $11 billion per year, something which India could have used for productive purposes. So we are being led by $11 billion financially just on this account. There are other costs also. Second, we have been very patient historically, and we try to forget and forgive. I think the time has come, as Prime Minister himself said during his speech in Madhubani, that now it has to be a sort of end to all this. So we should not think in terms of the last 15 days. After all, ever since 22nd April, Pakistan has been violating ceasefire every single night and every single day. We should think in terms of the final solution to this menace, which is Pakistan. There will be sometimes bad news for us also, because you never know when a shell or a missile gets through. But we have to tolerate that for the final purpose, which is that, and I'll spell it out, which is that Pakistan must withdraw the 80 or 90 terrorists it already has in Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan must surrender people like Hafiz Saeed and Dawood Ibrahim to India, and dismantle its sleeper cells in India. So till this objective is achieved, I think we should be relentless in our pursuit of Pakistan and its offensive capability.
All right, Ambassador Dogra and Lieutenant General Arun Sani, thank you for joining us on this broadcast. News and updates will continue on NDTV. We are living in the times of war, but let's not forget what Prime Minister Modi had said, that this is not an era of war. India is not an aggressor here. When India carried out Operation Sindoor, none of the military installations in Pakistan were targeted. No civilian infrastructure was targeted. No economic infrastructure was targeted. India carried out precision attack. What we are seeing right now is military installations in India being targeted by Pakistan. A quick break and then we return.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India. bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know. The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru.
A barrage of fake videos and disinformation, primarily originating from Pakistani social media handles and amplified by some mainstream outlets there, is attempting to sow fear and confusion among Indian citizens. But you must remember, misinformation is a weapon, and during conflict, it's actually aimed at our confidence, our unity, and our sense of truth. Whether it's from the fake drone attacks in Punjab to the false claims of missile strikes and army base hits, the propaganda is being spread with chilling precision. But let's just take you through the truth. Let's break down 7 major fakes that have been busted by the Press Information Bureau just between 10 p.m. last evening, that's the 8th of May, and 6:30 a.m. this morning. Let's begin with the fake drone strike in Jalandhar. It was circulated widely to create panic, but it was a farm fire video, unrelated and mismatched in timing. In fact, even the district collector has confirmed that it was fake. This brings us to the second one, which is the fake attack on an Indian post. It claimed destruction of a post by the so-called 20 Raj Battalion, except no such unit actually exists in the Indian Army. So pure fiction, pure propaganda. The Beirut blast shared as a missile strike, well, yes, you heard that right. A 2020 Lebanon explosion video was passed off as a recent attack in India. It's been fact-checked and debunked. There's also a fake Fidai attack in Rajouri. No such suicide attack actually took place, but the fake video has spread fast, meant to actually destabilize trust and the morale. Also, there's a letter claimed to be from some General V.K. Narayan. But the problem is, there is no General V.K. Narayan as Chief of Army Staff. The letter was completely fabricated. Meanwhile, there's also a bizarre claim that the Ambala Air Base was used to attack Amritsar. The Press Information Bureau has clearly confirmed that this is baseless and malicious. And the one that everyone's talking about, whether there's an airport entry ban across India, well, that's fake. No such blanket ban was ever imposed, the government has confirmed. That claim has been flagged and busted.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news
should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you.
India foils the second Pakistani attack in 24 hours. Army says Pakistan used missiles and munitions. India destroys Pakistan post along LOC. Army releases first official video. India Sudarshan Chakra S-400 air defense system manages to intercept and destroy Pakistan missiles and drones. High alert in border states, air raid sirens in Chandigarh. Administration tells residents to remain indoors. Indiscriminate shelling by Pakistan across the line of control. Multiple homes damaged in Jammu and Kashmir. People evacuated to safer places. Meanwhile, reiterating India's long-held stance of independently handling Pakistan, US Vice President J.D. Vance issues a bold statement, underscores that India-Pakistan conflict is, in his words, fundamentally none of our business. And India stands with armed forces. Residents across the country say it's business as usual as life continues at a calm and measured pace across the country. The Indian Defence Forces neutralized missile and drone attacks on military stations in Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur carried out by Pakistan. In a strongly worded statement, the army said, and I quote, I'll do that in just a bit. Those are the visuals coming in of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh heading now to his office, which is in South Block, the Defence Ministry, where he will be holding a series of meetings which are lined up for today. Remember, the Indian Army said, and I quote the Indian Army, Pakistan Armed Forces launched multiple attacks using drones and other munitions along entire western border on the intervening night of 8th and 9th of May 2025. Pakistan troops also resorted to numerous ceasefire violations along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir the drone attacks were effectively repulsed and a befitting reply was given to the CFVs, unquote. That's what the official statement is saying. Let's bring in the reporters who are tracking the series of meetings which will be taking place in Delhi. There is also an attempt at daytime escalation by Pakistan, because reports are coming in also of siren warnings being sounded in Chandigarh, with Air Force actually telling the Deputy Commissioner of Chandigarh that there is a possibility of an attack. But remember, India has successfully, the Indian Army has successfully brought down all the drones and missiles which came in from Pakistan along the international border last night. All threats were swiftly neutralized, is what officials are saying. No loss was reported. And India, remember, has ensured complete safety of its citizens. Indian aviation authorities have also shut down 24 airports in the view of escalating tensions between India and Pakistan. Aishwarya is joining us live. Aishwarya, a series of meetings lined up for today, as NDTV now at the moment is reporting from the front line to the power corridors. We are tracking all bases, and we are putting out only the factual details.
Well, and we can confirm to our viewers that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has arrived at Ministry of Defence already. The Army Chief, the Navy Chief and the Air Force Chief was present at the Ministry of Defence. A high-level meeting will be chaired by Rajnath Singh. He would be briefed about the developments that have taken place overnight along the line of control and along with the international borders in Rajasthan, Punjab as well, how the Pakistan tried to attack the Indian military establishments and how India retaliated against that, and whatever the developments would be, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh would be briefed about every development by the three service chiefs. Let me show you these visuals from the Ministry of Defence just right behind me at the Rising Isle. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has just arrived a few moments back, and soon that high-level meeting will begin at the Defence Ministry. The sources have also indicated to us that after this high-level meeting, Rajnath Singh can head to 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where he can possibly be briefing Prime Minister Narendra Modi about the developments as well. NSA Ajit Doval is in regular touch with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but very short moment from now, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh would be briefed by all three service chiefs.
All right, Aishwarya, even as we look at these visuals, India has effectively managed to communicate to the world, and also I would say to the world that it's not an aggressor here. What happened was an act of resistance. When Operation Sindoor was carried out, India was within its sovereign right to protect the interest of its citizens. And this is what is happening. Pakistan is continuing to target civilians. Civilians have been forced to leave their homes along the line of control and the international border. There are precautionary measures being taken here in India as well. In terms of mock drills and India's preparedness, Aishwarya, what can you tell us?
Well, as far as Ministry of External Affairs is concerned, yesterday as well and day before yesterday, we have seen after Operation Sindoor was underway, it was the External Affairs Minister and Foreign Secretary were given responsibility to brief the envoys, the representatives of different nations, the permanent and non-permanent members of the UNSC about the action that the Indian military establishments have taken. India's stand is very clear that they have not attacked any of the civilians in Pakistan or Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. India is only attacking the terror hubs, the terror infrastructure in Pakistan. Yesterday was the day when the Ministry of Defence along with the Ministry of External Affairs categorically stated that whatever India's action was, that was in retaliation to the Indian cities coming under attack by missiles and drones from the Pakistani military establishments, and in retaliation India had attacked and neutralized the air defense system in Lahore. Yesterday night was certainly very crucial in terms of again Pakistani retaliation. The statement that came in that on the intervening night of 8th and 9th May there were drones and missiles that were launched from Pakistani military establishments towards India, and it is India reacted in a very strong way, and the videos that also are now being surfaced is that Indian military had struck the bunkers of Pakistani army, and heavy shelling and artillery was something that was fired from the Pakistani military establishments as well along with the line of control. Our civilians are hurt. Till yesterday it was 16 people which the Indian establishments have confirmed death, including women and children. And in that regard, Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, has stated that every possible reaction would be given a befitting response, and that's what the Indian army is doing. They have every right to retaliate when the Indian sovereignty and territory will be hit from the side of Pakistani troops. It is, of course, every department which is doing their job as far as the departments are concerned, the ministry is concerned. Home Minister Amit Shah yesterday spoke with the DG of the BSF. Today as well there would be a review meeting in sorts, but the Border Security Force, the ITBP and the SSB, all the DGs were in touch with the Home Minister regarding the current situation. And on the other side, of course, the Ministry of Defence
Jammu and
now
Kashmir
taking...
Chief Minister Umar Abdullah has reached Jammu. Remember, he left his house roughly around 5 a.m. where he said that he's driving straight to Jammu. That is the cavalcade, the Chief Minister's cavalcade, which has now reached Jammu. He said that he will be going on the ground to make an assessment of all the attempt which was made by the Pakistanis to disrupt peace in Jammu. Remember, the military installation, among the military installations which were targeted by Pakistanis also included Jammu military installation besides Pathankot as well. Nazir Masoodi is joining us. What does it look like for the Chief Minister today?
Well, he left early in the morning from Srinagar, straightway went to Jammu, has reached Jammu now. Despite the fact there was an advisory road was closed because of the landslides, but somehow they have made way for Chief Minister's cavalcade and he has reached Jammu because priority was to reach out to the people. Government is not about to rule. Government is about to reach out to people when they need it the most. There are a large number of people from the border areas who had to flee from their homes, take shelter, and the government has to make the exigency plan how to deal with any eventuality or the difficult situation which may arise, given the fact that the spectrum of this hostility is only increasing and it's expanding across Jammu and Kashmir and beyond Jammu and Kashmir as well. So we know people have been literally in great distress. I have been seeing large number of people going to ATMs and withdrawing money from there. They are fearing that there could be some internet shutdown, or then they would not be able to withdraw money, or there can be larger conflict and or the war-like situation which is already here. And here in Kupwara we could see here loud explosions. Even they reach up to these Pakistani shells reach up to Dulipura village, which is near Kupwara town as well. So there have been multiple villages which have been targeted by Pakistani. Besides military installation, they are trying to target. They have been targeting civilians as well. In Uri, one woman has been killed in Pakistani shell when a vehicle she was traveling in was hit by a shell last evening. So it is a very tough situation here. All the schools and educational institutions have been closed here. Srinagar airport remains closed for last 3 days and it will continue to remain closed for next few days. So other 23 airports across North India. So we are seeing a situation which is actually where we see escalation from the border, and we see escalation when it comes Pakistan trying to launch attacks through missiles and drones, which have been successfully foiled by India's integrated defense system in Jammu or other places. Some of the air bases where also they try to target them but all of those attacks have been successfully foiled. That shows the India's robust, this defense, air defense, system, which was activated, and it has worked so well, which includes S-400, Akash, and all those, air defense systems, which has actually foiled all the Pakistani plans. But the real problem on the ground is the people who are living near the line of control or the border districts where government is making exigency plan and evacuating people. Large number of people have already been evacuated, but many people are losing homes amid the rains which is lashing Kupara since yesterday. People are losing homes, they are becoming homeless, they are running for the safety. It's a tough situation here.
Absolutely. In fact, there are some sound bites which have come in from the border districts. Let's listen in, and Nazir, I'm coming back to you in 30 seconds.
मसला ये हुआ रात को 9 बजे के बाद यहाँ इतनी शेलिंग हुई है, इतनी शेलिंग कि यहाँ तकरीबन 10 मकान ऐसे हैं जो डैमेज हो गए। आदमी बच गए हैं मगर मकान डैमेज हो गए। यही हालात है उन मकानों की जो इस मकान की, सेम बराबर।
तो टोटल मकान कितने हैं?
यहाँ तो सिर्फ जो मैंने इस वक्त देख के आया हूँ वो 5 मकान उधर हैं, 2 मकान रास्ते में हैं, 1 मकान ये, 1 मकान इधर नीचे है।
कोई जख्मी हुआ है?
जख्मी का भी पता नहीं, जख्मी का पता नहीं चला। अलबत्ता मकान हम लोगों ने देखे, मकान डैमेज हो गए। शलम रात को 9 बजे के बाद हुई, अभी भी चल रही है। अभी भी आपने आवाज सुने होंगे, यहाँ अभी भी चल रही है।
मैं यहाँ का रहने वाला हूँ, इधर पीछे मेरा मकान है गिंगल में, और इस मकान का रात को पूरी रात 9 बजे से लेकर सुबह 5 बजे तक शलंग होती रही है, और बहुत नुकसान हो गया है। इधर लोग तो भाग गए हैं, और इधर मकान बहुत टूट गए। ये मकान देखो, ये हमारे सामने ये मकान है, इसका क्या हाल हो गया है, इसका तो पूरा लॉस हो गया। ये खिड़की विड़की इसकी टूट गई है, वो मकान आगे वाला उसकी शीशे भी टूट गए हैं।
And these are homes of civilians being targeted by Pakistanis. I mean, this has continued for the last 48 hours, and it appears that it is even the entire LOC, multiple districts from Baramulla to Rajouri to Kupwara, all of that has been disturbed even today. Nazir continues to be with us. We also have Ghazali joining us from Rajouri. Nazir, I'm coming to you. But first up, what are you seeing in Rajouri, Ghazali? Is there, shelling? Is it continuing even in the morning, or has that stopped during the day?
See, confirmed that the Chief Minister, Mr. Omar Abdullah, and his convoy has just crossed from here. They have entered into Rajouri from Jammu. He is going to meet the affected families in the areas where shelling was reported for the last few days. The Chief Minister and his team have just arrived here from Jammu. Earlier in the morning, he had arrived at Jammu, and now he is in Rajouri district. He is expected to visit other border districts like Poonch, which is also facing heavy shelling for the last 3-4 days. As of now, in the city, in Rajouri district right now, the situation is calm. But everybody is anticipating that perhaps Pakistan is not yet satisfied with what attempts it is making to send drones and attack Indian territory. So the government, the administration, even the local population, they are now in this practice that by the sunset, by evening, they'll start leaving the area, they'll start moving towards safer locations, because it is what the local sources are telling us, that population is anticipating that perhaps like yesterday or even days before yesterday, the way Pakistan has been attacking not just near the line of control with shelling, but through aerial strikes or attempts to send drones and missiles, perhaps it will continue for a couple of days. So right now during the daytime, the situation is a bit calm, but people are still concerned about how Pakistan is targeting the civilian homes and residences near line of control. As far as other issue is concerned, the administration has already closed down all the educational institutions, not just in Rajouri, but in the entire Jammu division. There was a blackout yesterday evening. The entire night yesterday, there was no power, and everybody in the entire Jammu division, there were a lot of confusion whether the attack has stopped or will it continue the whole night. That was the main concern for the residents here. Drones could be spotted at very low altitude in this entire region. There were sounds of explosion. There were reports of Pakistan targeting the army bases. So all that have been neutralized as per the government information. So that's a big relief. But as the day builds up from here onwards, people are still anticipating that you never know when will Pakistan start sending or launching the same drones and projectiles from its own region.
Okay, so for the moment, what we can tell our viewers, Ghazali, that I can see Gurpreet also joining us for an update from Punjab. That Ghazali, that there is no shelling which is happening in Rajouri is what we can safely tell our viewers. And as far as an update from Kupwara is concerned, Nazir, we can tell our viewers that there is no shelling which is happening along the LOC in that district where you are. 30 seconds, Nazir, quickly.
Well, this shelling was early in the morning again, but this time shelling has stopped. But nobody knows when it happened next time, when the shell will land at anybody's place or anybody's house.
All right. So that's the quick update. We can tell our viewers there's no shelling which is happening at the moment. It happened till 5 a.m. It's not happening right now, where our reporters are reporting from. There's an update that is coming in now from Punjab. Let's break that on our screens now. This is coming from Punjab Chief Minister's office. The ministers have been told to inspect hospitals, fire stations, will inspect the availability of ration and emergency services. Remember, just few minutes ago, there was a siren which was sounded off in Chandigarh. Gurpreet is joining us live. Gurpreet, give us the details.
Well, yes, we have seen last night very professional coordination has been seen between the Punjab government and the defence forces. Also, immediately when there was an alert from Pathankot military station that there is a possible attack at the Pathankot military base, we have seen the whole districts, specifically the border district, have already been shut down immediately. Blackout had been imposed in the various districts of Punjab, and specifically in Chandigarh also we have seen blackout has been imposed there. We have seen the proper coordination was going on, and that was one of the reasons why there was not a panic gripped among the people of Punjab. And we have seen the main concentration had been seen. Multiple drone had been sent at Jalandhar area, and specifically in Jalandhar city, where we have seen all the drones had been neutralized by our integrated defense system. What we have learnt from the Punjab government, from the Chief Minister office, all the ministers had been asked to take a stock of situation on the border area. They are visiting there. We have seen they have already instructed the local administration to hold multiple mock drills also to make the system familiar with the people, so that whenever there is a siren, the way we have seen this siren had sounded in Chandigarh, whenever the siren is going to be sounded, the people of Punjab, they should be aware what will be the next action which is going to be happen. As of now, the Chief Minister of Punjab, we have seen the state government also, they had already given multiple direction to border area administration how they are going to deal and grapple with this situation if the situation is going to arise in the coming days. So as of now, what we are reporting from this district Firozpur, we have visited the various villages in district Firozpur, where we have seen the people are very, very motivated, and the way we have seen this integrated defense mechanism has been trying to neutralize all these attacks which has been attempted from across the border from Pakistan. We have seen it has already instilled a lot of confidence among the people. So I'll request my Vijay to show how normal life is here in Firozpur. We have seen that the city is very calm, and as routine as usual, the moment is going on, the people are moving for their work also. No shutdown has been imposed in the market also. The market is also normal. What we have seen, some of the precautions had been taken by the local administration. All the schools and educational institutions, they have already been shut down by the local administration, so that they don't want to take any chance at this point of time, and multiple mock drills are being conducted multiple places in various border districts, so that they will be able to make aware to all the people in this district. And if we can talk about this border area, in some villages we've got an opportunity to visit there to meet the people. The people are very motivated. They say we have already sent our families, women and children to the safer places, but we have already brought tractors and trolleys here. So if there is any challenge before our defense forces, we will move along with them and we will support them shoulder to shoulder, so that this war which has been initiated by the Indian government against this terrorism, this is the right time, this is the need of the hour. We have already sacrificed sacrificed a lot of lives and in various terror activities, and at this point of time they have also learned in the various investigation, they have also learned there is a hand behind, and nefarious design had been executed and planned across the border. So as of now, if we can talk about overall Punjab situation, we have seen the situation is under control, and we have seen the last night multiple military stations were being targeted, but all the attacks which has been attempted from Pakistan, they had been neutralized with our integrated defense system. So here the people are very motivated. They say this is the right time to teach a lesson to Pakistan. The way this Pahalgam terror attack had been conducted there, had been carried out there, that is highly condemnable, and whatever action our forces are taking at this point of time, that is the need of the hour. So what we have learned, the Punjab government has already issued advisory to all the district officers, district level officers, so that on the ground everything should be properly checked, and now we have seen even the ministers of Punjab government, they are going to be come in all the border district to take a stock of situation.
All right.
Back to studio.
Thank you, Gurpreet, for that quick update. Let me bring in Nazir now. Nazir, let's talk about the Sudarshan Chakra of India, that is S-400. It's the missile defense system, which is one of the world's most advanced long-range air defense systems, and it was acquired by India in October of 2018. India signed a $5 billion deal with Russia to buy these units. And this is something which actually managed to bring down all the Pakistani missiles and drones. Because of the advanced system, it has a radar which can track targets up to 600 kilometers and can engage almost all types of modern war planes.
Yeah, exactly. That's what India has acquired these, these systems to ensure in any eventuality, in case of any hostility, because hostility is not just from the Pakistan. We know what happened in Galwan and how India remained alert that time for any eventuality. But the fact is that this time, when we saw yesterday what happened, or day before yesterday, twice, and how India successfully, and what this MBS secretary said, and the two women officers said, how all the attacks, the drone and the missile attacks, were neutralized by India's integrated air defense system. Yesterday there were many projectiles were seen in Jammu. I was trying to find out whether they have been able to find the wreckage. So far they have been going to different areas to see the wreckage of those, if there are those drones which may have been shot down, or the missiles. But the fact is, the way India's robust air defense system is working, there are entire area first echoes or the reverberates with sirens. Immediately there was a blackout. Then India's air defense system activated and repulsed and also neutralized any sort of attack. The fact it was not only at that place, Jammu, it has been everywhere activated, even in Ladakh also. Here in Kupara also, we could see yesterday, immediately after the sirens, there was complete blackout for the night, and this morning there was electricity was resumed. But the fact is, what the people, local people, how they are worried is how to deal with the situation along the line of control and border, where Pakistan is actually firing artillery. While India is saying they have responded in equal measure and proportionality to halt Pakistan's, this artillery shelling, but common people have been facing the brunt. Common people have been losing the homes, and common people have been suffering a great deal. So clearly, we would be waiting today when our defense officials and government will give some briefing about what happened last night and what happened this morning, because this was also reportedly another attempt this morning. So we would be officially waiting for that, or that knows all the actually the details, technical details, whatever government would like to put out. Till the time we would, I think it is important to wait for the government version, then exactly know the kind of projectiles which were fired and kind of projectiles which have been actually shot down by the Indian defense system.
It's an evolving situation, as the government has been saying. The situation is extremely dynamic and fluid at the moment. S-400 air defense system. More details coming in now from Shiv Arur, who is joining us as well. Shiv, give us a complete lowdown of the significance of this very crucial weaponry which was acquired by India in 2018.
What we saw yesterday captured on civilian mobile phones, flooding the internet after 8 p.m. yesterday, starting with airspace over Jammu, then Pathankot and various other places, was basically a symphony of India's integrated air defense system kicking into action and intercepting, a multiplicity of incoming Pakistani projectiles, including loitering munitions, attack drones, possibly some short-range missiles as well. This was a very, very complicated operational scenario where India's integrated air defense system, which consists of the S-400 principally, but many other systems, including the Akash, Indian Akash system, the Spider system from Israel, and a few others, all of it integrated using Indian know-how and technology, working incredibly in unison. These are images that people have never seen before, but at the heart of India's air defense shield, and perhaps our most formidable air defense weapon right now, is of course the S-400 that was ordered some years ago. It was finally delivered during the COVID pandemic. Yesterday was the first time we've seen the S-400 being used in anger. In anger is of course a phrase to describe being used in an operational live war-like scenario. Now we don't know which of the videos that came out actually show S-400s intercepting, but we know somewhere out there in the darkness those missiles were swooping up to intercept incoming enemy projectiles to protect so many Indian cities in the north and the northwest. And the S-400 is an incredible piece of weaponry. It's an air defense system that is acknowledged by the acknowledged world's biggest arms producer, the United States, as a formidable air defense weapon. The presence of the S-400 on the ground gives even NATO countries and the United States pause, makes them change their plans, flight paths, things like that.
And Shiv, give us a quick update of the video which has been released by the Indian Army, which actually destroyed Pakistan Army LOC post with an ATGM and RPG. What do these phrases actually mean for a common man?
This is the first official footage released by the Indian Army depicting its destruction of a Pakistan Army post along the line of control. It has been officially tweeted out by the Indian Army. It's only a few seconds long, but it is extremely clear what's happening in this video. Allow me to explain. This is part of the crossfire that's taking place between army posts on the Pakistan side of the line of control and the Indian side. As you know, for the last over a fortnight, there have been steady escalation in ceasefire violations. In the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, Pakistan escalated from small arms and machine guns to heavy guns and artillery and mortars, and I've been reporting from the frontier areas where this has been taking place. But this particular video clip is the first acknowledgement, and I have this straight from the army, that the Indian Army has inflicted heavy damage on Pakistan Army posts. This tiny clip actually shows an Indian Army anti-tank guided missile winding its way towards a Pakistan Army post and completely obliterating it. The imagery is a thermal imaging or infrared camera that captures the entire thing, suggesting obviously that it happened at night. That's when most of the crossfire has been taking place. The context of the image is extremely important because remember, India began Operation Sindoor by targeting terrorist camps, terror infrastructure, terrorist headquarters. Pakistan responded by trying to target military establishments in India, which is being seen as an act of war, and that's one of the reasons why the Indian military has been cleared to target establishments in Pakistan. An air defense installation of the Pakistan Air Force was destroyed in Lahore, for instance, and many other which are still emerging, and we will only talk about those once those are corroborated. But this particular clip depicting the destruction of a Pakistan Army post on their side of the line of control is something we've been reporting has been happening, especially in the Rajouri Poonch sector. much heavier damage than just depicted by this video. Also in Uri and Kupwara, where we are heading and will be reporting from later today. This is that first acknowledgement that so far the Indian military has been cleared politically to only target terrorist sites. India has shown restraint. Non-escalatory actions have been taken. But given the huge provocations and escalations by Pakistan, especially yesterday and day before, trying to target military establishments across 15 cities, this is what is just a small sampling of what's happening in return.
And amidst the escalating tension between India and Pakistan, US has adopted now what will be seen as a hands-off approach. In fact, US Vice President J.D. Vance has spoken. Let's listen in and then I bring in the guests.
How concerned is the administration about the potential for nuclear war between India and Pakistan?
Well, look, we're concerned about any time nuclear powers collide and have a major conflict. What we've said, what Secretary Rubio said, and certainly the president has said, is we want this thing to de-escalate as quickly as possible. We can't control these countries, though. Fundamentally, India has its gripes with Pakistan. Pakistan has responded to India. What we can do is try to encourage these folks to de-escalate a little bit, but we're not going to get involved in the middle of war that's fundamentally none of our business and has nothing to do with America's ability to control it. You know, America can't tell the Indians to lay down their arms. We can't tell the Pakistanis to lay down their arms. And so we're going to continue to pursue this thing through diplomatic channels. Our hope and our expectation is that this is not going to spiral into a broader regional war or, God forbid, a nuclear conflict.
Remember, over decades, US almost built Pakistan as a counterweight to India in the subcontinent, and now US adopting this decision, taking this move in which they are saying that they have nothing to do with it, let Pakistan handle what it is doing. This is what India has been asking for years now under Prime Minister Modi's foreign policy doctrine, that you have to dehyphenate, which has happened completely, and at the same time India should deal with Pakistan on its own. None of the allies or the fair weather friends of Pakistan should jump in, and there cannot be any diplomatic solution to what is India facing and continues to face from Pakistan. Terror which emanates from Pakistan, and that is the reason why the larger principle or the messaging that came in from Operation Sindoor was that India targeted and dismantled terror hotbeds inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. There has been proof given to the international community that these are the terror outfits which have been propagating and also carrying out terror attacks on Indian soil. Arjun is joining us live from the newsroom. Arjun, this is a big statement which is coming in from the new Trump administration.
That's absolutely correct, Maria. And in fact, this is, this J.D. Vance, the American Vice President, has in fact underlined what India has been saying for so many years now, that all of these security issues between India and Pakistan are theirs and theirs alone, and to be dealt by these two parties and no one else. As a matter of fact, during a Fox News interview, J.D. Vance, we'll be playing out the bite for our viewers who've just joined in fact, right after I'm done with this, has said categorically that this is none of our business. And not only J.D. Vance, in fact, amidst the attempted Pakistan missile and kamikaze attack last evening, US Secretary of State E.M. Jaishankar's Marco Rubio, US Secretary of State E.M. Jaishankar's counterpart, in fact, dialed E.M. Jaishankar and had a telephonic conversation with him where he said, and I'd like to quote here, he reiterated his condolences, in fact, for the horrific terrorist attack in Pahalgam, and also reaffirmed the United States' commitment to, in fact, work with India in the fight against terrorism. Not only this, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio also then dialed Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, and he reiterated in that call for Pakistan to, in fact, take concrete steps to end any support for terrorist groups. Now, these calls, these calls done by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, followed by Vance's strong comment that they have nothing doing here. The US has absolutely no business. Only, further underlines India's stance that it has been taking for years together now. Back to you, Maria.
All right. We have guests joining us. Achal Kumar Malhotra is a former ambassador. We also have Captain Yashika Tyagi joining us on this broadcast. Ambassador Malhotra, US taking this stand in which they have taken a complete hands-off approach from Pakistan, I would say, and we are not going to get involved in the war that is fundamentally none of our business and has nothing to do with America and its ability to control it. This is what India has been saying, that this is India's business and India's business alone.
Good morning, Maria and my co-panelist. Yes, J.D. Vance's statement is open to many interpretations. The optimistic interpretation would be that by saying that they are offhand, this is none of their business. Essentially, they are giving a free hand to India to deal with the matter the way we want to deal with it. So to that extent, I think it's a very good and a positive development. But at the same time, while they are preaching us about de-escalation, and also they are not saying completely, they are not taking completely disengaging themselves, because he did mention about their intention to continue to pursue this matter through the diplomatic channels. So we'll have to see what, this is an open statement, what comes behind the scenes, we will have to have a look at it. Also, we should also read this statement in conjunction with what Donald Trump had said a couple of days ago after the Pahalgam. He said, I like both of them, meaning Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Shahbaz. I didn't like that idea. He says, I have good relations with both Pakistan and India. I didn't like that also. And we should be realistic. I think they continue to have vested interest in Pakistan. They would still like to operate or have some hold in Balochistan to keep an eye on Afghanistan, Taliban, and Iran. And at some point of time, they might, need Pakistan for its nuisance arising out of its geographical location in this area. So, be that as it may be, my position has that is our fight. We have to fight it alone. We have to find ways and means to handle it. We have to find it vis-a-vis Pakistan. We have to fight it in terms of our own internal security. We have to look at, locate, identify their sleeper cells, the supporters and sympathizers within the country and eliminate them. And where we stand today, of course, the conflict has widened. Pahalgam was the escalation from their side. We exercised our right to, defend and right to respond. I think everybody thought maybe it may stop at that, but Pakistan, in its wisdom, has decided to carry it further. So we have to see where will it stop. It has widened. It has definitely, taking a larger dimension. We will have to see where will it stop and when will it stop. Okay. And last thing I would like to add is that we have already exercised our right to defend, right to, respond. There is a right to preempt. That we should continue to exercise.
And Ambassador Malhotra, it is continuing.
Yes.
It doesn't seem to act as a deterrence for Pakistan. Captain Tyagi, it appears that India's preparedness is actually, and the state of high alertness that entire country is on, is actually helping us in the way that we have managed to, the Indian armed forces, I would say, have managed to bring down all the missiles and drones which attempted to target our military installations in multiple cities.
Good morning, Ambassador. Good morning, Madam. This is such a glorious day today. And I certainly would take on from your Ambassador left and you asked me the question. See, our military might consequence if not have the political will and courage to take strong decisions. It is not.
All right, we'll try and connect with Captain Tyagi in just a bit. But Ambassador Malhotra, in terms of, besides reading what J.D. Vance actually said, Overall, would you also say that India has managed to ensure effective communication in these times? Effectively,
Definitely.
with a lot of clarity, with a lot of matter-of-fact statements being put out by the Foreign Secretary with great degree of sobriety.
No, definitely, Maria, definitely. We have been, our campaign has been, it's a very long campaign that we have done to, sort of mobilize opinion, international opinion against terrorism. And now everybody is talking in terms of zero tolerance to terrorism per se, but when it comes to specifics, every country has its own positions. And we have been, even if somebody may say we are not obliged, but I think it's always useful in the context of international relations that whenever a situation like this is evolving, it's always good to keep your friends and partners informed about the true picture, the narrative, our own narrative, so as also to counter the narrative from your adversaries and take them into confidence, and so that the minimum they can do is take a rational, objective position on the current scenario and not rush into taking any steps which are against our interests. So I think to that extent we have been very, very successful. Of course, the Pahalgam attack was condemned unequivocally by almost everybody, except a few, and we are not surprised by that. And the Pakistan's narrative at the UN Security Council has also been more or less rejected. There is no resolution, no statement, and everybody has those who matter in the international politics today, geopolitics. They have acknowledged that India has a right to defend itself, and therefore, whatever appropriate action we think we should go ahead with it. But genuinely, of course, everybody is concerned and should be concerned, including our own selves, that we don't want a conflict. First and foremost, we don't. It's not we have been propagating that it's not an era of war, and left to us, we would not like to have a conflict. And the international players are also don't want that this conflict should become a regional conflict and with two nuclear powers, getting out of hand. So that concern is genuine. So when they call for restraint, they call for de-escalation. That's understandable. But so long as, but one question that we must ask the United States is that are they going to question Pakistan about the use of F-16, because they have put restrictions on the use of F-16, and I hope they are able to tell them that they will have to pay for it. I mean, they will be punished if they do that in the case of conflict against India. Over to you, Maria.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. This remains our top focus. We'll continue to get more details on this developing story. Of course, it's a dynamic situation, evolving situation, and we'll continue to track the story from the power corridors of New Delhi to the front lines in Jammu and Kashmir and also in Punjab and Rajasthan.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Jaisalmer Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive, Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed car.
India is in a state of high alert. There are preparedness going on across the country, but it's also business as usual. Life is continuing, and here are the reports coming in from Bengaluru.
As Pakistan attempts multiple misadventures along the border areas, here in Bengaluru and different parts of Karnataka, the situation remains absolutely normal. People are going on with their business as usual. You can see a vehicular movement, of course, being as heavy as ever. Children are going to schools. Here we are at a coaching center in Bengaluru where you can see hundreds of kids have turned up, and they're all here to ensure that they can get their practice. Let me speak to a few of them who've come here. So even as the Indian Army successfully, thwarts any sort of misadventures by Pakistan, the situation remains pretty normal in Bengaluru and different parts of Karnataka, isn't it?
Though it looks normal, but I don't think the situation is the same all over the country. So the army soldiers are fighting for us so hard.
Yeah.
So I think this is the best response India has given back.
Yeah. So thanks to our forces, somewhere we get to, carry on with our routine lives.
Yeah, I mean, all the citizens of India should be very much thankful to the army and all the defense systems.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Well, as he mentioned, of course, now while the situation here does seem normal, there is, of course, a lot of efforts being put in by our armed forces to ensure this normalcy is maintained. And, it's not just here in Bengaluru, but various parts of the country, people are going on with their business because multiple, misadventures of Pakistan have been successfully thwarted by the Indian Army. They've, of course, tried to attack various army installations is what we are learning, but all of it, using aerial the defense mechanisms and also drones, India has successfully ensured that, the defense establishments remain safe, the civilians remain safe, and people get to carry on with their lives unaffected. With video journalist Govind, this is Deepak Bopana for NDTV.
As Indo-Pak tensions escalate and several parts of northern and western India are being targeted by Pakistan, things are pretty normal in cities like Mumbai. Of course, I'm standing at the iconic gateway of India, which sees a lot of footfall on a daily basis, but life continues with a sense of normalcy in several sensitive and iconic locations in the city of Mumbai. A place like this was the epicenter of 26/11 attacks as well. Right next to Gateway of India is the Taj Hotel, which saw attacks during 26/11. You can see visitors in large numbers, tourists, locals, vendors going about their day, which reflects city's resilience. But let me also tell you that security across Mumbai has visibly heightened, especially in many of these sensitive locations, iconic locations. Mumbai police have ramped up patrolling, especially in high footfall areas. Additional forces being deployed at several strategic locations, including markets, transportation hubs, popular shopping zones, and also across several of these locations. This is next to the coast, so coastal security has also been heightened in these areas. Let me just go across to some of the tourists here. As I was saying, you heard about Indo-Pak tensions, right? And missile attacks in north. So are you afraid? I mean, are you in Mumbai? You're in Mumbai. There's nothing happening here. Everything is normal, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you afraid at all that something could, go wrong here?
No.
Not afraid.
No. Not afraid at all.
Not afraid.
No.
So you've come here. You're tourists here.
Yeah.
Okay. How long are you in Mumbai?
For 2 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're not like, there's of course high alert everywhere, but you're going about your day, right?
Yeah, I'm good.
So these are tourists, when we see people coming to Mumbai on a daily basis in places like Gateway, to catch a glimpse of several of these iconic locations. As you can see, it is business as usual. in Mumbai. You can see tourists thronging here. Of course, this is morning time, and tourists have already started coming into this area.
And it's business as usual across India. And PIB, which is the Press Information Bureau, is effectively and aggressively countering any kind of fake news attempt, a barrage of which is now being seen online. Remember, they put out all kinds of videos which came in from Pakistan. Now the government of India effectively countering it. Here's a special report.
A barrage of fake videos and disinformation, primarily originating from Pakistani social media handles and amplified by some mainstream outlets there, is attempting to sow fear and confusion among Indian citizens. But you must remember, misinformation is a weapon, and during conflict, it's actually aimed at our confidence, our unity, and our sense of truth. Whether it's from the fake drone attacks in Punjab to the false claims of missile strikes and army base hits, the propaganda is being spread with chilling precision. But let's just take you through the truth. Let's break down 7 major fakes that have been busted by the Press Information Bureau just between 10 p.m. last evening, that's the 8th of May, and 6:30 a.m. this morning. Let's begin with the fake drone strike in Jalandhar. It was circulated widely to create panic, but it was a farm fire video, unrelated and mismatched in timing. In fact, even the district collector has confirmed that it was fake. This brings us to the second one, which is a fake attack on an Indian post. It claimed destruction of a post by the so-called 20 Raj Battalion, except no such unit actually exists in the Indian Army. So pure fiction, pure propaganda. The Beirut blast shared as a missile strike, well, yes, you heard that right. A 2020 Lebanon explosion video was passed off as a recent attack in India. It's been fact-checked and debunked. There's also a fake Fidai attack in Rajouri. No such suicide attack actually took place, but the fake video has spread fast, meant to actually destabilize trust and the morale. Also, there's a letter claimed to be from some General V.K. Narayan. But the problem is, there is no General V.K. Narayan as Chief of Army Staff. The letter was completely fabricated. Meanwhile, there's also a bizarre claim that the Ambala Air Base was used to attack Amritsar. The Press Information Bureau has clearly confirmed that this is baseless and malicious. And the one that everyone's talking about, whether there's an airport entry ban across India, well, that's fake. No such blanket ban was ever imposed, the government has confirmed. That claim has been flagged and busted.
So viewers, go with the official version. Don't be driven by whatever is being put out online. It's only being done to create a sense of panic by Pakistanis. In more news, 24 airports across India have been shut down for commercial flights, and others are on high alert. However, the New Delhi airport, which is one of the busiest airports in the country, is actually functioning and operating normally. All the daily flights are functioning, but if you are someone who's taking a flight from Delhi, do dial the airport and the airline to check if there are some delays. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. Lots more news and updates. We'll continue with Gargi on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring
in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. It's the day after India foiled attempts by Pakistan along our western border. High-level meetings taking place in Delhi. More on that coming up. First, a look at the headlines we're tracking. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh holds a high-level meeting with the Armed Forces Chief to take stock a day after the army effectively repulsed multiple attacks using drones and other munitions by Pakistan along India's western border. Several Pakistani military posts along the line of control have been destroyed as Indian forces retaliated. The first official army video is released of this military action. There's high alert in the border areas and 10 ministers of Punjab will be visiting the border towns to take stock of the situation. This as sirens were sounded in Chandigarh today morning, a precautionary measure. The administration says citizens are asked to remain indoors. Multiple homes are damaged in Jammu and Kashmir and people evacuated as shelling and firing continue even this morning as well. And Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir Omar Abdullah arrives in Jammu the morning after the action that took place in Jammu. US Vice President J.D. Vance says in an interview that the conflict between India and Pakistan is fundamentally none of our business, though he and President Trump are encouraging both countries to de-escalate. But even as the army crushes this aggression on our western border, the rest of the country goes on as normal. The country marches ahead calmly and residents have expressed full solidarity with the armed forces. Life continues at a calm and measured pace across much of the country.
All right, so let's get you all the latest developments that have taken place till now. Currently, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is holding a high-level meeting with the armed services chiefs in Delhi. This comes a night after the Indian Army effectively repulsed these multiple attacks that came from Pakistan along the entire western border. They used drones and other munitions, is what we're told. It was India's S-400 air defence system that shot down hostile missiles at multiple places along the border. Pakistani missiles were intercepted at Satwari, Samba, RS Pura, Arnia in the Jammu region. This morning, if we talk about, then sirens were sounded in Chandigarh for nearly an hour after an air warning was received from the Air Force station of possible attacks, is what officials have said, and people were advised to remain indoors and remain calm. Take a look at the morning after. You can see the kind of shelling and artillery fire, the damage it has caused to many of those houses near the border, and people have evacuated these areas. There, a look at inside houses in Rajouri that have been destroyed on Thursday as well. Remember, the Indian military said it had thwarted attempts by Pakistani forces to hit several military targets in 15 cities in the country's north and west using missiles and drones. So the army, the Indian Defence Forces, neutralizing these missile and drone attacks on military stations in Jammu, in Pathankot, in Udhampur, carried out by Pakistan. In a strongly worded statement, the army said Pakistan Armed Forces launched multiple attacks using drones and other munitions along the entire western border on the intervening night of 08 and 09 May, and Pak troops also resorted to numerous ceasefire violations along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. The drone attacks were effectively repulsed, and a befitting reply was given, though there were unprecedented scenes really for many of those across the country to see the kind of visuals from last night of rock missiles coming in and also being destroyed by the Indian military. Well, let's go across. All right, we will get you more updates on what really is happening right now, but there's a look at Jammu and Kashmir the morning after the situation yesterday. As we said, artillery fire and shelling continues along the border, as it has ever since the Pahalgam attack in which 26 citizens were killed. Since then, one has seen increasing and aggressive firing and shelling from Pakistan along the line of control as well as the international border. The worry now for many people is what's going to happen next. Will there be an escalation? NDTV's Shivarur sent us this report.
Are very tense right now. Things are extremely volatile right now. Remember, Pakistan's attempts twice over 48 hours to conduct attacks directly on military establishments, here in Srinagar and in different parts of India, Jammu, Ludhiana, Pathankot, Kapurthala, Chandigarh and elsewhere where we've been hearing air raid sirens today, suggests that Pakistan cannot be trusted to wind things down and de-escalate, even though India has repeatedly given them that option diplomatically. This is a country that clearly needs some kind of a face saver, and therefore India is completely on high alert. There's no question of letting the guard down. A worst case scenario of another escalation is always factored into India's every move. Pakistan has already indicated that it wants to do that, because overnight as well, after a bad drubbing in the air thanks to India's air defense systems, they've been continuing to send in drones, according to the Indian Army's official statement this morning. The Chaukibal, where I reported from last evening, saw heavy shelling overnight. So have Uri and Kupwara. So you can expect that things are going to remain hot today as well. There may be a possibility of things de-escalating, but war planners, military commanders, the political leadership are expecting things, always plan for for the worst in this kind of a scenario. And that's what's really going to happen right now. Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, has of course met the three chiefs and the chief of defense staff. The prime minister is in touch with all his, security establishment chiefs on a real-time, hour-to-hour basis, because this is an evolving scenario. And as we know, the prime minister, is fully plugged into every little decision that is being made at this point of time beyond the operational freedom given to the armed forces. So, expect an escalation, and let's just hope that things will actually calm down.
All right, so that really is the question on everyone's mind. What happens next? Will we see an escalation? India already replying to the aggression last night that took place from Pakistan when rockets and munitions were fired, and our defense system really working effectively to counter that. There were scenes that, were unprecedented, not seen by many of those visuals that we saw last night from Jammu, from Pathankot, various parts of the country along the western border. Remember, the rest of the country remains, everybody is going about their lives normally, calmly. It's just the western border where we are seeing this situation with Pakistan sending missiles and rockets and firing taking place along the line of control and international border. Right now in Delhi, you have the defense minister Rajnath Singh meeting with the tri-services chiefs and really taking stock of the situation. Remember, an all-party meeting was held yesterday as well, where all parties were informed of what was going on, how Operation Sindoor remained ongoing. That Operation Sindoor was still taking place, and as we can see, India foiling that attack by Pakistan yesterday night, and it was a night of tension as many were glued to the TV screens watching what was unfolding in places like Jammu and we said Pathankot and various parts along the western border as Pakistan was targeting military bases there. 8 Pakistani missiles intercepted at Satwari, Samba, RS Pura, Arnia as well, and it was through an air defense system, India's S-400 air defense system, that really shot down these missiles as they were coming in multiple places along the western border. There were blackouts in many areas. In Amritsar, one saw those visuals of the Golden Temple, the lights going off for the first time, but it was necessary steps that need to be taken during this time, as there is a warlike situation happening in this part of the country, in the northwest of the country, really, that we're seeing the warlike situation this morning as well. We've had sirens sounding in Chandigarh for about an hour, and there have been deaths as well. Remember, around 16 citizens have died in this firing along the border. Now, high alert in our border states and border districts and towns in Punjab and in Rajasthan. And let's go across to Harsha now, who joins us from Jaisalmer as well, where you can see this remains of a missile has been found there, and there's been high alert, there's been blackout as well. Over to you, Harsha. Tell us what's happening over there now.
So let me just show you where exactly I am, and if the cameraman can just lift his camera and move with me. Now you can see that there is this half-constructed house here. When people from the opposite side were sitting in their homes and having dinner last night at about 9 o'clock, a drone probably came here and dropped something right here. Now, if the cameraman can just we've shown that earlier, now we're not allowed to go there. If he can just show this area that has, if you can see thorns around it, that's where it is. That's where it is buried in the ground. The police has been informed. They've, of course, now removed everybody from here. You can see that the army has cordoned off this area, and they are removing everybody from here. We've been asked to go. Bhaiya, kya karna hai humko? क्या करना है हमको? बारे में कोई जानकारी नहीं है। हमको यहाँ से हटना है। नहीं हटना, आप थोड़ा साइड में हो जाइए ना। ठीक है। So as you can see, he's telling us to move away because, everybody was actually, when I came here a little while back, it was actually quite alarming. People were actually, it was almost like they were almost right on the grenade. So I am very glad that they have moved people out. Now, if I just give you a sense of what's happening, let me go across and talk to people here who actually witnessed this entire thing. Now, if you see, they've stopped traffic here on this road. You can't come in. There is the army vehicle here. The bomb squad has been informed. And these are the people who I spoke to earlier in the day who were here. भैया आप लोगों का घर सामने है ना? आप यहाँ पे रहते हैं? आप लोग कुछ देखा आपने? आप कुछ सुना?
हमने कुछ नहीं देखा।
कुछ सुना? यहाँ पे कुछ चल रहा था?
हमारा घर दूर है, हम देखने आए अभी।
हाँ हाँ।
अब तो हमारे को पता चला तब इधर आए क्या बम गिर गया है।
पर रात को यहाँ पर खूब मूवमेंट हो रहा था।
ये बारिश हो रही थी। है पूरी, यहाँ रहते हैं सारे लोग रहते हैं। हाँ। यहाँ मैडम रहते हैं, ये बस्ती है पूरी, बस्ती के अंदर आके गिरा है। और ये तो शुक्र है कि फूटा नहीं है, फूटने से बच गया, नहीं तो बस्ती पूरी तबाह होती।
Yes, so I think that is something that one needs to be careful of. Now I'll just walk across to the other side and talk to people who actually were right in front of this place, whose homes are there. So if you can see this hut here, if my cameraman can just show you where the TV crews have now been moved to. So this is the hut here, and people were sitting here and having dinner, and then it came from the other side and fell here. Now I spoke to some of these people earlier, so let me talk to them. Mukesh, एक मिनट इधर आइए, और एक मिनट आप भी आना, उनको भी बुला दीजिए. So Mukesh and these were the two people who were here. Mukesh, और आपका नाम क्या है? चंदन. So this is Mukesh and Chandan's house. आपका घर सामने है. अब आप मेरे को सारी बात बताओ, क्या देखा, क्या हुआ?
हमने देखा तो मैडम कुल रात को 9 बजे थे। 9 बजे थे, उस टाइम से ऊपर आसमान में फायरिंग वगैरह, बम वगैरह हो रहा था।
क्या आवाज आ रही थी उस टाइम?
बहुत आ रही थी आवाज,
सुसार की आवाज आ रही, सो ऐसे बाज रहा था सब लोग।
और फिर क्या हुआ?
फिर वहाँ से यहाँ से आया कर, यहाँ पे गिर गया बम गिरा, फिर हम यहाँ ही सो रहे थे, यहाँ से भाग कर।
आप एकदम सामने ही सो रहे थे या यहाँ चौक में सो रहे थे?
नहीं, यहाँ सामने सो रहे थे।
यहाँ पे सो रहे थे।
कूलर दिख रहा है ना आपको? कूलर के पास में थे।
Okay, so if you just see, there's a cooler here, not very far from that. So they had put a cooler here, and they were actually practically sleeping right next to that bomb. So वो तो बहुत ही मतलब बाल बचे हो आप लोग?
हाँ बच्चे मैडम, बाल बच गए।
एकदम पास में सो रहे थे ये?
हाँ, यहाँ पे सो रहे थे।
कौन सो रहा था यहाँ पे?
यहाँ पे मम्मी पापा वगैरह, हम सब सारी फैमिली सो रहे थे यहाँ पे।
फिर क्या हुआ?
फिर रात को 9 बजे वहाँ से ऊपर फायरिंग चल रही थी, यहाँ से बम यहाँ से आया, फिर यहाँ
ये तो गिरा था। उस टाइम बहुत खड्डा वगैरह होता, थोड़ी मिट्टी वगैरह उड़ी थी। उस टाइम तो बरसात वगैरह थी, उस टाइम तो कोई देखा नहीं। सुबह उठ के सबने देखा।
अच्छा, आपने सुबह उठ के, तो आपने पुलिस को कब बताया?
पुलिस को सुबह, पहले तो हमने सरपंच साहब को बताया, गाँव के सरपंच साहब पुलिस को बताया।
अच्छा, और पुलिस कब आई यहाँ पे?
पुलिस आई सुबह लगभग 7 बजे।
7 बजे
पुलिस आ गई।
और उसके बाद में आर्मी कब आई है?
आर्मी आई आधा घंटा लेट आई थी।
उसके बाद
हाँ, उसके बाद पुलिस के बाद
अब वापस आर्मी आई है।
हाँ, वापस आई।
नहीं, आर्मी तो उसके साथ में आई थी ना।
नहीं, 15-20 मिनट लेट
उसके साथ आई थी। तो पुलिस और आर्मी 7 बजे आ गए थे। उन्होंने आपको आके क्या कहा कि मैं जाना नहीं, छूना नहीं?
हमको बोला कि सुना नहीं, यहाँ से इससे दूर रहो, ये फटा नहीं है, कोई भी ड्रोन फट सकता है,
कभी भी फट सकता है।
कभी भी फट सकता है। इसलिए हमसे यहाँ घर हमारा ये खाली कराए, वो वाले
घर खाली करा दिया,
खाली करा दिया। आस पास
बच्चे वगैरह था के लेके दूर हो जाओ, दूसरों के घरों में सब बच्चे वगैरह सबको को दूर कर दो इधर से। फिर उधर कांटे वगैरह डाल दिए।
ठीक है, तो कोई वहाँ पे जा नहीं सके। ठीक है, और अब जो भी प्रक्रिया है वो शुरू होने वाली है। तो दिस इज चंदन एंड मुकेश, दिस वाज देयर हाउस, दे वर स्लीपिंग इन फैक्ट राइट हियर व्हेन दिस हैपेंड. नाउ यू कैन सी you know all the other people have been moved out, and if my cameraman can just show you, do a long pan and show you exactly what's happening. So all the women have been moved out. The children of course can't contain themselves, they're coming as close as they can to what's happening here, and they have to be chased off every now and then. But of course, you know, they're curious. So there's the policeman chasing off all the children, as you can see. And you know, of course, it's a serious matter. It's not something to be, you know, sort of take lightly. So they have been asked to move out, and you can see now behind me, this is where the village is. This is where people are, and exactly there, from where I am standing, if you can see that dilapidated sort of building, and right in front, if you can see the thorns, that's where this explosive is buried, and this area has been cordoned off with these thorns because that's what people, you know, use in their fields also. And now they're waiting for the bomb disposal squad. There was a gentleman here, police person, army personnel, who took photographs. He spoke on the walkie-talkie, and he sent all the information of exactly the layabout of the explosive to his bomb disposal squad or to his higher authorities, who we are now expecting to come any minute to remove this explosive from here. Yeah, back to you.
Right, Harsha, listening to those young men you were just talking to, they say they were just sleeping there overnight, and they heard this coming in. They heard the thud of this, this part of this missile that was possibly intercepted. So a remainder has been found. But it's very important for citizens also to, know how to handle these situations, how not to go towards whatever it is that has fallen into the ground there. He talks about how his parents were sleeping out in the open, and this is why you had those mock drills and a lot of information that administration is giving out, especially in these border areas where there's high alert.
Yes, absolutely. People have been made aware of how they should react in case of any eventuality. And if I just go a little towards these people and ask them, what they saw, what they heard, there are a lot of women here also. Let me ask them because sometimes they don't, they're not very forthcoming. But still, let me give it a try and ask them. There are a lot of old people here and see what they have to say.
क्या कुछ हुआ था वो?
क्या कुछ हुआ था? क्या कुछ हुआ था?
बम पड़ा था, बम 8:30 बजे घर के सामने। बच्चा खाना खा रहा था, उसके पास में भी बहुत डर लगा। रात पूरी नींद नहीं आई, रात पूरी।
छोटे छोटे बच्चे थे, यहाँ पे आके खड़ा था रात में, रात भर घबरा के थे। फिर वहाँ पे आया, अभी कौन
नहीं, पर आप लोगों को बताया गया है कि ऐसा कोई चीज आए तो उसको हाथ नहीं लगाना, पीछे हट जाना। आप लोगों को हटाया गया वहाँ से?
हाँ, हटाया था। हम सारे गांव भिड़े थे।
हाथ लगा था, मेरे खोंच मुँह बाहर लियो, मुझको नहीं हाथ लगाना।
कौन हाथ लगा रही हो? बच्चा लगा रही
हो। वो छोटा छोटा रमता जो की जोड़ पड़ी हो के ले दो, बच्चे वहाँ खोंच बाहर लियो, मुझको नहीं हाथ नहीं लगाना है।
So see, very important. They are saying that the children were playing there and they tried to take it away. थे कहीं कह रहा हो बच्चा वही रमता हा बारे।
छोटा सा बच्चा था, रमता था, खींच वापस ले आया, डर गया, ब्रिज गया, बच्चा गए होए की बम लाए जो आए टकरी हुई है जो टकरी।
आप लोग सबको मालूम है कि कोई चीज आसमान से गिर के आए तो उसको छूना नहीं है, आपको मालूम है?
हाँ, छूना कोई
और लाइट का टाइम बंद करना है, ये मालूम है आपको?
कितनी बजे कटी लाइट? 8 बजे लाइट कटी। सब आपका लट्टू बंद कर लिया, आपका लट्टू बंद कर लिया,
आपने अपने आप बंद कर लिया।
धमाका हुई, वापिस मैं वापिस बार।
आप देख रहे थे सुबह ऊपर, रात को धमाका हो रहा था?
धमाका हैंग होना, धमाका हर जगह धमाका हो रहा। भाई एक ही था टिकरियो घर, भाई बीच में आए खड़ी हुई।
So as you can see, even the women here, I just wanted to get a sense whether they were aware, and quite frighteningly they said, there's so many of these children. तुम लोग वहाँ गए थे क्या? उसको बम को हाथ तो नहीं लगाया?
नहीं लगाया।
मैंने सुना कोई खेलते खेलते बच्चे गए थे वहाँ पे।
नहीं
लगाया। क्या बोला है? कोई चीज ऊपर आसमान से गिरेगी तो उसको हाथ लगाना है क्या?
नहीं
लगाना है। हाँ। क्या करना है?
हाथ नहीं लगाना है।
हाँ?
हाथ नहीं
लगाना है। और दूर जाना है?
हाँ? उससे दूर रहना है।
ठीक है। अभी तुम्हारा स्कूल बंद है, सबका स्कूल बंद है। क्या क्या बोला है यहाँ पे टीचर ने आके? क्या
nice
करना
to see
है?
Harsha giving lessons, to those children on how to behave in this time of, high alert and tension as these border areas remain on alert, and talking of alert along our borders. Some breaking news now coming in that the BSF has foiled an infiltration attempt that was taking place. Remember, even as Pakistan's firing rockets and munitions along our border, they are trying to push in people, they're trying to push in terrorists. This is what happened in Pahalgam. Let's go across to Aishwarya. And Aishwarya, 7 infiltrators have been killed in the Samba sector. Give us the latest that you're hearing.
Well, and the Indian Army is giving every proof of the Pakistani troops being involved in the infiltration by terrorists as well. It is now the update which is coming in from the Border Security Force, and the visuals have also been released by the Border Security Force that at least 7 terrorists had been neutralized, and it was in the Samba sector when an infiltration attempt was made by a big group of terrorists and has been tried, which was detected by surveillance grid. It was stated by the Border border security force officially that the fire cover was given by the Pakistani troops at the time when these infiltrators was supposed to enter the Indian territory, and it was the surveillance grid which detected them and neutralized at least 7 terrorists and caused extreme and extensive damage to the Pak post the Dhandar. The clip of destructions of the BMG bunker Dhandar is enclosed as being stated by the border security force. On those visuals that we can clearly see how the border security force have neutralized these terrorists. The sources in the border security force also stating that these terrorist camps that were situated in that particular region was being supported by the terrorist organization Lashkar-e-Toiba, and it is these 7 terrorists which were trying to infiltrate in the Indian territory. The surveillance grid had detected them, and the infiltration bid was supported by the fire from Pak troops. That's a big claim by the Indian Army that has also been made. The border security force was on alert mode at that point of time. The Pakistani troops was giving them support. They were firing on the Indian post, and on the other side these terrorists were trying to infiltrate into Indian territory, and they were detected by the BSF. 7 terrorists were neutralized on the intervening night of 8th and 9th May.
Right, and Aishwarya, we're seeing those visuals that have been shared by the army, by the BSF, and this is so important to tell our viewers because this is exactly what India has been saying, that we are not the aggressors, it's these terrorists. And over years, over decades, we've seen terrorists being pushed in through our borders from Pakistan by the army there, and to create trouble here and the terror acts such as what we saw happen in Pahalgam. And that is the reason for Operation Sindoor, where we've attacked the terror bases. We have targeted the terror bases in Pakistan, and these sort of visuals and this video evidence is so important in as India is telling the world as well that we are not the aggressors. It is us defending our borders, defending ourselves in the face of this constant aggression, this bleeding by 1,000 cuts that Pakistan wants to inflict on us.
Well, giving the world the proofs of Pakistan-sponsored terror. It is Pakistani establishment which is providing safe shelters to the terrorists out in Pakistan. And while this video emerges, it was Pakistani troops at a very same time on the intervening night of 8th and 9th May. They were giving cover fire as far as the Indian bunkers are concerned, the Indian military posts are concerned, and at the same time it was these terrorists who were trying to infiltrate. Remember that press conference done by the Foreign Secretary of India, the first press conference in the starting. The video was shown to the world, to the Indian media, to the people out there in Pakistan as well, that it is the Pakistan-sponsored terror which had hit Indian citizens just not once, twice, but at multiple occasions, be it the Pathankot attack, be it the Mumbai terror attacks, be it the Uri attack. It is, of course, these terrorists which are hiding and have a safe haven in Pakistan. They were there, and the proofs are out in open. It was yesterday as well stated by Mr. Misri that Osama bin Laden was in Pakistan. He had been given safe shelter. Everyone knows that. And now Indian army is giving every possible proof. The Operation Sindoor that was conducted, the proofs were given that there were these terrorist infrastructures that the Indian army had destroyed. Yesterday as well, there were proofs that were given by the Indian army, and now BSF has also released the proof that how the Indian establishment, the Indian posts were attacked by the Pakistani troops. On the the Pakistani troops were trying to infiltrate. So no one can question the integrity, the the attack that Indian army is doing, it is just on the terrorist infrastructures, the terrorist base camps, and now one of the base camp, the Dhandar post in Pakistan that was neutralized, and also 7 terrorists that were trying to enter into India at the same point of time when there are artillery fires that are coming, ceasefire violations being happening from the Pakistani side, and it was the BSF who detected these at that very point of time when these infiltrators wanted to enter the Indian territory, but BSF was very vigilant at that point of time, and they detected them, neutralized them. That's a big victory as far as the Indian armed forces are concerned as well.
Right, and just quickly, Aishwarya, a series of meetings, high-level meetings are also taking place here in Delhi, and this is the sort of thing that currently our Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is taking stock of as he meets with the Tri-Services Chiefs and Amit Shah also to hold a meeting.
Well, that's right. High-level meetings underway. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh being briefed by the 3 service chiefs at the Ministry of Defence. 11:30 is the time which we have been given that Rajnath Singh will be meeting the DRDO chief as well, and post that it would be the CDS that will be meeting Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. On the other side, the Home Minister would be taking high-level meetings as well. He would be meeting DGs of the paramilitary forces. The briefing is being given to the top 2 ministers who are holding crucial positions as far as the leadership is concerned, and giving directions to the armed forces as the free hand has already been given by the Prime Minister to them. Although the sources have confirmed to us that after these crucial high-level meetings that will be taking place at both North and South Block, where we are reporting from, the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh can most likely go to Prime Minister's residence, the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg as well, and he can be briefed. The government sources have indicated that from Prime Minister to Home Minister to Rajnath Singh, everyone is keeping a close eye, and they are meeting the top officials from the administrations on a regular basis.
All right, thanks so much, Aishwarya, for joining us there with the very latest. And you can see those visuals of the BSF having foiled that infiltration bid. But let's take a look at this other visual that was also shared by the Indian Army, which retaliated and neutralized several Pakistani posts from where firing was being directed. And it was this first ever official visual shared by the Army that we're showing you here of a Pakistani military post being destroyed across the line of control. Sources say anti-tank guided missiles were used to strike the military post. Now, we can't tell you where exactly this is. This is some video that is shared by the Army, but it also gives an indication, it signals that the Indian Army is giving an effective reply to the continuous ceasefire violations. Last night, there were this wave of missiles and rockets that were drones that were sent from Pakistan, but all were intercepted very efficiently by India's system. So there you can see that video. This is the first official video that was shared by the Army. Earlier, Shiv sent us this report.
This is the first official footage released by the Indian Army depicting its destruction of a Pakistan Army post along the line of control. It has been officially tweeted out by the Indian Army. It's only a few seconds long, but it is extremely clear what's happening in this video. Allow me to explain. This is part of the crossfire that's taking place between Army posts on the Pakistan side of the line of control and the Indian side. As you know, for the last over a fortnight, there have been steady escalation in ceasefire violations. In the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, Pakistan escalated from small arms and machine guns to heavy guns and artillery and mortars, and I've been reporting from the frontier areas where this has been taking place. But this particular video clip is the first acknowledgement, and I have this straight from the Army, that the Indian Army has inflicted heavy damage on Pakistan Army posts. This tiny clip actually shows an Indian Army anti-tank guided missile winding its way towards a Pakistan Army post and completely obliterating it. The imagery is a thermal imaging or infrared camera that captures the entire thing, suggesting obviously that it happened at night. That's when most of the crossfire has been taking place. The context of the image is extremely important because remember, India began Operation Sindoor by targeting terrorist camps, terror infrastructure, terrorist headquarters. Pakistan responded by trying to target military establishments in India, which is being seen as an act of war, and that's one of the reasons why the Indian military has been cleared to target establishments in Pakistan. An air defense installation of the Pakistan Air Force was destroyed in Lahore, for instance, and many other which are still emerging, and we will only talk about those once those are corroborated. But this particular clip depicting the destruction of a Pakistan army post on their side of the line of control is something we've been reporting has been happening, especially in the Rajouri Poonch sector. Much heavier damage than just depicted by this video. Also in Uri and Kupwara, where we are heading and will be reporting from later today. So this is that first acknowledgement that so far the Indian military has been cleared politically to only target terrorist sites. India has shown restraint. Non-escalatory actions have been taken. But given the huge provocations and escalations by Pakistan, especially yesterday and day before, trying to target military establishments across 15 cities, this is what is just a small sampling of what's happening in return.
All right, so that first official video released by the Indian Army, this comes a day after that barrage of missiles and drones from Pakistan along our western border. Border areas remain on alert. In fact, this morning there was sirens sounded in Chandigarh, and the administration said that there was some sort of a warning of a possible attack and that residents were asked to stay indoors. And as citizens, in this time of this warlike situation and aggression from Pakistan, citizens are asked to remain calm and just listen to what authorities are saying. This is the reason why mock drills were also conducted. Let's just listen into this message that was sent by the police there in Chandigarh after those sirens were sounded.
ये सभी ध्यान दें, जैसे ही चंडीगढ़ में जिस भी टाइम सायरन की आवाज आती है, तुरंत रोड और पार्क को छोड़ के अपने घरों के अंदर चले जाएं। कोई रोड और पार्क पे न मिले। नियर बाई अगर आपका मकान नहीं है तो नियर बाई बिल्डिंग में चले जाएं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। रोड और पार्क के अंदर कोई नहीं मिलेगा। जैसे ही सायरन की आवाज सुनाई देती है, अपने घरों के अंदर चले जाएं।
Right, so that announcement by the police, sirens being sounded there in Chandigarh. Let's go across to Gurpreet, who joins us from Firozpur near the border there. And Gurpreet, even as state ministers are heading to the border areas, Punjab state ministers, to check on the situation there. First, tell us about this sirens that was sounded this morning in Chandigarh.
Well, what we have learnt from the Deputy Commissioner of Chandigarh, he says there were inputs which was shared with the local administration by the Air Force, and immediately that alert has been given to all the residents. We have seen they had sounded sirens so that the people should be aware of the situation immediately and they should stay at their residence. But what we have seen after Chandigarh, we have seen all the precaution had been taken by other local administration, whether it's Mohali or Panchkula. They had also asked the resident not to come out of their residence because we have seen during the analysis by our defense forces, it was also learned but Chandigarh was also on the prime target of Pakistan. They also analyzed each and every moment of Pakistan, these drones as well as missile which has been thrown and launched from Pakistan side. Right now we are reporting from Firozpur district, and this is the border area from where we are reporting. First of all, I'll request my Vijay to show all these pictures, because these pictures and images have a lot of importance at this point of time. We can see, despite throwing a lot of drones and the missiles in the Indian territory, which we were able to even neutralize when they were trying to make a prime target, whether it's Bathinda, Firozpur, Amritsar and other places, we have seen the life is normal. The people are very calm here, and the way we have seen multiple mock drills are being conducted, multiple trainings are being given to the local resident, and specifically in this border area we are able to move from one village to other village. Also the people here in border area, they are saying they are with the nation. They have already sent their children and women to a safer place, but they want to contribute to the nation if it is required. They have already brought a lot of machines in this border area villages, where they have brought tractors and trolleys, so that if it is required, they will definitely try to help our forces. We have seen same time Punjab government has already asked all the deputy commissioner to conduct and carry out all these mock drills, so that people should be aware of the situation, and if this warlike situation is going to come up in the coming days, they should immediately understand that siren which will be sounded by the local administration. Last night we have seen this coordination, very professional coordination between the local administration, between the Punjab government and the defence forces. The moment they have learnt that there was an attempt at the military station of Pathankot, immediately they had imposed blackout not only in Amritsar, Gurdaspur or Firozpur, but they had also imposed blackout in Chandigarh also, Panchkula or Mohali also. So these are the precautions which the local administration have already started taking, and they have already started guiding to the people. And we have seen they had also tried to give a confidence to people the moment this communication, this coordination which was going on between the local administration and people also, the moment they saw the situation is under control, immediately they resumed electricity, so that the people should not face more problem. And now we have seen Punjab government has already asked all the ministers to go to the border area to find out the situation there, and try to find out what are the problems, so that there should be proper solution. And the situation which has already come up, that there is a need to combat with the situation, and the people here in border area, they are already supporting the way the Indian government has already initiated this fight against terrorism.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Gurpreet, for joining us. With that, important for citizens to remain alert, especially in these border areas, as we are going to see, we possibly next couple of days, and there could be more such situations arising. And in Punjab, you have the ministers going to the border areas. But in Jammu and Kashmir, the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah is in Jammu today to take stock of the situation a day after that night of in which there were, tense scenes as the barrage of missiles and rockets, drones from Pakistan were intercepted. There was overnight shelling from Pakistan as well. And he is visiting the hospital there to meet with those who were injured in this constant shelling and firing that is taking place from Pakistan ever since the attack in Pahalgam, in which 26 citizens were killed. Let's go across to Nazir for more on this. Nazir, Chief Minister Omar Abdullah now in Jammu meeting with those who were injured.
Well, at around 5 in the morning, Chief Minister left Srinagar and has reached Jammu, and he will be meeting these injured people and also taking stock of the situation, in a sense how to reach out to the affected people, provide them shelter, temporary shelter and food and some sort of relief. Because large number of people have become homeless, their homes have been targeted. Many people have lost, around 16 people have lost their lives, 13 of them in Poonch alone, and among them children and women as well. So Chief Minister trying to reach out, and what we are hearing now, J&K's Lieutenant Governor is also headed to this Uri sector also. So that's how the government is working, trying to help the victims of this shelling, because we see a massive destruction of homes and properties in Pakistani shelling over the last 3 days. And border areas, people living in border areas have borne the brunt, and they continue to bear the brunt of this shelling from Pakistan. Well, the army has effectively retaliated in equal measure, but the fact is it is going on. It doesn't seem to be ending anytime soon, as the spectrum of the conflict or the confrontation appeared to be widening and reaching to more areas even beyond Jammu and Kashmir. So Chief Minister trying to reach out to the victims, and we have to see what further measures government would take. The government policy shut all the schools and education institutions given the circumstances when people don't know when and where the next shell will land. Here in Kupwara, where I am, there have been destruction of many houses. Administration has been trying to reach out to the victims and the families who have been affected, but it is something which is a very, very uncertain situation for across Jammu and Kashmir, and particularly people and other people near the line of control and the borders.
All right. Thanks so much, Nazir, for joining us with all those details. So India facing this aggression from Pakistan on our northwestern border. There you can see the damage caused by the shelling, by the firing. The Chief Minister there visiting those injured in the Jammu hospital. But let's also tell our viewers that the rest of the country is going on as normal. Of course, everyone is very concerned and, one can imagine even agitated over what took place last night when we saw those scenes of, rockets and drones coming in and being intercepted over Jammu, over Pathankot, over many areas that one has never imagined or seen these kind of scenes. But here's a look at citizens who gathered in Bengaluru to express solidarity with the armed forces at a time when they are fighting and protecting our borders, staving off these multiple attacks from Pakistan. And there you can see the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister also led this Tiranga rally in Bengaluru, where citizens marched together holding up the national flag, showing complete support for our brave hearts who are fighting at the border. There you can see a massive Tiranga also being carried by those young people, by citizens who are marching over there. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, Deputy Chief Minister as well in this difficult time when we're facing this aggression. Let's just listen in to what Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar said.
Invited all sections of the society, the students, the government employees, the organizations, institutions, whichever the organizations they belong. It is a national pride. We want to salute all our armed forces, and we want to be solidarity with this country. Country's integrity is very much important. So we have decided, and we are taking a very big march today. And I am very happy that within a short span of time, all sections of the people, including the retired armed forces, the students, and every section, and we have requested all political parties also. They have been participating in it.
Well, let's go across to Deepak, who joins us from Bengaluru. And Deepak, at this difficult time when the country is facing this situation along our northwest border, it's nice to see people coming out to show their support for armed forces.
Yes, it was a massive rally. Thousands of people participating. It was not just the Congress party, but we had people from different walks of life. Even former, army personnel. There were war veterans who were a part of, this Tiranga rally. NCC cadets, students, working professionals. All of them marching together, holding the tricolour, chanting slogans in favour of the Indian Army and the country overall. Now, this was of course a yatra that was planned today in the heart of the city, and like I said, the participation was massive. It did show, complete, solidarity with the armed forces. And here, as we heard from the Deputy Chief Minister himself, saying that at this point in time, it's the time to show the armed forces that the nation is united. They are together. They are completely backing the armed forces, whatever decisions that they're taking, ensuring that they're protecting our borders, protecting civilians, protecting defence establishments across the country. And the little that the people can do is to show any form of solidarity and support to the armed forces.
All right, Deepak, thanks so much for joining us with that. And with that, we'll slip into a short break and continue to get you all the very latest developments. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India.
and it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Jaisalmer Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
Welcome back. India thwarted a wave of missile and drone attacks last night from Pakistan, which targeted our military stations and other cities. We retaliated effectively. This was along our western border. But do remember, in the rest of the country, things are normal. People are functioning normally. In fact, the best action our citizens can do is just to go about their day calmly. It is, a time of tension, and many are glued to their phones or to the screens, watching or checking on every update. But do remember, our army has thwarted all the attempts, all the aggression by Pakistan, and the situation in the rest of the country is calm. There's tension along our borders, but the rest of the country is carrying on, calmly. Well, to talk about the situation really and what next, as tensions have risen to this level between India and Pakistan, we're now joined by Dr. Tara Karta, former Director, National Security Council Secretariat, and Major General Sudhakar G, a security expert. Thank you so much for joining us. And Major General, first to you, the kind of scenes that took place yesterday when India really, countered this barrage of missiles and drones that came in from Pakistan. It was, what is your view of this? Because the question everyone is wondering whether we're going to see it, going on for several days. Are we going to see some sort of escalation, or will at some point there be a dialing down when, the Pakistan government feels they have demonstrated to their public adequately? Right, sir, if you could just unmute yourself.
Good morning, Gargi. Thank you so much for inviting me for your show, and I thank NDTV. I am far away from our country, presently in Greece and Santorini Island, and connectivity is slightly unstable, so kindly bear with me. As regards to the question which you are asking as a student of geopolitics security strategy, my take on the whole issue is that the current conflict scenario is likely to escalate further because of intransigence in some aspect by Pakistan. Because Pakistan is an incorrigible country. In my opinion, it doesn't deserve to be given a status of a country in this civilized 21st century rules-based international order. Having said that, kudos to our armed forces, our countrymen. They're doing a fantastic job. Here in Europe, gradually the opinion is building in favor of India. And Pakistan not only seems, it is totally got isolated. India would do good if we can actually focus on the multi-pronged approach, but especially prevailing upon USA on the following issues: that IMF must withhold $7 billion of bailout, 25th bailout package, which was sanctioned sometime back, if I recall correctly, respect my memory, sometime in September 2024, and also must hold back 430 or 470 million odd dollars, which had been sanctioned by the Congress of US for upkeep and maintenance of F-16, primarily because they have violated the basic agreement of F-16. Those 75 or 80 odd F-16s which USA had given them was exclusively meant to be used and applied against terrorist operations. And now we have more than enough evidence to prove that the F-16, instead of being used against terrorism, is being used against India. So that should be, although I know the end user clause is not catered for in the agreement, but still I'm sure USA should be able to put pressure on Pakistan. Besides that, there are many countries. Having been in touch with my friends in UK, France, Germany, and other countries, there are invisible funds which have been sanctioned and approved by different governments in Europe to Pakistan. Those
I'd
also
like to
must
just
be
get in Dr. Tara Karta also here. And, ma'am, J.D. Vance's statement saying this is none of our business, we can't tell Pakistan, we can't tell India. Firstly, how do you equate India and Pakistan in this situation? And also what the general was saying there, for years, the US has armed Pakistan, provided them with, millions and billions, which they have used, against India. Hillary Clinton said, over a decade ago, you're keeping snakes in your backyard. And now, your comments on how the world is, watching the situation. We do know, though, whatever Vance has said, that the US has, reached out to both sides and asked for calm.
Gadgi, you put your finger on the one issue which is different from Balakot. During Balakot, almost the entire world sat on your head and made sure that things sat on Pakistan's head particularly and said this much and no more. This time, nobody is interested. To be honest, this is of course a symptom of US withdrawal from the global stage. I mean, they're fighting with everybody, right? Not though they have their own agenda in this part of the world, which we won't go into. But it is very sad if this is what a vice president of US has to say, that, and the President Trump says both are our friends. I mean, what is wrong with you? Where is your whole position on terrorism when we have hit sites which are designated by the UN Security Council, by the UN reports? The addresses are there. Bahawalpur, Muridke, and these are the sites which we've hit. And these people are essentially defying the United Nations resolutions. So what price the global so-called great community? But, apart from this, if you permit, I'd like to bring in one more urgent thing we need to watch out for.
Right, ma'am.
There is a great deal of activity going on to divide us internally. It's against Kashmiris, it's against Sikhs. Okay, one of our proudest part of our country, the Sikh community, there are attempts to divide them. There are messages going out on WhatsApp. There is a great deal of activity to put Indians against Kashmiris. We really, I would request the media also to point this out and not allow this to happen. We have to stand together.
In fact, this is something that we heard in, the press conference as well, addressed by Mr. Mistry, who he said these were attempts to really divide the nation. Thank you so much, Major General Sudhakar and Dr. Tara Karta, for joining us on the program. It is, a day after the night where we saw this aggression from Pakistan with the drone attacks as well as missiles being fired, but effectively being countered by the Indian Army. All right, so let's just take a look, as we were discussing with our guest there, that as the Indian Army continues to thwart Pakistan's drones and missiles, let's break down how Pakistani elements have based out of the country have been involved in several acts of terror across the country.
Well, from New York to Mumbai and from London to Kabul. Viewers, when terror strikes, the smoke often drifts east. Different attacks, the same shadows. Is it just a mere coincidence or a deadly pattern? Let's quickly unpack Pakistan's global terror connection. Now, first up, we have the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks. India's financial capital bled for 60 hours, 166 dead, 100 scars. The attackers, well-trained, armed and directed by Lashkar-e-Taiba, their plan pieced together in Pakistan. Islamabad played innocent. Still, the trail did not lie. Ajmal Kasab was caught and subsequently revealed Islamabad's nefarious plot. Cut to London, the 7th of July, 4 coordinated blasts, 52 lives lost here. The bombers were homegrown Brits. However, they made a deadly pilgrimage to Pakistan. There, in the tribal Badlands, the 4 radicals, they also got radical sermons and maybe something far worse. Proof that what starts in the mountain does not always stay in those Pakistani mountains. Now, cut to 2006, the transatlantic aircraft plot. Now, for your perspective, it's the same plot that has banned liquids on international flights forever. Foiled just in time, the mastermind, well, Rashid Rauf, one British Pakistani citizen operating from deep inside Pakistani territory. And well, the plan was transatlantic, but the roof ran straight through Rawalpindi. Now, next up, we switch to May 2010, Times Square in New York. A smoking SUV inches from disaster. Faisal Shehzad, a Pakistani-American, admitted all of it. He trained with the Tehreek-e-Taliban Waziristan. It was terror exported straight from Pakistan's backyard. We'll keep you getting more of these global instances where Pakistan has been involved. For now, we step into a short break.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, And never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where how often have
Meet Defence Minister Rajnath Singh.
Thank you.
Pakistan-backed infiltrators shot dead by border security force. BSF says 7 terrorists shot dead in Jammu's Samba sector. Several Pakistani military posts along the line of control have been destroyed as Indian forces retaliated to cross-border firing. First official army video is released of the military action. And Pakistan continues indiscriminate shelling across LOC. NDTV reports from severely damaged homes gets all the ground reports. And US now adopts a hands-off approach to Pakistan. Vice President J.D. Vance says that the conflict between India and Pakistan is fundamentally none of our business. And residents across the country have expressed a full solidarity with the armed forces as life continues at a calm and measured pace across much of India. And news just coming in from the South Block here. In the national capital, there is a high-level meeting which is happening, which is being chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah. This is a meeting which is happening between Home Secretary and high-level government officials. Paramilitary forces have reached the Home Ministry. Aishwarya Jain is joining us live. Aishwarya, give us the details.
Okay, well, Home Secretary Govind Mohan is already at the Ministry of Home Affairs, and now the DGs of the CISF, the ITBP, SSB all have arrived, and shortly there would be a meeting, a review meeting for border-sensitive areas that would be chaired by Home Secretary Govind Mohan very shortly. It is, of course, it was expected after the the recent developments that had been that had undertaken as far as the intervening night of 8th and 9th May. We have seen those visuals that are now being released by the Border Security Force as well, and also the infiltration bid that was foiled by the Indian Armed Forces. It is the DGs which have been called by Home Secretary. Shortly there would be a meeting that will be underway at the Ministry of Home Affairs in North Block.
Aishwarya, the difference is that while all others, from the Border Security Force to the Sashastra Seema Bal to the Indo-Tibetan Border Police Force, are all border guarding forces, and border guarding forces are supposed to be on alert. The Central Industrial Security Force, whose Director General is also present in the meeting according to your report, is the force that guards the critical infrastructure of the country. It is the critical infrastructure vanguard of the country. So on the one side, the border guarding forces chiefs would obviously be there because their forces need to be on alert. The Central Industrial Security Force will have to safeguard all the airports, all the metros, and all the critical infrastructure like dams, like industrial setups, like industrial townships, and gas and oil pipelines across the country, which are guarded by the Central Industrial Security Force. Aishwarya.
Well, that's right. A joint action plan is something that will come out from this important meeting at the North Block. Home Secretary would be giving directions to the DGs of the CISF, and the CRPF as well, who has now come over here at the North Block. Apart from it, earlier it was the ITBP, SSB and the DG of CISF who also arrived, the BSF DG also arrived a short while back. Of course, a coordinated plan of action is something that the Home Ministry is looking forward to. Apart from making sure that our borders are safe and secure, it is the internal security which is must at this point of time as well. And provided that, of course, there could be a possibility that certain guidelines can come out as far as the security of airports, the ports in the countries are concerned, the dams are concerned. All of those would be something that the Home Ministry is looking very, very closely.
Aishwarya, on our television screens is that meeting which was chaired by Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, in which we can see the CDS and 3 service chiefs in attendance. Is that meeting over? Because soon after there will be another meeting which will be chaired by the Home Secretary, which will have ITBP, CISF and all those officials in attendance.
Well, that's at South Block. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is chairing that important meeting, a crucial meeting as far as the 3 service chiefs are concerned. The CDS is also present and they are briefing Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Soon after this meeting will end, the schedule that we have got from Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is that he will be meeting DRDO Chief next, and soon after that there would be a separate meeting with the Chief of Defence Staff, Mr. Anil Chauhan, as well with Rajnath Singh at the South Block. And post that, the sources have told us that Rajnath Singh can be headed to 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, which is Prime Minister's residence, and Prime Minister will be briefed about all the recent developments that had taken as far as the line of control and the international border is concerned. Of course, the Indian Armed Forces have issued a statement this morning. Later, it is the Border Security Force who had also come out with a video proof of Indian Armed Forces destroying the Pakistani bunker and neutralizing 7 terrorists in the Samba district on the intervening night of 8th and 9th May. The proofs had been given that Pakistani armed forces were giving cover fire, and that time it was the 7 terrorists who wanted to infiltrate towards the Indian territory. The Border Security Force was on alert. They had detected them and neutralized them at that point of time. So that's one of the achievements that had been lauded by many as far as the Border Security Force vigilance is concerned. But that separate meeting is underway. Soon after that, as I said, Rajnath Singh will be meeting CDS, and the DRDO chief meeting is also coming up next.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you for all the updates that you're getting us from the power corridors in the national capital. Remember, the BSF did put out a detailed information about what really played out in the Samba sector of Jammu frontier. In fact, it said that in the intervening night of 8th and 9th of May 2025, an infiltration attempt by a big group of terrorists has been tried, which was detected by the surveillance grid. The infiltration bid was supported by fire from Pakistan Rangers post Dandar. Alert troops of BSF neutralized the infiltration bid is what the BSF is telling us.
7 is a very large number, Maria. Okay. Usually the infiltration happens in smaller batches, 2 to 3. This seems to be obviously Pakistanis trying to take advantage of all the warlike activity on our frontiers and trying to sneak in a large group while the forces are actively engaged with their Pakistani counterparts. So that's a very active infiltration bid, clearly on the directions of the Pakistani border guarding forces.
Yes, so let's now play that ground report which has come in from Mohammad Ghazali, who's reporting from the Rajouri sector. Remember, the firing along the LOC has stopped for the moment, but it could resume any moment because we are dealing with a state which doesn't really function like a country per se. Let's play out that ground report from Rajouri now.
The situation is calm and yet tense in Jammu region, and particularly in Rajouri, from where we are reporting. Right now, we'll try to show you that what has happened in the last 24 hours. We saw the aerial attempts by Pakistan, sending drones, projectiles, missiles, which thankfully didn't hit any of the targets because our own aerial defense system managed to neutralize all of them while they being in air. But the main concern remains the shelling, the cross-border shelling, and this particular region here in Rajouri district, which is just a few kilometers from the firing range, from the line of control. And yesterday evening, we are being told that a heavy shelling was happening here at a time when the Indian aerial defense system was trying to neutralize all the drones. People here are very concerned because they are also blaming that perhaps continuous coverage and all. They're saying that perhaps all this is happening because Pakistan is expanding its operations, aerial shelling, it's shelling in all the civilian areas. And we'll just try to show you. This is the impact. People is staying over here. People is staying over here are saying that it was overnight when the shelling started here, and this is the kind of impact they have. You see the impact here. Direct hits from across the border. These are the houses which are facing the international border or the LOC in Rajouri district, and that is how they are living under fear all the time because this was the first attack in this particular area which has happened, and residents were inside the house when the shelling suddenly started happening. They were perhaps thinking that it was aerial attack, but when they realized the damage had been done, and we have seen the defense forces also around here, and this is just a few kilometers away from international border. Pakistan continues with its nefarious designs, with its ill attempts to target the civilian homes, and these people, though they had been suggested to leave their houses, they never felt that their houses will come in the firing range of the Pakistani Rangers from other side, and the Indian Army. It's continuously monitoring the area, it's continuously patrolling this area. But the larger concern remains the aerial strikes, the cross-border shelling. Because when it comes to aerial strikes, we saw that how our own aerial defense system, not just in the Jammu region, but in Punjab, in Gujarat, in Rajasthan, it managed to neutralize most of the threats there. And a counter operation was also launched by the Indian Army and the defense forces. But this becomes very tough, this becomes very challenging, not just for the residents, but also for the defense forces when your enemy starts targeting the civilian installations. These are areas close to the border, and not just here, but we have 1,000 kilometers of land border with Pakistan, be it in Rajasthan, be it in Punjab, be it in Jammu, be it in Kashmir, and other districts, other states as well. The Home Minister of India had already conducted meetings with the DGPs of such states which are falling on the Indo-Pak border, but this is a very sensitive location from where we are reporting, and the residents here claim that despite repeated countermeasures from Indian Armed Forces, Pakistan continues to target the civilian installations, and the terrain over here is such that it is very tough to escape when the shelling is on. There have been regular monitoring, there have been regular suggestions. You can see this is the direct impact.
And joining us now from Jaisalmer is Harsha Kumari. We also have two guests joining us on this broadcast. Ambassador Dilip Sinha is joining us. We also have Lieutenant General Dr. Subrata Saha, member of NSAB, which stands for National Security Advisory Board. Before we bring in the guests, let's go to Harsha, who has some visuals coming in from... You are exactly in the outskirts of Jaisalmer, Harsha, and what can you tell our viewers?
Well, yes, I am in fact at a place called Kishangarh, which is just outside Jaisalmer. And last evening, when the drone movement and attacks were happening, a bomb-like explosive has fallen right here behind us, where you can now see that the bomb disposal squad is at work. So I'm at that spot, and if you can see, if my cameraman will just move in, you can see there's an army vehicle there, which is sort of cordoned off the area. We've all been asked to move out from there because we are told that it's possibly a live explosive. Behind that slightly dilapidated building is where people say they were having dinner at 9 o'clock at night, and this thing flew in from the sky and sort of went into the earth there. And then a lot of mud was flung up, but it went and lodged itself in the sand there. They've cordoned that area off. The bomb disposal squad from the army has come in, and in fact now a JCB is coming in, is moving in, as you can see, to move that object away. So obviously, they're taking all precautions. My hunch feeling is, we were thinking earlier it could probably just be a shell, but with the impact that it went into the ground, it's probably a live unit. The fact that they're calling in a JCB, they've moved all of us out from there. We're not allowed to be there. So there is a potential that it could it could explode. So that's what's going on here in Jaisalmer. Luckily, there was no other harm that has been caused. This is the only sort of explosive that has been reported. And as you can see behind me,
quite clearly is a live munition. That quite clearly is a piece of a live munition, as I see it on the screen. It has penetrated deep, a live munition. But very tough night for you, Harsha, and very steadfastly you have been reporting all night and now this morning. Take care of yourself and your crew. And tell me something that, other than that one live munition that has landed where you are, other than that, what is the general topography looking like to you? There were the maximum amount of misinformation in terms of movement of ground forces, etc., were coming from that side. You are physically there. What would you want to tell our viewers?
Yes.
What would you like to inform them? What is the situation like? Are people going about their daily lives? Is it business as usual, or there is some small amount of disarray, or there is a large amount of panic? Please describe the situation as vividly as possible for you under these circumstances.
Yeah. So yesterday I went to the border areas where there was a sense of tension, but there was also a sense of calm. We were about 17 kilometers from the border. There, the shepherds, because they very often take their sheep, as you know, in the pastoral desert economy, it's sheep and goats which are the mainstay of the people. And very often they take their sheep and goats and they actually go towards the fencing, the border fencing. They've been told strictly not to go there. The BSF has come there and told them, please don't go there, move inwards. They've not been asked to evacuate as of now, but they've also been asked to report any suspicious movement, any suspicious person loitering around in those areas. In fact, the movement in the border areas is very restricted. Beyond 30 to 40 kilometers away from the border, no one is allowed to go there. I also met the IG of Jodhpur range, who's done an entire recce of the villages. He's spoken to village people. So apart from the main disruption, which is that the lights got switched off, and it's not from midnight to 4. In fact, yesterday, there was no light from the time the drone attack started over Jaisalmer town. So from about 8, 9 in the evening, and we're anticipating today from about 7 in the evening, there will be no electricity all night. People have shut shops and gone home, so they're all winding up early. But of course, there is a sense of tension because remember, Rajasthan has the longest border with Pakistan. It's over 1,000 kilometers long, but of course, most of it is, all of it is fenced.
Thank you very much, Harsha. Tough job by you and your crew. Take care of yourself.
Let's move on now to the guests who are joining us at this hour, Ambassador Dilip Sinha and Lieutenant General Subrata Saha.
Gentlemen, first, I'm sorry, my apologies for keeping you waiting, but some ground reports from the reporters on the fence right on the international boundary was probably slightly more important. General, let me ask you this question, which is probably the topmost question in everyone's mind. Have the Pakistanis now, to their own population, given the message that they want to give? And will they now, from here, look for an escape route out, or will they continue to escalate?
I think on the contrary, the population of Pakistan must understand that their forces have been most ineffective. So therefore, they are looking for more alternatives now. If you see the drone and missile attacks that they have tried to carry out over the night of 8th and 9th, and the previous night, they have all failed. Not a single impact has happened. And just now your reporter from Jaisalmer has shown one UXO, landing an unexploded object she has shown from there. So now clearly they are changing tack, and we have seen this large infiltration bid getting foiled near Samba. In your assessment, you have said that they are trying to take advantage of the forces being busy elsewhere. My sense is it is more than taking advantage of the forces being busy elsewhere. It is a desperate bid now to do something else. Infiltrating terrorists is something they think they are very, they excel at. So therefore, this is a desperate bid of trying to infiltrate terrorists. The reporter who was reporting from the area of Rajouri has reported a sudden, break in the shelling from across the line of control. I think we need, and I'm sure our forces on the ground, they know it very well, that they ought to exercise utmost care, because this is not at all uncommon along the line of control, that whenever there is a pause in firing, it is an attempt to push in as many terrorists as they can from across the line of control. So they are just changing tack one way or the other to see how they can, do something. They are desperate now to be able to show something, because whatever they have tried, they have failed. I mean, what a miserable state of affairs that on the one side, they are carrying out they carried out that horrific attack in Pahalgam. On the other side, with that intensified firing from across the line of control, all that they are doing is killing innocent civilians on the Indian side across the line of control. And on the other side, what are we seeing? They are giving state funeral, most regrettably, to terrorists who have been killed, and by sending those drones and missiles all through the night, what did they achieve? Zilch. So what have they achieved? What is it that they are showing
Ambassador Sinha,
their own people?
Ambassador Sinha, General says they have achieved nothing, and consequently they will continue to try and escalate. There's another additional piece of development happening there, probably on the diplomatic front, wherein the Saudi minister who was in New Delhi yesterday would be in Islamabad today. Do you think that Saudis or other world powers, after this massive sort of escalation, try and attempt to bring some sort of peace and calm back on the international frontiers of both countries?
Thank you for having me. And General Saha is absolutely correct in saying that Pakistan has failed despite repeated attempts to penetrate our air defenses. It has failed to penetrate them and cause any significant damage. The only damage that they have been able to cause is through the shelling on the line of control. But to come to the point that you raised just now about the Saudi and the Iranian foreign ministers coming here, and the Saudi has gone to Islamabad now. Both these countries are interested in ensuring that the situation de-escalates, especially Saudi Arabia, which has good relations with Pakistan also and has excellent relations with India. Saudi Arabia would be interested in seeing that the Pakistanis calm down, because they realize that Pakistan will not be able to sustain this kind of military operation for very long. And nor would they like Pakistan to be down on its knees. So the effort that they would like to do is to convince Pakistani leadership to de-escalate and to bring down the level of military activity. In Pakistan itself, there was a piece written by one of the leading writers, Aisha Siddiqa, saying that the army chief is isolated there because he's being identified as the chief culprit of this tension because of his speech and thereafter the Pahalgam attack. So there is obviously within Pakistan itself, within the Pakistani government and the Pakistani establishment, a great deal of discomfort with the policies of the army chief. But in this kind of a situation, a country like Saudi Arabia can play a very prominent role, because Saudi Arabia has a lot of influence inside Pakistan, and it can bring the Pakistani establishment to bring the army chief under control and bring the situation under controls, because India has made it clear that India is not going to back down. If Pakistan attacks India either through a terrorist attack or through attacks on our civilian or military establishments, then India will retaliate. It will retaliate in kind, it will retaliate in a balanced and controlled manner, but it will retaliate. And that Pakistan has to be prepared for. So if Pakistan wants to de-escalate, that it will have to take the initiative by first controlling its own actions and then offering talks. As far as the other bigger powers are concerned, I think they are far too busy with their own battles to be worried about India. And that is reflected in the statement of the Vice President of the US, who says none of our business, because the US is involved in much bigger things, in bigger wars. So is China, so is Russia. So in this situation, I think it is left to the regional powers like Saudi Arabia and Iran to try and do something to see if they can bring Pakistan down from its inflammatory and its escalatory positions.
Well, this is a conflict which may probably be smaller currently, but has every potential to escalate and become a bigger one if better sense doesn't prevail on Pakistan. General, let me ask you one additional question to what I asked. If the Pakistanis haven't achieved, and if they are desperate, as you said, to showcase something to their population, then that clearly is a recipe for further escalation. And quite clearly, then all of these diplomatic efforts that are being put in by friends of both India and Pakistan, Iran and Saudi Arabia are unlikely to yield much. What is your sense on that? Will the Pakistani military listen to them?
You see, so far they are not showing any signs of listening. You have seen the message which has come out from the NSA of the Secretary of State of the United States. He has clearly tweeted to say that he has spoken to the Prime Minister of Pakistan, but we haven't seen any effect on the ground. Okay, we just heard Ambassador Sina talk about the initiatives from Saudi and as well as from Iran. So the point is, as of now, they are not showing any signs of listening to anyone. Even if you see the reaction from China, which has come, China has not condemned, as much as they did not condemn the Pahalgam initially. Neither have they condemned what action India has taken. They have said it is regrettable, and peace must prevail. So clearly, there is a sort of justification to India's action against the terrorist infrastructure. And that is exactly the miscalculation which Pakistan has done. They had assumed that by this time there will be international pressure on India to sort of, de-escalate, which is not the case now. In fact, on the contrary, the pressure is on Pakistan, which exactly is what Ambassador Sina is also saying. But as of now, they are not showing signs of any sanity to come. So if it is not going to come from outside, there are two possibilities. Either they escalate or there is pressure from within. And which way it is going to happen, one cannot say. But if they don't listen, and if they choose to escalate, if they choose to insist on going beyond drones and missiles to engage further military targets, let's make no mistakes that India has the right to respond. And the fact of the matter is, if you see, last night, the IDS clearly made a statement that our headquarters at Udhampur, Pathankot, and Jammu have come under attack. It's an official confirmation. But despite that, I think we are giving space to Pakistan to climb down. So effectively, through and through, we are maintaining what we are stating, that we are non-escalatory. That space is being given. We are giving Pakistan the opportunity. But should Pakistan continue to escalate, I think the response from India is going to be much, much more, because we have given the space. So therefore, in terms of proportion, which has been repeated by the Foreign Secretary, by the Foreign Minister in his statement to the visiting Foreign Minister yesterday, I think the game is very, very clear. So I think we need to be clear that we need to be very sure that we are prepared very well for the long game, so as we speak.
Ambassador Sinha, let me ask you my final question of this round of discussion on the channel. Pakistanis have an opportunity with the Saudi minister present on their soil right now. And also, of course, with the kind of heating up of the LC that we have not seen in a very long time, some points have been proven, both sides will say. Do you think that the overall atmosphere inside that country or the surroundings of that country is such that they can take that opportunity to disengage, de-escalate, whatever you wish to call it, or the hardline faction of the military will continue to prevail, rally behind General Asim Munir and say that we need to exact a heavier price from India, which doesn't seem to be coming?
Situation inside Pakistan has been extremely tense and difficult for a fairly long time now. Its economy is a shambles. The army is in a difficult situation because its relations with the existing government of Shehbaz Sharif are not exactly comfortable. And on the other hand, the most popular leader of Pakistan today, Imran Khan, is behind bars because the army and he have broken ranks completely. So in this situation, the army not for the first time, but certainly at present moment, finds itself in a difficult position. And on top of it, you have a maverick jihadi army chief against whom people are speaking and writing because of his leanings.
Is he a maverick and jihadi, or is he trying to portray that image? Is he a maverick and jihadi? He seems to me, by my own reading, he seems to be a very calculated man in his comments and his words, and he certainly has displayed the capacity to follow through on his own words, rightly or wrongly. In a right fashion or wrong fashion is something completely different. However, he seems to be a man calculated, and he seems to have displayed that capacity to follow through his words.
Well, he's a professional soldier, so obviously he's not exactly a mad jihadi like some of the other people that Pakistan sends across the border. But the fact remains that he's far more radical in his religious views than any of the Pakistani army chiefs that we have seen in the recent past. The only one that I can remember is perhaps Ziaul Haq, but Ziaul Haq was in a different era. A person who genuinely believed in the radicalism of his religious beliefs. This was not the case with, let's say, Musharraf or Bajwa, who were of a different mold, far less religiously radicalized than this person. But at the same time, one has to accept, as you rightly say, he's a professional soldier. And therefore, he's in a position not only to control himself, but also the forces around him will be able to achieve the targets that he sets for himself. Unlike a jihadi who goes and kills himself to achieve his goal, this man wants to kill others to achieve his goals. So, and that makes him an extremely dangerous person. But at the same time, the fact remains that he is identified in Pakistan as being a radical Islamic army chief.
All right.
And there are people who are extremely uncomfortable with this stand of his inside the country. And that gives an opening to leaders like the Saudi foreign minister who's there, because they can try and play around with this to try and convince those people who want to bring General Asim Munir to heel to do so.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Very enlightening words there from both of you. Thank you very much. And in the interim, the National Security Advisor and others have gone to Mr. Amit Shah's residence, Home Minister, who has been closely monitoring the situation from the word go, talking to the chief ministers of the border states, etc. Maria, why don't you go to one of the border states?
Yes, we will try and get details of that meeting, which is going to begin any moment now. But first up, let's go to Kupwara. That's where Nazir Masoodi is reporting from, because LOC, remember, continues to see this kind of shelling from Pakistan. Nazir, where exactly are you? And this looks like a house which has now been abandoned.
Tough situation, Nazir. Very tough situation
I'm in a house
for reporting.
at a village called It is tough, but we have seen this tough situation long back, but hopefully we can cope with this as well. Thank you. Yeah. So I'm in a village called Sotipura Panzgam in Kupara. This is essentially, if you see from Tangdar, it's like 60 kilometers from here. So which means 60 kilometers inside Indian territory, Pakistani shells have landed here in this house, and it has ravaged this palatial house. This is the condition of this house, which has been completely ravaged by this massive mortar shelling by Pakistan. So this is how the civilians are being targeted. And when India talks about that they are targeting civilians, they are trying to target defense establishments, and India targeted first the terror sites. And when there was an attempt to target the defense sites, the India retaliated and targeted Pakistan's air defense system in Lahore. But this tells you the story, what has happened to a house which is owned by a computer science engineer, Ishfaq. Ishfaq, you are still smiling despite surviving this attack.
Sir,
and this house which came at around 2 a.m.
Yes.
When there was this shell landed in your house.
Exactly. Around 2 बजे के आसपास ये अटैक हुआ. एंड मैं हंस इसलिए रहा हूँ, हम शायद थोड़ा नुकसान हुआ है, थोड़ा नहीं बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसान हुआ है. जितना आज तक मेहनत करके कमाया था सब बह गया, लेकिन हम डरे नहीं.
बच गया. अच्छा, डरे नहीं.
हम डरे नहीं हैं.
क्या बात.
वी आर ए प्राउड इंडियन फर्स्ट, देन प्राउड कश्मीरी, और इन सब चीज़ों से हम डरने नहीं वाले. जो भी हुआ है गलत हुआ है, लेकिन हम कर लेंगे. हम फिर से ग्रो करेंगे और फिर से अपने पैरों पे खड़ा होकर दिखाएंगे.
Wow, what a resilience of common man. Those who did it, they should know. डरे नहीं हैं, मरे नहीं हैं. We will rise again. And आप आपने बताया बस कुछ ही मिनट पहले आप यहाँ से चले गए तो आपको लगा शेलिंग हो रही थी यहाँ उस वक्त.
देखिए सर,
आपने फैमिली को निकाला, बच गए.
कल इवनिंग से ही इन्वायरमेंट ख़राब हो रहा था. जैसे जम्मू पे अटैक्स हुए थे, पठानकोट पे अटैक हुए थे, तो थ्रू न्यूज़ चैनल्स हमें पता चला. तो मैंने ये डिसाइड किया कि मैं अपनी फैमिली को लेके यहाँ से चला जाता हूँ. डिस्पाइट ऑफ ये जो जगह है अराउंड 60 किलोमीटर्स LOC से दूर है, लेकिन स्टिल मुझे लगा हुआ नहीं था यहाँ पे अटैक, तो मुझे लगा कि मुझे फैमिली को लेके यहाँ से दूर चला जाना चाहिए. तो मैं यहाँ से निकल गया था, और फिर हमें लेट नाइट यहाँ पे काफ़ी शेलिंग्स हुई, डैमेजेस हुए, सिविलियंस पे अटैक हो रहे हैं रेगुलरली, एंड दिस इज़ रियली अनफॉर्चुनेट. वहाँ पे भी एहसास होना चाहिए. इंसान सबसे पहले, हम इंसान हैं. मुझे लगता है इंसानियत अगर कहीं पे भी बची है तो ये देखिए आप सिविलियंस पे अटैक कर रहे हो किस बुज़दिली के साथ. सो इट्स रियली शेमफुल.
Really shameful.
Really unfortunate.
And this is one instance, Nikunj and Maria, where you see innocent people losing their homes, and it is raining heavily here. I can show you here, and many people are homeless in this Kupara border area, and you see these trees have been ravaged, and Tangdar appears to be worse hit, and dozens of people have lost their homes, and they are living literally, as they say, under the shadow, under the sky, open sky. And this is what has happened to this palatial house. Very fine, wood carving and the walnut wood here, but everything, it is now literally a wreckage. Look at this door. So this has happened, and this whole side, this has happened to this house. Look at this side. What has happened to the homes? Beautiful homes. People have actually worked very hard to make a good living, but look what shelling from across the border has done to the lives of common people. मकबूल साहब, आपसे भी बात करेंगे. आप इनके इशफाक के वालिद हैं. क्या लगा आपको कि जब इस तरह आपने इतनी मेहनत से मकान बनाया और तब इसको बर्बाद किया, और कई लोगों ने मकान खोए इसी तरह, वो लेकिन आप खुशकिस्मत है तो आप पहले ही वहाँ से.
खुशकिस्मती ये है कि हमें अकल आ गया. खासकर मेरे बेटे ने ज़्यादा जोर लगा, मैं तो हिलता ही नहीं था. इसने ज़्यादा जोर लगा, नहीं पापा चैलेंज हो रही है, ये कोई भी सिविल वगैरह नहीं देखते, लिहाजा हम निकलते हैं. तो कल शाम को ही हम निकले, रात को ही निकले,
और 2 बजे रात को यहाँ
2 बजे रात को ये हुआ सर. दूसरा एक बात मैं शुक्रिया अदा करने का अपने इंतजामिया का।
तो वो
SHO साहब रात को उन्होंने मुझे SHO कराल पर आने मुझे रात को ही खबर दी कि आपके एरिया में शलंग हो रही है, आप उधर तो नहीं है। मैंने कहा नहीं सर उधर नहीं है। रात को वो भी रात को SP साहब और DC मैडम फौरन पहुंच गए थे, सुबह ही पहुंच गए थे यहाँ।
Exactly. So in fact, in this area, Pakistan has also tried to target the defense establishment here, our military sites, and here also. Let me show you the other side of this house from this side when we go down.
Thank you for getting all those visuals and speaking to the people. It is the lives which have been impacted, and they'll take years to perhaps go back to their livelihoods and build a new home. So certainly a lot of challenging times for people, particularly those who are living along the LOC as this indiscriminate shelling continues from the Pakistani side. A piece of breaking news coming in now where this is coming from the Home Minister's residence. Home Minister Amit Shah is chairing a crucial meeting as tensions escalate between India and Pakistan. This is an overall review of the border security. Several paramilitary forces will be present, CISF, ITBP, among others. Vasudha is joining us live from outside the Home Minister's residence. Vasudha, give us the details.
Well, Maria, what I understand is even in the midst of this retaliation by Pakistan yesterday, the drones and missile attacks that Pakistan launched, all of which have been fortunately neutralized by Indian armed forces. Home Minister Amit Shah did speak to Daljit Singh Chaudhary and also RS Pura, who head BSF and CISF respectively. And this important meeting is taking place in the shadow of what happened yesterday. I'm told that the Home Minister held a similar meeting yesterday, but of course the situation has changed. Yesterday, somebody who attended the meeting also told me how the Home Minister has been keen on insisting on three things. One, of course, the heightened alertness, vigilance across the entire western frontier. Remember, the bordering districts are facing the brunt of it, and that's why there's a lot of scrutiny on them. They've been in the hit list of Pakistan not once but twice. Both times the attempts have been neutralized by India. The second thing that he has talked about in the meetings that were held yesterday is, of course, increased vigilance against any misinformation, and third, of course, is heightened vigilance, alertness when it comes to the bordering districts. So that is why BSF is in the picture. CISF, because the Home Minister has been insisting a lot on the security of airports. Remember that military installations, military air bases, Air Force air bases are particularly in the hit list of Pakistan, which is why the Home Minister has specifically been talking about how public infrastructure needs to be guarded very strongly. Hence, CISF is also in the picture. The other organizations which are completely responsible for the internal security of the country will be taking part in this. In the meeting that was held yesterday by the Home Minister, he has also emphasized on the availability of essentials and ensuring that they are procured, especially by people living in border districts, very easily. And the second thing that he has told the states to also maintain is to ensure that there's no anti-national propaganda, and most importantly, to check on the spread of misinformation. In fact, I checked with other ministries today. JP Nadda, the Health Minister, is also holding a similar meeting in a short while from now to check on the essentials, availability of essentials, particularly of medicines, ensuring that the prices don't go up. Prahlad Joshi.
Vasudha, the responsibility of that international border and guarding the civilian population against the Pakistani ingress, against the Pakistani assault, lies with the Home Minister, and that is why those series of meetings, because remember, the international border, unlike the line of control, is manned by the paramilitary forces across the globe, and those paramilitary forces, like the Border Security Force, like the SSB, like the ITBP, on the various frontiers that we have. Subramaniam Committee post-Kargil set up this process in motion, that one border, one force, and now consequently the Indo-Pakistan border is the responsibility, direct line responsibility of the Border Security Force, reporting directly into the Union Home Minister, similarly with all other frontier forces. So that is why the series of meetings, the coordination with the civil administration, the protection of the civilian population, halting the ingress of Pakistani infiltration, all the responsibility of forces like Border Security Force and the Ministry of Home Affairs. However, at this point in time, I must ask you another question, that alongside the Home Minister, Union Finance Minister is also chairing a meeting. And that meeting is to strengthen the cyber security, particularly of the digital infrastructure of banking and finance in this country. Obviously, Pakistan will try to up the ante on multiple fronts. and attacking or bringing under attack the digital frontiers of our presence will also be one part of that exercise. What are you picking up from the Finance Ministry? Are they trying to put in some sort of additional firewalling on platforms that are being routinely used by people not only inside Indian territory but also outside?
Absolutely, Nikunj, that is what all ministries have been telling us. There have been several meetings going on to ensure that there are no more attacks, especially when it comes to servers or important organizations. We remember that, the AIM server was hit out by Pakistani hackers a few days ago. That was a year ago, and it took almost, 6 months for India to, ensure that it's back on its feet. Now, what's happening in the Finance Ministry, I will find out in a bit and tell you, but this is something that's happening across ministries. I checked with at least 4 of them. There are ministry level meetings happening at all levels to ensure that there is no misinformation of any kind. In fact, government sources have just sent out this review of what kind of information was floating around. Remember, a lot of YouTube channels, almost 117 YouTube channels have been blocked yesterday. So the access to Pakistani content is very limited, but social media is a different game altogether. The intermediaries still don't follow a lot of these rules which have been put in place, which is why Indians get to see a lot of things, which is why, interestingly, in the all-party meeting, there was a suggestion yesterday that all the fact checks that India comes up with needs to be translated in Urdu as well, so that people in Pakistan also understand that a lot of things that Pakistan is claiming to be true are actually false. But you're right, we will let our viewers know as to what kind of important meetings are happening in the Finance Ministry to understand what kind of fireballing is expected in the next few days.
All right, Vasudha, thank you so much for all the updates that you're bringing to us. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. Lots more news and updates on the other side. Series of meetings lined up. One by Home Minister Amit Shah, which is being chaired even as we speak. Another one by Finance Minister, which will be taking place shortly.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
India foils the second Pakistani attack in 24 hours. Tri-Services Chief meet Defence Minister, Home Minister Amit Shah chairs an important emergency meeting as well. Pakistan bagged infiltrators shot dead by border security force. BSF says 7 terrorists shot dead in Jammu's Samba sector. Army releases an official video, says several Pakistani military posts along the LOC have been destroyed by Indian forces. NDTV reports from Ground Zero along the front line.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Jaisalmer Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable. I've been reporting on all
A barrage of fake videos and disinformation, primarily originating from Pakistani social media handles and amplified by some mainstream outlets there, is attempting to sow fear and confusion among Indian citizens. But you must remember, misinformation is a weapon, and during conflict, it's actually aimed at our confidence, our unity, and our sense of truth. Whether it's from the fake drone attacks in Punjab to the false claims of missile strikes and army base hits, the propaganda is being spread with chilling precision. But let's just take you through the truth. Let's break down 7 major fakes that have been busted by the Press Information Bureau just between 10 p.m. last evening, that's the 8th of May, and 6:30 a.m. this morning. Let's begin with the fake drone strike in Jalandhar. It was circulated widely to create panic, but it was a farm fire video, unrelated and mismatched in timing. In fact, even the district collector has confirmed that it was fake. This brings us to the second one, which is the fake attack on an Indian post. It claimed destruction of a post by the so-called 20 Raj Battalion, except no such unit actually exists in the Indian Army. So pure fiction, pure propaganda. The Beirut blast shared as a missile strike, well, yes, you heard that right. A 2020 Lebanon explosion video was passed off as a recent attack in India. It's been fact-checked and debunked. There's also a fake Fidai attack in Rajouri. No such suicide attack actually took place, but the fake video has spread fast, meant to actually destabilize trust and the morale. Also, there's a letter claimed to be from some General V.K. Narayan. But the problem is, there is no General V.K. Narayan as Chief of Army Staff. The letter was completely fabricated. Meanwhile, there's also a bizarre claim that the Ambala Air Base was used to attack Amritsar. The Press Information Bureau has clearly confirmed that this is baseless and malicious. And the one that everyone's talking about, whether there's an airport entry ban across India, well, that's fake. No such blanket ban was ever imposed, the government has confirmed. That claim has been flagged and busted.
And as Pakistan tries to throw a section of our population off guard, off balance, and try to rattle the border populations, particularly in the western front of the country, much of the country has shown the fortitude, the grit, and the determination to go ahead with their routine daily lives and not allow Pakistan the opportunity that it is trying to look for to fish in the troubled waters.
The hustle bustle in the city of Joy, Kolkata continues, even owing to a state holiday today to pay tributes to Rabindranath Tagore on his birth anniversary. The state government is closed, the schools are closed, but the traffic, the people on the streets of Kolkata continue with their daily lives. Here in the Dharamtala area, where there are important bus routes and a city junction in Kolkata, people continue going to their work, they're going about their daily chores, and the city of Joy, of course, continues with life as normal, standing by the forces of India who are protecting the country at the border. With GD Shankar, Sreya Shide for NDTV.
Pakistan attempts multiple misadventures along the border areas. Here in Bengaluru and different parts of Karnataka, the situation remains absolutely normal. People are going on with their business as usual. You can see a vehicular movement, of course, being as heavy as ever. Children are going to schools. Here we are at a coaching center in Bengaluru where you can see hundreds of kids have turned up and they're all here to ensure that they can get their practice. Let me speak to a few of them who've come here. So even as the Indian Army successfully, thwarts any sort of misadventures by Pakistan, the situation remains pretty normal in Bengaluru and different parts of Karnataka, isn't it?
Though it looks normal, but I don't think the situation is the same all over the country. So the army soldiers are fighting for us so hard.
Yeah.
So I think this is the best response India has given back.
Thanks to our forces, somewhere we get to, carry on with our routine lives.
Yeah, I mean, all the citizens of India should be very much thankful to the army and all the defense systems.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Well, as he mentioned, of course, now while the situation here does seem normal, there is, of course, a lot of efforts being put in by our armed forces to ensure this normalcy is maintained. And, it's not just here in Bengaluru, but various parts of the country, people are going on with their business because multiple, misadventures of Pakistan have been successfully thwarted by the Indian Army. They've, of course, tried to attack various army installations is what we are learning, but all of it, using aerial the defense mechanisms and also drones, India has successfully ensured that, the defense establishments remain safe, the civilians remain safe, and people get to carry on with their lives unaffected. With video journalist Govind, this is Deepak Bopana for NDTV.
As Indo-Pak tensions escalate and several parts of northern and western India are being targeted by Pakistan, things are pretty normal in cities like Mumbai. Of course, I'm standing at the iconic gateway of India, which sees a lot of footfall on a daily basis, but life continues with a sense of normalcy in several sensitive and iconic locations in the city of Mumbai. A place like this was the epicenter of 26/11 attacks as well. Right next to Gateway of India is the Taj Hotel, which saw attacks during 26/11. You can see visitors in large numbers, tourists, locals, vendors going about their day, which reflects city's resilience. But let me also tell you that security across Mumbai has visibly heightened, especially in many of these sensitive locations, iconic locations. Mumbai police have ramped up patrolling, especially in high footfall areas. Additional forces being deployed at several strategic locations, including markets, transportation hubs, popular shopping zones, and also across several of these locations. This is next to the coast, so coastal security has also been heightened in these areas. Let me just go across to some of the tourists here. As I was saying, you heard about Indo-Pak tensions, right? And missile attacks in north. So are you afraid? I mean, are you in Mumbai? You're in Mumbai. There's nothing happening here. Everything is normal, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you afraid at all that something could, go wrong here?
No.
Not afraid.
No. Not afraid at all.
Not afraid.
No.
So you've come here, you're tourists here?
Yeah.
Okay. How long are you in Mumbai?
For 2 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're not like, there's of course high alert everywhere, but you're going about your day, right?
Yeah, I'm good.
So these are tourists, when we see people coming to Mumbai on a daily basis in places like Gateway, to catch a glimpse of several of these iconic locations. As you can see, it is business as usual. In Mumbai, you can see tourists thronging here. Of course, this is morning time and the tourists have already started coming into this area.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered.
Ministers chair separate meetings. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to chair review meet on cyber security. Home Minister Amit Shah to meet heads of all paramilitary forces. Defence Minister meets tri-services chiefs. Pakistan-backed infiltrators shot dead by border security force. BSF says 7 terrorists shot dead in Jammu's Samba sector. Indian Army releases footage of military action against Pakistan. Several Pakistani military posts along the line of control have been destroyed by Indian forces. And massive shelling by Pakistan across the line of control. NDTV reports from affected villages. The United States adopts US Vice President J.D. Vance says that the conflict between India and Pakistan is fundamentally none of our business, as he encourages both the nations to de-escalate. India crushes Pakistan's aggression. Residents across the country march in solidarity, ensure that there is calm and peace. It's business as usual for rest of India. Important meeting will be chaired by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman roughly around 4:30 p.m. where Finance Minister will be reviewing a meet on cyber security and security of all the financial institutions and banking sector. This becomes important particularly in the backdrop of the rising tension between India and Pakistan. This entire warfare, Nikunj, will not be certainly limited to the military action which is being carried out by Pakistan. It will be playing out at multiple levels, and that is the reason why this multi-dimensional, multi-layered approach by India.
Well, absolutely, Maria. The bigger problem will or can start if there is some sort of attack on our financial institutions directly, cyber attack that is, or any of the digital public infrastructure platforms. Remember, India has made considerable amount of progress when it comes to digital public infrastructure, particularly in forms of financial inclusion and in forms of mass participation of people on those platforms. Those platforms, some of those platforms like UPI have now gone international too. And whenever the platforms broad-base themselves, there is always a chance that some enemy country, some enemy elements hostile to your interests can try to puncture the safety and security of theirs. This is, of course, an apt moment for Pakistan to try and do that, because in this situation, they can quite clearly camouflage it as an overarching act of hostility and aggression in the face of Indian aggression. So, this is important exercise that the Finance Minister is going to undertake. My sense is that it is not just the public banking institutions, but it is institutions like SEBI, it is institutions, it is multiple financial platforms, it is institutions that are multilateral in nature with India's participation will also need some sort of a review and an additional degree of protection, keeping in mind sustained barrage of Pakistani attempts.
Yes, so Vasudha is joining us live now. Vasudha, this important meeting which will be chaired by Finance Minister, keeping in mind that, of course, that the challenge from Pakistan will not be just coming at the military level, which is being successfully thwarted by the Indian Armed Forces. It can play out at different levels, as Nikunj was highlighting. The challenge, what if Pakistan resorts to other means? And one mean could be targeting our financial institutions. And hence the need for stonewalling them.
That's right, Maria and Nikunj. There are around 17 billion financial transactions, online transactions that happens in India every month. India's digital revolution has been in some ways an example for others. In fact, even for countries in the West, that's what even experts believe, which is why India's financial systems are very important right now. What I know from my sources is that the ministry has already reached out to two important banking institutions, financial institutions. One is the National Payments Corporation of India, which is in charge of these digital payments, which also ensures real-time payments happen on time, which has also been, the backbone of India's digital revolution, digital payment revolution. The other institution, of course, is the RBI, which has also been trying for several years to ensure that, financial systems, banking system, websites, net banking experiences are safe for users. So both RBI and NPCI have already been told to upgrade their systems, strengthen their systems, ensure that there are firewalls that are put in place and that there is an everyday stock taking of what is happening, if there are any hacks, and to ensure that there are no intervention of any sort, and if there is any, there needs to be also sort of like a measure of resolve or something like that. So the meeting that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is taking today comes in the wake of that, and of course with the kind of attempts made by Pakistan, both in missile and drone attacks, which have been foiled by India. India knows that this is modern day warfare, and it's not just limited to military strikes alone. There is a lot of misinformation that's going on, and more importantly, the financial systems of India are also at risk here, which is why it wants to ensure that it is guarded on all fronts.
Yes, Vasudha, thank you for getting us all the details, particularly what has been instructed to the RBI and the NPCI, the need for firewalls to be put in place. Continue to be with us, because there is another meeting which is being chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah. This is with regards to the international border. As Nikunj was pointing out, Nikunj, the significance of paramilitary forces when it comes to guarding the international border, what all is in their domain? I mean, airports, what else?
Well, Maria, for the border security force, which is the principal border guarding force between India and Pakistan, remember, we have to be very clear, and this is a piece of information that probably our viewers can also do with, and that is that the borders are not guarded by the army. Borders under an international protocol, under an international mandate, are guarded by the paramilitary forces, and the principal border guarding force between India and Pakistan at least is the border security force, which guards nearly 3,000 kilometer long border of India and Pakistan. They are a paramilitary force. They report to the Ministry of Home Affairs. They do not deal with Ministry of Defense. In the time of war or in the time of emergency, they come back a few kilometers and the military or the Indian Army takes their positions. Border security force is then subsumed or works along in coordination with the Indian military. So the entire role of safeguarding, evacuating, coordinating with the local administration and state governments whose territory that is. Remember, till the international border, it is the state government's territory. It's their jurisdiction. Is done by the Ministry of Home Affairs. Many people have this kind of misconceived notion that it is a job done by the Ministry of Defense or the Indian military institutions. It is not done by them. It's nearly a civilian protocol, because the border security force is a paramilitary force, and the entire exercise, therefore, that is conducted in tandem with the state governments is monitored, controlled, directed, and also in a way assisted by the Ministry of Home Affairs and the Home Minister. And that is why these meetings at the Home Minister's residence are extremely crucial as far as safeguarding the interest of the civilian population is concerned, which seems to be at this point bearing the brunt of Pakistan's unwanted, uncontrolled, unexercised, unregulated aggression, which is extremely cowardly.
Yes, and since in this meeting there is the presence of the DG of ITBP, also of the SSB and the CISF, what are their roles?
Well, the other three, from the SSB to the Indo-Tibetan Border Police, they are principally the border guarding frontier forces. Now, when the Kargil happened, Mr. Vajpayee's government set up a Subramaniam committee which went into great detail about the border security of this country. Prior to that, it was a mishmash, or you can say a hodgepodge at multiple levels. Post that, all the governments, first the NDA government itself, then the UPA government, started to delineate border security as it is delineated in multiple other countries. Remember, India's front lines are massive. There are hardly any examples across the globe available where this kind of front line with multiple countries are there, barring a few countries like Russia or China. Now, in that Subramaniam Committee's report, which was then finally approved by Cabinet Committee on Security in the year 2000, if I am not wrong, it was set up in 99, 2000 final approvals came. It was decided that each frontier, that is the frontier between India and China, frontier between India and Pakistan, India and Bhutan, India and Nepal, India and Bangladesh, will be guarded one frontier, one force. So, SSB, Sashastra Seema Bal, Indo-Tibetan Border Police Force and Border Security Force all have their frontiers cut out for them. In the interim, in the MELI, is the Central Industrial Security Force, which is again under that mandate, mandated to guard all the critical infrastructure. The infrastructure of the country, like airports, like the metros, like the dams, like industrial townships, like industrial setups, mines that have been designated as the critical infrastructure, power plants, thermal power plants, nuclear power plants, that has been designated as the critical infrastructure by a mandate of the Cabinet Committee on Security, is guarded by the Central Industrial Security Force, again working directly under the charge and the tutelage of the Ministry of Home Affairs, chaired by the Home Minister himself. So, these meetings are no less significant than the meetings that are taking place in the South Block, which the Raksha Mantri or the Defence Minister is chairing, to at least quell. And this is to contain. Those meetings are to quell and curb the Pakistani aggression, and these meetings are to contain the damage that Pakistani aggression is causing. So these are a mix of meetings that will have to fructify on the ground.
Okay, thank you for all the quick updates, because I think it's important to put this story and all the meetings that are taking place in context for our viewers. We have Aishwarya tracking this meeting, which is happening at Home Minister's residence very closely. Aishwarya, the presence of all the forces, the paramilitary forces, has been explained by Nikunj just a few seconds ago. But in terms of coordination which is needed, all these forces have to work in complete coordination to ensure the safety of our installations, the airports, and also of various infrastructures. When we look at it, this meeting, at what time did it begin? And we were told that NSA Doval and also the IB chief are present in this meeting.
Well, for clarity of our viewers, to break it down, there are series of meetings which are going on at different places, be it the North Block, where I'm reporting from at the Ministry of Home Affairs, be it the Defence Ministry, or be it at the Home Minister's residence. Now, one meeting is taking place at the Home Ministry, where Home Secretary is chairing. The DGs of the IDBP and the SSB are present, and Home Secretary is chairing that meeting. Another meeting, the DGs of the CRPF, CISF and the BSF, which is being chaired by Home Minister, is going on at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. IB Chief is also there at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. For the clarity of viewers, NSAG Doval has not reached Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. He is not there in that particular meeting. On the other side, at the South Block at Defence Ministry, of course, we have seen those pictures where Rajnath Singh chaired the meeting with all the three service chiefs, along with the CDS, and the Defence Minister was briefed about the ongoing situation along with the line of control and international border. Minister, and how India has retaliated as far as the action against terrorism and the infiltration bid that happened, and how Indian armed forces are jointly coordinating together and taking action against the Pakistani action along the line of control. So that is a separate meeting that is taking place. Home Ministry and Defence Ministry has its separate meetings which are going. Apart from it, of course, the Health Ministry, JP Nadda had also spoken to the senior officials from Health Ministry as well. Some specific directions had been given by JP Nadda as well. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is also chairing a separate meeting at the Finance Ministry over here in the North Block. So all the crucial ministries and the top ministers taking separate meetings.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you so much for joining us.
As always, Aishwarya, a tough day for you. Yet again, another tough day. Carry on.
Joining us now is Mitali Nikore, who is an economist. We also have Jitin Jain, a cybersecurity expert. Nikunj?
Well, yes, my first question to Mitali. Mitali, what is it that the government of India, when it decides to review the security, the cyber security, remember when we put in the additional OTP in this country, the world was scoffing at that there is too, and in most of the Western world, that additional OTP protocol still does not exist actually. Then what is it that we are trying to, or the finance ministry mandarins are trying to look at this point in time as far as the cyber assault that we can expect from Pakistan in terms of firewalling our institutions, our digital public infra platforms, our net banking experiences, and most critically the credit card transactions which actually travel through globe before fructifying in seconds.
Absolutely, and good to be on the show, Maria and Nikunj. At the end of the day, this war is being fought on various fronts. This is not only a traditional military conflict. I mean, it began with Pahalgam, but after that, it was answered by the Indus Water Treaty being suspended, and it was answered by trade embargoes. So this is as much an economic war as it is a military campaign. And today, India's economy is also, being attacked in many ways by the Pakistani criminal establishments, and especially the elements, within Pakistan that have been nurtured over the years to become, very, very expert. These experts in cyber attacks, and which unleash their cyber attacks throughout the year across the world, are now being marshaled, to attack the Indian economy in many ways. And therefore, these kind of measures, having an additional OTP, having, being careful about scams. I think online scams are something that all of us can actually fall for. We, keep getting those calls and messages, that prompt you to, enter in your bank account number and enter in your passwords in your phone. Even WhatsApp forwards can actually be a way to steal your banking information. So I think, at this point in time, the fear of the might of the Indian economy and the resilience of the Indian economy, the fact that the, Indian stock markets have not even fallen by more than 1%, whereas the Karachi Stock Exchange has been shut down since yesterday. It shows us the fear that is there on the other side, and why we need to take measures to secure and safeguard our economy.
Taking that thread of thought ahead with you, what Nikunj was asking, what is it that we are preparing for in terms of, because the government of India is effectively countering all the fake propaganda coming its way through the PIB, but when it comes to meetings of this nature, what can we expect?
So I think, Maria, that's a
question to Jitin. Mitali, that's a question to Jitin. Yes.
Look, Maria, there are three things. A, in times of war, and especially during the fog of war, there is a standard SOP every state deploys to glean technical intelligence, spread misinformation, manipulate media, and third, attack the adversary in a way which can hurt him in the financial sector, telecom sector. So you would have seen, many reports in the past where Pakistan have been consistently targeting defense websites, especially of school, the retired personnel. On the face of it, it might look ordinary defacement, but look, here they were, stealing databases. So once you have database of children and their parents who's posted where, their ranks, their mobile numbers, then you target those people to glean intelligence. So that's threat number one. Second, as Mitali was also saying, you are fighting against a mighty enemy which has got a huge financial backbone. So Pakistan will make every attempt for a low-cost warfare to disrupt India's financial sector, be it banking, be it the stock markets, or be it any other, payment transfer mechanisms. So you hurt, where it hurts the most. And cyber is a low-cost warfare. So it is very, very important for finance ministry to be also prepared so that banking system, especially the stock markets, are completely safeguarded, secured, because there have been multiple reports of attacks in the past using ransomware, malwares in the last 3 to 4 years. So this is the time where Pakistan will deploy every possible technological, means they have on their disposal to disrupt this market, especially in finance and telecom. And last, even journalists might fall prey. You would have seen many examples in last 2 days where Pakistan has been peddling fake propaganda. Sometimes, the narratives or the news which they are planting might appear to be pro-India, but that could be a clickbait, a mechanism to, trick you into clicking a link or install a malware on your phone. Because journalists today are also, especially who are reporting on defense and national security, or on the front lines, are also a probable target to glean intelligence about what has happened, what might not have been reported, or what, exclusive footages, visuals, to verify certain events, certain things. So, strategic community, defense personnel, general, banking sector, telecom sector, everybody is a target on the table today.
And Jitin, because the finance minister will be reviewing this entire cyber security apparatus in the last 10 years in particular, where we have seen this consistent effort being made by Prime Minister Modi's government at multiple levels. That's why we are saying that it's multi-dimensional, multi-layered. Finance minister chairing meetings which have to do with financial institutions, banking setups, their home minister looking at the paramilitary forces, the security of along the IB and our airports that's needed, and then you have Rajnath Singh speaking to the chiefs of various forces. You have seen that coordination between various ministries as well. So when we look at the finance ministry per se, what has the government done in the last 10 years to ensure total security and firewalling of our institutions?
I mean, so much, and probably also so much remains to be done. We could have done much more. And the reason is, in financial sector, we are more vulnerable than Pakistan. Not because we are weak in our security.
Baba, in one more.
It is because, can I complete? Yeah, it is because in last 10 to 12 years, the speed at which Modi government has digitalized our economy, we have put every single public service online. We have, most of our financial transactions have gone online. We have gone on to Aadhaar-based KYCs. We have gone on to UPI-based transactions. So India's success story has been phenomenal. Today, 80 to 85% of population is using digital service in some form or another. So our size and scale is huge. And that is why our footprint is also huge. And that is why we are more vulnerable. Pakistan, on the other hand, they've got nothing to lose. The system does not have money. So I think India is more vulnerable because we are more powerful, we are more bigger, and our financial clout is where they will try and hurt us. But in terms of security, we have done a phenomenal job in securing our system. But one thing what we could not do is tackle and imagine the menace of this Pakistan-based OTP frauds, credit card frauds, and all those things. And this also reflects at the nature and the image of the economy like Pakistan, where I think most of Pakistanis are thinking now OTP frauds and financial scams as mainstream careers. Like in Africa, a couple of countries adopted ransomware and kidnapping as a full-time job skill industry. Pakistan is now adopting cyber frauds, KYC frauds, bullying scams as full-time mechanism. So I think we have more to worry, and we have more to spend our resources on to fortify our fortress of financial sector and telecom.
And my last question to you, Mitali, in this discussion at least, we will continue to discuss this very important and critical aspect of the overall national security with you in the coming hours and days. My last question to you is that our digital footprint or our digital presence is of course humongous. That also gives the adversary an opportunity, and that also makes our job tougher. Do you think that our institutions are geared up, or do you think this is a moment when we can review that entire levels of preparedness and probably put in additional measures in place so that whatever safety can be ensured can be done?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think like Jitin has very rightly said, the extent of our digital public infrastructure has expanded to a level that, has been very quick And in this upscaling effort, maybe there might be holes in the armor, there might be chinks in the armor, and this is the time to bridge those chinks. This is the time to beef up our cybersecurity. This is the time to bring in ethical hackers, for example, who can actually test our systems and test the resilience of our systems to multiple and dynamic kind of cyber attacks. We have to have these kind of drills within our financial system in a way that is very similar to the mock drills and the army drills that are taking place at the border towns, or that are taking place even within our cities. I mean, if we have a blackout, which is a power set blackout, which we all had the mock drill a few days ago, imagine a blackout or a mock drill of say your entire system going offline. How do you deal with that? What are the standard operating procedures? I'm sure that those SOPs are already in place, but at some time it is also important to start communicating that to the citizens and saying, please don't panic. If this happens, how do you actually deal with it? How do you actually go about it? Banks need to set out that information. Financial institutions need to set out that information. Even stock markets need to set out that information. And this is also critical for international investors, because international investors need to be able to see that India is a resilient financial market. India has already put in place all the measures that are necessary to secure its financial markets and for financial and economic security.
All right, Mithali and Jitin, thank you so much for joining us and giving us all the details and putting the story in context for our viewers. And let's shift focus now to the front line again along the LOC. The several border districts have been impacted. Villagers have been forced to leave their homes, abandoned homes that they have carefully, lovingly built over years. Shiv Arur is joining us from one of such homes. Shiv, what are you seeing? I can see you right inside one of those homes.
Truly heartbreaking scenes playing out here in Uri sector of the line of control, and these are more than heartbreaking because I'm in the middle of a room of a grieving family of the first victim here in Uri. I've taken their permission to be here. I did not want to be insensitive at all because they've just lost their mother, their sister. This young girl here is the daughter, in fact, of 43-year-old Nargis Bano, who is the first fatal casualty here in the Uri sector. She was traveling in a car to escape from this place during shelling last night. One of those shells actually landed on her just a couple of kilometers from where we are right now. Unspeakable grief. We arrived here a short while ago when her body was being taken out. The three other members of her family have been injured. They're being treated in a hospital not very far from here. Little children in tears, in disbelief, because this is a place, they say, is so close to the line of control that it's never really been in range. Whenever there's been shelling, it's always flown over their heads, as they say, which is so ironic and gone far away. And this time, while Nargis and her family were trying to escape from here in their little car, one of those shells happened to actually land on that car. She died almost instantly. Other people were grievously injured. At least 11 people have been injured in that shell blast, we are told. And this is the shattered family. That's the only thing that's left.
All right, Shiv. You become speechless in times such as this, Shiv, when you report from such homes and such families which are going through such times, very, very difficult times for those. And let's not forget, India has been reiterating that India is not the aggressor here. We are the victims of terror. And what played out on 22nd was the first act of aggression by Pakistan. And ever since we are seeing this, Nikunj, targeting of civilians and families.
And it is also very tormenting for Shiv. He's been out there for now almost 2-3 weeks, and he has seen possibly, other than physical hardship, he has seen all kind of torment. The physical hardship is one side, but being inside the entire shelling zone and then destroyed homes, families, destroyed homes, destroyed families. It's also tormenting for Shiv. So take care, Shiv, while you speak and report to those victims. Take care.
Nikunj, I just want to say one thing. It is always a dilemma for a journalist on the ground to depict grief. But having visited Uri for the 4th time today and to have run into this family, this young woman who's just lost her mother, I asked myself, isn't this insensitive? We're constantly asked questions as journalists, why do you invade the private spaces of families that are grieving? And a few of these people just said to me before we went on air, they welcomed me. They said, we want our faces to be there so that the people of the country can see what has happened to us. This is a personal loss for us. My torment is nothing compared to, just look at these families. They're shattered, they're left with nothing, they're in disbelief. I've taken their due permission, to put their faces out in the national media and the national glare, because this is what the people need to see. Attention on Uri is important because this is a place which is in the national consciousness. There's a blockbuster film, there were the surgical strikes. The word Uri is known to the young and old of India in our popular culture as well. But this is the reality of today, Nikunj and Maria, and there's no looking away from it. And it is a terrifying thing to be here amidst death, amidst blood. Nargis Banu's blood is still out there on that stretcher on which they took her out. Her blood-stained clothes are hanging outside. It's raining down here in Uri, and this family just wonders, what they did wrong.
Yes, what did they do wrong? That's the question that civilians along the LOC are asking. Thank you so much, Shiv, for getting us that sensitive report. Let's bring in a piece of breaking news that is coming in viewers right now. World Bank Chief Ajay Banga has spoken out, and this is with regards to the suspension of the Indus Water Treaty. Remember, that is one of the diplomatic offensive decision that was taken by India within hours of the incident of 22nd. Ajay Banga has said that we have no role to play beyond a facilitator. There is a lot of speculation in the media about how the World Bank will step in and fix the problem, but it is all bunk. The World Bank's role is merely as a facilitator. Hashtag Operation Sindoor. Nikunj?
Well, absolutely. I think that's a position that the World Bank has been continuously maintaining, that were India to act on that treaty, which is well within their sovereign right, the World Bank possibly have no role to play there other than just being originally the facilitator of the treaty. Remember, once a treaty is arrived at between the two sovereign powers, it is the responsibility of those sovereign powers to maintain all aspects of that treaty in the spirit that the treaty was signed. And remember, this treaty was signed in the spirit of friendship and fairness. So therefore, if the Pakistan wants to kick that hand of friendship, then no other third party can probably enforce the treaty, is what Mr. Banga is wanting to say. And remember, this is not applicable to this particular treaty, but the facilitators are not the enforcers of the treaty. The important point to note is that multilateral institutions can see that the treaties are acted upon or signed in good faith and are in all fairness. Post that, it's the responsibility of the sovereign powers to maintain that kind of friendly relationships, that treaties can be honored. Now, Pakistan has chosen to act in a certain way for many, many years and decades. For many, many years and decades, the governments in power have chosen to look the other way and carried on with business as usual as far as the international treaties were concerned. But finally, somebody had to bell the cat, and Modi government had decided to bell the cat, and they have decided that this business as usual with Pakistan cannot carry on as it continues to bleed our innocent civilians, and therefore the Pakistanis must pay the cost.
Absolutely, and we have Sakshi joining us. Sakshi, it was important perhaps for the World Bank chief Ajay Banga to say so, and he has done that. How did he share this piece of very crucial thought that World Bank's role is merely of a facilitator?
Absolutely. Well, this, of course, statement is crucial. It is a big boost for India. Remember, in the times of payback Pahalgam and Operation Sindoor, that the fact that the World Bank has given out this statement and declaration in a way saying that, and stating very, very clearly that they are merely a facilitator. And this, of course, like you both were explaining, is very, very crucial. Look, of course, India has been batting for, of course, the World Bank and IMF to curb funds as far as Pakistan is concerned. They have been telling global agencies as well as networks that look, these funds are clearly not being used for development. So really this comes at a time when, of course, this is crucial for India. Remember, the World Bank has committed to 20 billion over a few years for Pakistan, and remember that the billions of funds really from the World Bank and IMF, both really critical here to curb these funds. India has been time and again stating this, that look, these funds are clearly not being used towards the projects, towards development, towards even women empowerment, as many of the statements and declarations made in the past by Pakistan. So very, very critical there, that this really comes at a time when, of course, India has looked at payback Pahalgam, and India has been clearly telling global agencies that look, these funds really need to be curbed for Pakistan.
All right, Sakshi, thank you so much for joining us. We are slipping into a short break, and this remains out of focus much more. Several aspects of the story are playing out, and we will continue to get you ground reports as well. Stay with us. How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
Crucial meeting has just got over. We'll try and get details of that meeting, the meeting that was chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah at his residence, which had the DG of BSF, ITBP, SSB and CISF among others. The significance is because these are the paramilitary forces which guard the civilian population, ensure that our airports and other crucial military installations are safe, and that is the reason why there is a complete coordination being ensured between the Defence Ministry, Finance Ministry and also the Home Ministry. Nikunj.
Well, yes, as I said, that the entire task of safeguarding the civilian population alongside the international borders is actually of the paramilitaries and the border guarding forces. Principal amongst them under today's set of circumstances is the Border Security Force, which is mandated under the mandate of the Cabinet Committee of Security to guard the Indo-Pakistan border right from the time of 1965 war. And that's the frontier that they have been exclusively mandated to guard. It's the longest frontier that we have that Border Security Force guards. It's also the largest paramilitary force in the world. So you can understand, and as I said, that the entire task of safeguarding the civilian populations, evacuating the civilian populations, ensuring that the civilian populations move to a safer location with enough and adequate supplies, both of ration and any other kind of supplies that are required for daily life, is the job that the Ministry of Home Affairs has to coordinate with the border guarding forces and the state administration.
Okay.
So that entire exercise is now being put in motion, and at the apex of that superstructure is the Union Home Minister himself, supervising and directing that entire exercise.
Nikunj, since you understand these forces quite well, help us understand in terms of the military installations which were attempted to be targeted by Pakistanis last evening. The military installation in Pathankot, in Jammu. Who guards these military installations?
Maria, the military installations are exclusively guarded by the military's own guards.
Okay.
They can be naval guards on a naval establishment, military guards like the military police on a military installation. However, as I said, that the international border is not guarded by the defense forces. They are guarded by the paramilitaries. In this case, the border security force is the frontline force. The military will move on some of the posts regularly maintained and guarded by the border security force, which will then come in the aid and assistance of the Indian military because they know the topography much better than anybody else in those regions. However, that situation will only happen after a declaration, after a formal declaration by the cabinet. That hasn't happened yet. So the military will maintain its own reserved position at the points that they are not supposed to cross, that signals and a sort of physical aggression. BSF has not retreated, and that also, as I said, will happen under a mandate of the cabinet. So quite clearly, this entire exercise that the Home Minister is undertaking right now is the exercise of safeguarding the civilian population from the Pakistani ingress under any set of circumstances, which is the responsibility of the Ministry of Home Affairs as the nodal ministry, and all its arms like the Border Security Force, like the National Disaster Management Authority, like the National Disaster Response Force, have to act on the directions of the Union Home Minister,
Yes.
who has been chairing all these meetings.
Yes, Aishwarya Jain continues to be with us. Aishwarya, only yesterday we reported that Home Minister Amit Shah was chairing that crucial meeting in which the big challenge before the government was safe spaces for all those who are living along the LOC. In terms of numbers, we are yet to find out how many people have to be evacuated to safer spaces. But what is the level of preparations that India is looking at?
Well, the sources in the Home Ministry have stated that it is the directions which have been given to Jammu and Kashmir administration that there should be priority of the places situated near the line of control. Prioritization should be done as far as the most unsafe areas or less safer areas, and maximum evacuation of people from the control should be done. And specific instructions yesterday was given by Home Minister Amit Shah. Today, the meeting with the CISF, CRPF and the IB chief, the DGs of the CISF, CRPF and the IB chief lasted for almost 2 hours, and the meeting has just concluded at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. And this meeting specifically was to ensure that there are enhanced security measures at all the critical infrastructure and key establishments across the country in light of the escalating tensions along with the India-Pakistan border. Remember, the CISF is tasked with safeguarding critical infrastructures across India, including airports, power plants, nuclear installations, space research facilities, and the specific guidelines have been given by Home Minister Amit Shah in regards to that, and the meeting finally had concluded after 2 hours.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you so much for all those details. Multiple ministers have been looking at several aspects of internal security, ensuring that every institution is safeguarded, civilian population is safeguarded. That meeting chaired by Home Minister has just concluded. We'll try and get more details of that. But overall, Nikunj, another question that perhaps would be on the minds of our viewers is, who guards critical infrastructure? When we are looking at our dams, airports, tunnels, oil refineries.
Well, that is, again, the critical infrastructure setup is reviewed by the cabinet from time to time. That is, Cabinet Committee on Security reviews it. Since you know that the infrastructure is developed, shunted, modified, reworked, over a period of time. That review, it's a continuous process, and that mandate is also vested in the Ministry of Home Affairs, which has further transferred. It's a delegated function to the Ministry of Home Affairs under the cabinet mandate, and Ministry has delegated that function to the Central Industrial Security Force. So Central Industrial Security Force, which was principally raised as a security unit to safeguard India's industrial security in the hinterland, like in the Naxalite areas, the coal mines in deep inside the country, has now become the vanguard of guarding the critical infrastructure, including they have a specific component called GBS, which is the government building security. So your South Block, North Block, any critical infrastructure, even in places as far as Bangalore, in Daman and Diu, in Goa, all that government building security component is guarded by the Central Industrial Security Force. They have a separate setup for that. And as I said, that is a delegated mandate by the Cabinet Committee of Security to the Ministry of Home Affairs, which implements it through the Central Industrial Security Force. That is why you will notice that in each meeting of the Home Minister, the Director General of the Central Industrial Security Force is present,
is also in
because that security cover and the upgradation and any kind of assistance that the CISF may need in view of the incidents that have happened. Remember, that mandate is a vast mandate. This mandate spreads across the country. There is no geography that mandate does not cover. So if you need any assistance specific to a particular position, let's say a sensitive dam, let me not name any dam, but any sensitive dam, and the CISF feels that the security cover deployed there currently is inadequate, all of that review will have to be done by the Home Minister and the Union Home Secretary in those meetings.
Okay, Nikunj, thank you for giving us the entire security grid, explaining that to our viewers. Thank you so much for that. A piece of news that is also coming in. Remember, we have been reporting this. Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, those are the visuals also, is in Jammu. So is the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. They are making assessment of the ground situation. This is coming after shelling which has damaged several homes along the LOC. Most damages being reported from Jammu, Rajouri, Uri and several other border districts. Okay, we have been talking about how NDTV is reporting from multiple such homes which have been damaged. Remember, Pakistan is targeting civilians here in India, even as the Indian Army has successfully thwarted all attempts by Pakistan to destroy or even attack our military installations. Here's a ground report from Kupwara.
Ishfaq, you are still smiling despite surviving this attack.
Sir,
and this house which came at around 2 a.m.
Yes.
When there was this shell landed in your house.
Exactly. Around 2 बजे के आसपास ये अटैक हुआ. एंड मैं हंस इसलिए रहा हूँ, हम शायद थोड़ा नुकसान हुआ है, थोड़ा नहीं बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसान हुआ है. जितना आज तक मेहनत करके कमाया था सब बह गया, लेकिन हम डरे नहीं.
बच गया. अच्छा, डरे नहीं.
हम डरे नहीं हैं.
क्या बात.
वी आर ए प्राउड इंडियन फर्स्ट, देन प्राउड कश्मीरी, और इन सब चीज़ों से हम डरने नहीं वाले. जो भी हुआ है गलत हुआ है, लेकिन हम कर लेंगे. हम फिर से ग्रो करेंगे और फिर से अपने पैरों पे खड़ा होकर दिखाएंगे.
Wow, what a resilience of common man. Those who did it, they should know. डरे नहीं हैं, मरे नहीं हैं. We will rise again. And आप आपने बताया बस कुछ ही मिनट पहले आप यहाँ से चले गए तो आपको लगा शेलिंग हो रही थी यहाँ उस वक्त.
देखिए सर,
आपने फैमिली को निकाला, बच गए.
कल इवनिंग से ही इन्वायरमेंट ख़राब हो रहा था. जैसे जम्मू पे अटैक्स हुए थे, पठानकोट पे अटैक हुए थे, तो थ्रू न्यूज़ चैनल्स हमें पता चला. तो मैंने ये डिसाइड किया कि मैं अपनी फैमिली को लेके यहाँ से चला जाता हूँ. डिस्पाइट ऑफ ये जो जगह है अराउंड 60 किलोमीटर्स LOC से दूर है, लेकिन स्टिल मुझे लगा हुआ नहीं था यहाँ पे अटैक, तो मुझे लगा कि मुझे फैमिली को लेके यहाँ से दूर चला जाना चाहिए. तो मैं यहाँ से निकल गया था, और फिर हमें लेट नाइट यहाँ पे काफ़ी शेलिंग्स हुई, डैमेजेस हुए, सिविलियंस पे अटैक हो रहे हैं रेगुलरली, एंड दिस इज़ रियली अनफॉर्चुनेट. वहाँ पे भी एहसास होना चाहिए. इंसान सबसे पहले, हम इंसान हैं. मुझे लगता है इंसानियत अगर कहीं पे भी बची है तो ये देखिए आप सिविलियंस पे अटैक कर रहे हो किस बुज़दिली के साथ. सो इट्स रियली शेमफुल.
Really shameful.
Really unfortunate.
And this is one instance Nikunj, and Maria, where you see innocent people losing their homes. And it is raining heavily here. I can show you here. And many people are homeless in this Kupara border area. And you see these trees have been ravaged. And Tangadar appears to be worse hit. And dozens of people have lost their homes. And they are living literally, as they say, under the shadow, under the sky, open sky. And this is what has happened to this palatial house. Very fine, wood carving and the walnut wood here, but everything, it is now literally a wreckage. Look at this door. So this has happened, and this whole side, this has happened to this house. Look at this side. What has happened to the homes? Beautiful homes. People have actually worked very hard to make a
the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Jaisalmer Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusive.
United States Vice President J.D. Vance has spoken out on this ongoing tension between India and Pakistan. Let's listen in to what he said.
How concerned is the administration about the potential for nuclear war between India and Pakistan?
Well, look, we're concerned about any time nuclear powers collide and have a major conflict. What we've said, what Secretary Rubio said, and certainly the president has said, is we want this thing to de-escalate as quickly as possible. We can't control these countries, though. Fundamentally, India has its gripes with Pakistan. Pakistan has responded to India. What we can do is try to encourage these folks to de-escalate a little bit, but we're not going to get involved in the middle of a war that's fundamentally none of our business and has nothing to do with America's ability to control it. You know, America can't tell the Indians to lay down their arms. We can't tell the Pakistanis to lay down their arms. And so we're going to continue to pursue this thing through diplomatic channels. Our hope and our expectation is that this is not going to spiral into a broader regional war or, God forbid, a nuclear conflict.
And joining us on this broadcast is Harshvardhan Shringla, former Indian ambassador to US and former Foreign Secretary. Ambassador Shringla, really appreciate your time. You know, this is being seen as a departure from the past as far as the US stand is concerned. A more hands-off approach by the US is in line with what India has been saying, that it is for India to deal with Pakistan on its own terms.
Absolutely, Maria. I think, it is a refreshing departure from several of the previous US administrations in the past that have actually tried to intervene, tried to mediate on what is essentially a bilateral issue. And I think we have been very clear that this is an issue that we have to deal with. Bilaterally, we can handle these issues on our own. And what I think Vice President J.D. Vance is saying is, I think, would echo our sentiment that, at the end of the day, we have to deal with this issue. That there is, there is, very little to no chance of any nuclear confrontation on this particular conflict that is on, and that at the end of the day, it is for India to take steps to seek retribution for a heinous terrorist attack on our citizens. I think part of that effort is punitive, but part of that effort is also to ensure deterrence and to preempt this from happening in the future. And I think that is a very, very important step. Otherwise, we will find ourselves again bogged down in cross-border terrorism. And I think we have to send a message to Pakistan, a clear message that terrorism as an instrument of its foreign policy will not pay, and that every time you indulge in an act of terrorism, there will be very, very serious retribution. And I think our strikes, day before yesterday night, were very, very focused, targeted against terrorists and terrorist infrastructure, very effective, I think demonstrably effective. And that is the sort of, response that a calibrated, responsible response that a country like India would indulge in.
Ambassador Shringla, there is an important question probably on the top of everyone's minds right now in India and Pakistan. It appears that India has been trying to give Pakistan an escape hatchet, so to say, when it says that these steps are non-escalatory and these are not targeted at any particular military installation, etc., etc. Saudis and Iranians both have been in India, and the Saudi minister today would be in Islamabad. Use your years of diplomatic experience and exposure, Mr. Shringla, and please try to inform our viewers that is there a solid chance that Saudis can bring some sense into the Pakistani establishment, particularly the military establishment, which is also seen separately closer to the Saudi establishment than any other establishment, to de-escalate and disengage from this entire situation?
Well, if there is one country that exercises significant influence on Pakistan, it is Saudi Arabia, both for historical reasons and current support that Pakistan gets in financial and economic terms. And I think a lot of the leadership is invested in some senses in that country. Every time there's a problem and some of the leadership have to seek sort of safe havens somewhere outside, Saudi Arabia is one of those countries that is available. So I think every Pakistani leader, particularly military leaders, will listen to the Saudis. I think, right in that sense that I think we had our response, as I said, has been very, very specific, very calibrated. And we have certainly, provided an opportunity for Pakistan to really look at this as a serious wake-up call to start, dealing with its own, terrorist infrastructure in the country. I think this was a good time that they could have, had some introspection on their own internal situation and crack down on these terrorist outfits that operate from within their country, but they have chosen not to. Part of the problem, I think, is the Chief of Army Staff, Asim Munir himself, who's seen as a hardliner, and for his own reasons, domestic and otherwise, and of course, the situation in Jammu and Kashmir was not to their liking. The improvement in the status quo was so dramatic that Pakistan needed to do something to say that to try and upset that particular momentum. And I think the result is there for all of us to see: a terrorist attack followed by what seems to be, an intention to continue a conflict that in a course of time will degrade their military capacities and will find them in serious trouble. But for the time being, he feels that it has galvanized support around the military and that some of their internal woes have been overlooked by what is happening, on the India-Pakistan front. And I think that's a very short-sighted policy and will not pay the sort of dividends that he may expect.
Short-sighted policy, says former Foreign Secretary. Mr. Shingla, if it is short-sighted, surely General Munir, who is a professional soldier, howsoever we much view him from the prism of a jihadi general, he is a professional soldier, a trained man, would also know that the sustenance or the sustenance ability of his force is certainly much feebler than what Indians can. In that context, these meetings with the Saudis and these meetings with the Iranians, a country, you say Saudis, a country which can actually bring tremendous amount of influence on the Pakistani leadership, including the military leadership, can turn out to be his best bet.
Well, I think, you get carried away by your own propaganda. And when you're sitting, with completely unlimited control over the country without any constitutional responsibilities, I think you can end up feeling that you are, greater than you actually are. And I think this is the sort of illusion that was referred to by my colleague Jay Bisaria, who was High Commissioner to Pakistan, in his article, an op-ed piece today, I think in the Times of India. And here, I think, he refers to Asif Munir as the mad general. And from that context, I think, there is clearly some level of illusionary thinking in this entire conflict that has been initiated and continued by Pakistan. Sena Council can prevail, but I think he will only realize when it is too late. And as I said, I think they are simply giving us the opportunity to really teach them a lesson that they have not had in quite some time. And I think they are going down the slippery path to self-destruction.
Let me then ask you a more benign question in which you can probably comprehensively present your views, Foreign Secretary. And that is that, do you think this situation will disengage from this moment, from the yesterday nights of extreme escalation? Will it come down, or will it continue to remain at the temperatures that it is currently for some time to come?
Well, you do hope that it would de-escalate, but my own sense is that it will continue. And as I explained the reasons why, I think it is really, the short-sightedness of Pakistani, policy at leadership level to be able to grasp the sort of downward spiral that they're in, comprehensively, almost as a failed state, unable to secure various components of its own federal structure, whether it's Balochistan or, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, or even Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and at the same time, looking at an IMF bailout for the 25th time. So, they have their own problems, but they have compounded the problems by this particular, conflict that they have initiated. And I think the cost of this is not just in military terms. The cost will be felt in economic terms, because to sustain a conflict over a period of time, you have to expend a lot of resources. And I think they, despite the support they've got from some of their all-weather friends, they will not be... it will impact on their economy adversely. And again... Yeah, sorry, please go ahead.
Yes, Ambassador, last thought, and since you've spoken about the all-weather friends, we have seen a departure from the past as far as the US stand is concerned. What about the Chinese? Do you think they will also be forced to revisit their stand, particularly keeping in mind how comprehensively, matter-of-factly, and also with great degree of sobriety, India has managed to communicate to the world that it is not really the aggressor here?
Well, again, one hopes that China would also see this as, a situation which is not helping its own ally and partner. At the same time, the stand that they've taken in calling some of our actions regrettable, I think is also going to be at the cost of the rapprochement that we are seeking with China. So possibly, their advice, if we can read it correctly, might also be to try and see if there's any scope of an off-ramp, as Nikunj mentioned, and a sort of a de-escalation of the situation. But I can only speculate. I can't say for certain because these are not transparent societies. There has been some talk of a conversation between our NSA and his counterparts. There has been some back-channel conversations, but to what extent that will impact and provide Sena counsel to Pakistan cannot be said. So at this particular juncture, we are in a situation where we've exchanged some serious, I think, strikes at each other. And my own sense is that we are degrading their military capacities, their air defense capacities, and at some stage they'll be left open and defenseless for much more serious strikes into Pakistan. And I think this is not a way that General Asim Munir would want to go.
All right, Ambassador Shringla, really appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us and putting this entire story in context. Of course, it's an evolving situation,
Thank
a very,
you.
very dynamic and fluid situation. NDTV has been reporting from the ground through and through for the last 15 days. And here's a special report by Shivarur.
After another night of shelling and a big escalation, we've landed here in the Uri sector near the line of control, where the first casualty of Pakistani shelling happened last night. Her name is Nargis Bano. She was 45 years old and she was killed in a car. Her members of her family are grievously injured and they've been taken to hospital. And I've just arrived here at the family home to speak to some of the grieving family members who are everywhere and collected here. Sir, क्या हुआ था बता सकते हैं? वो गाड़ी में थी?
गाड़ी में जा रहे थे, अब खुद को बचाने के लिए यहाँ शेलिंग हो रही थी. फिर ये रिलेशन के जितने भी आदमी अपनी गाड़ी में बैठे, स्कॉर्पियो में, तो सब उठा के बच्चे ये भी थे, सारे थे, ये यहाँ से निकले तो उधर मोहरा के नज़दीक पहुँचे, यहाँ से कोई 3 किलोमीटर दूर, तो वहाँ शेलिंग हो गई. उसी का एक शेल इसको आ गया गाड़ी के बीच में से अंदर और इसका सर आधा काट दिया.
और कौन था गाड़ी में?
और भी थी, दूसरी उसकी थी, दूसरे भाई की बीवी, वो भी जख्मी हो गई. और थे हमारे रिलेशन के काफ़ी बंदे उसमें, तो बाकी बच गए, तो यही बीच में आ गए. फिर इनको हॉस्पिटल लिया, बारामूला, मोहरा, फिर उसके बाद बारामूला, तो बारामूला पहुँचते ये फिर दम तोड़ गई. तो दूसरी जो थी वो दूसरी इसकी भाभी इसकी, तो वो बच गई, उसको थोड़ा लगा था, अभी वो है हॉस्पिटल में बारामूला.
तो आप बोल रहे हैं कि यहाँ से बिल्कुल 2-3 किलोमीटर यहाँ से पीछे वो शेल लैंड हुआ है. इसका मतलब ही कि जहाँ हम खड़े हैं ये भी इन द लाइन ऑफ फायर है.
बिल्कुल ये भी है.
5 किलोमीटर इसमें है.
तो इसके पहले भी हुआ है ऐसे?
होता रहा, लेकिन इस तरह डायरेक्ट बीच में नहीं होता रहा, रास पार
शेल नहीं आया इस एरिया में, लेकिन ये फर्स्ट टाइम सर यहाँ से यहाँ नहीं आता था, लेकिन फर्स्ट टाइम आज ये शेल जो है यहाँ पर गिरे. यहाँ क्या गिरे, यहाँ से 2 किलोमीटर आगे भी गिरे, मोहरा में गिरे. जी सर.
This is a very scary thought. These people have lived here for many years and they say that shells have never landed here. This is the first time that a shell has actually landed in this place, and we will continue to report a very grieving family here because they are in shock, and we will continue to report from here and in the forward areas near the line of control in Uri.
All right, Shivarur, they're getting us that ground report a day after the excesses by Pakistan, the aggression that one saw yesterday as tensions, went to an all-time high with the Pakistan sending rockets and munitions and India countering them successfully all along our northwestern border. But let's now talk about steps being taken in other parts of the country. The country remains on alert, though things are calm and normal largely across India. But in Maharashtra, you have Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and the Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde arriving at the Chief Minister's bungalow there to review the security across the state. It is a time of high alert given this warlike situation that we're seeing on our border. Let's go across to Radhika now for more. And Radhika, you have top administration heads, the police, etc. also at that meeting. Give us more details. What can you share with us?
That's right. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is chairing a meeting at this point. Deputy CM of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, is also at this security review meet. Apart from that, as you mentioned, administrative heads, there are top cops, including CP of Mumbai, Commissioner of Police of Mumbai, Deven Bharti, also present, and several other department heads as well at this review meeting. This is to, of course, assess the current security situation in the state of Maharashtra, particularly in the city of Mumbai. Of course, Mumbai has been vulnerable to attacks in the past. Mumbai has faced attacks, in the past. 26/11 is something that is unforgettable. So therefore, the security apparatus will be reviewed. What the current status is and how much of it needs to be strengthened is something Chief Minister will be taking a stock of from several department heads, from CP of Mumbai, from the DG of Maharashtra as well, and also from NDR, from the Fire Brigade Department, and from railway police officials as well, as to what the current status is and what kind of upgradation could be required in the next few days. As I've been pointing out, yes, Mumbai has a very porous, active coastline, susceptible to attacks, which has happened in the past as well. So therefore, coastline security is something that, the administration is very, very closely looking at. Alerts have been issued. There are vital installations in Mumbai. Mumbai is the financial capital, so therefore RBI, the BSC, several other financial units that Mumbai has, those need to be protected, and several other landmarks as well, be it Gateway or Taj, and many other places of importance that were attacked in the past as well. So what the security situation is at this point and how much has to be strengthened is something that will be part of the discussions.
Absolutely, Radhika. And as you've been, you've been out on the street speaking to people, things are, calm, people are going about their day, but this meeting and that is taking place, it is precautionary. It's a time of high alert in the country. We've seen those citizen, mock drills also taking place. So it's a time to be prepared, but not a time for any sort of panic.
Absolutely. This is not a time for panic, certainly. We did speak to, a lot of locals here, people who came to enjoy Gateway of India and many other landmarks and destinations of Mumbai. Everything is calm. There is a sense of normalcy. There is no panic, really. There's no visible panic that we can see. Of course, people are aware of what is happening up north and west. And, one cannot forget 26/11 attacks as well, which is where we were in the morning, the epicenter of 26/11 attacks. But it's business as usual. But yes, strengthened security, beefed up security in many of these vital installations, infrastructure, also in railway stations and busy market areas as well. Mumbai, many of these places in Mumbai sees huge footfalls on a daily basis. So these places need to be secured, and that is the priority right now. So this is certainly precautionary, steps being taken, precautionary measures, precautionary meetings that are being held at this point. Nothing to worry about. Mock drills had taken place, civil defense mock drills took place, Coast Guard mock drills, I beg your pardon, has also taken place. So at this point, things are calm. There is no need to panic, is the message that is being sent out by the government of Maharashtra.
All right, thanks so much, Radhika, for joining us with all those details. So a review meeting being chaired by the Maharashtra Chief Minister there to take stock of the security situation in the state. But let's also talk about the meetings taking place in Delhi, where a series of high-level meetings have been on since the morning. This comes a day after Pakistan's aggression at overnight, where we saw all along our western border in Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan, where missiles and munitions were sent. Indian Army effectively repulsed the multiple attacks using drones and other munitions. The government reviewing the security apparatus there, and Defense Minister Rajnath Singh held a meeting with all the tri-service chiefs. The Home Minister had also reviewed the border security situation with top security agency heads there, and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has also reviewed the cyber security aspect, given this is a time that we're seeing a lot of fake news that is coming in, lots of wrong videos, lots of outlandish and outrageous claims being made, and there is this sense that this is to spread panic and divisions among the people in the country. So at a time that our military, our army are working very hard to defend our borders, there can be no sort of laxity when it comes to ensuring there's no panic and no misinformation among the people. But let's go across to Aishwarya
for more on this. And Aishwarya, tell us more about these, series of meetings that have been taking place at a time when tensions between India and Pakistan are at the highest, given the kind of aggression we saw yesterday.
Well, that's right. In fact, multiple meetings are underway in the national capital, be it of the Ministry of Home Affairs or the Ministry of Defence, or if we talk about Ministry of Health or Finance Ministry. Let's break it down one by one. Ministry of Defence, is taking care of the national security. The Defence Minister chaired that particular meeting with the CDS along with 3 service chiefs, and he was briefed about the ongoing situation. On the other side, it was Home Minister Amit Shah who chaired an all-important crucial meeting with the DGs of BSF, CISF, CRPF and IB chief at his residence. That meeting lasted for almost 2 hours, and the specific directions have been given by Home Minister Amit Shah in regards to the border security and also the security that comes internally as far as airports are concerned, ports are concerned, nuclear installations in the country are concerned, dams are concerned. A specific instruction to have the security on alert in those areas as well. There are separate meetings which are underway as far as Finance Minister, who is also reviewing the the criminal and crime, the cyber crime unit as well. Health Minister JP Nadda is having its own meeting. Specific directions have been given to the senior officials from the Health Ministry as well. We've been told that Rajnath Singh, after that crucial meeting, also met DRDO chief and CDS separately, and later in a day, Defence Minister can head to 7 Lok Kalyan Marg for the briefing that would be done by the CDS, NSA as well as Defence Minister to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That is something that is completely source-based. The sources within the Defence Ministry had stated to us, but all of these meetings are underway as far as the ongoing tensions between India and Pakistan are concerned, and how India has retaliated to Pakistani troops at different point of stage along with the line of control.
That's right, Aishwarya. In fact, there have been 2, waves of aggression that have been countered by India. The earlier where 15, cities were targeted, the bases there were targeted. Then what we saw take place last night, and the Prime Minister, is reviewing the situation on the border. He spoke to the Gujarat Chief Minister as well to know the situation there. And in the morning we were reporting about how there were sirens that were sounded in Chandigarh, and the citizens have been told to take certain actions when this happens. In Delhi as well, we're going to have a siren being sounded at 3 p.m. and we want to tell our viewers and those who are from Delhi that not to panic. This is something that is being done by the administration and Aishwarya, at a time of high tension. This is just to ensure that citizens know how to behave should and hopefully not such an emergency befall other parts of the country.
Well, these are civil defense mock drills, and these are not to create any sort of panic. Information had been passed on through various channels to the citizens of the national capital. At 3:30, we have been told that there will be a loud siren, but this is just for the preparation. Nothing to panic at all is the louder message from the administrations as well. They need to check about in case there is any sort of emergency that comes in line, then whether the equipments are well operational, or the and these are the drills that are frequently being done by different departments after the directions being given by the Home Ministry. Remember, there was a separate meeting that was chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah to with these departments and to ensure that there is everything in line as far as the essential commodities to be served at at such places. The medical aid is online. It is, of course, the sensitive areas that are being picked as well. Home Minister Amit Shah, remember, had also spoken to different chief ministers and DCPs and the chief secretaries of different states and union territories adjoining to the border areas of Pakistan and Nepal. So the government is ensuring that every box is ticked internally and externally, how India can combat with the current situation if arises, and therefore the reason perhaps these are precautionary measures that the government is taking. These are mock drills. Nothing to panic is the louder message to the citizens. They are being informed in hand with different media platforms to not to panic at the time when there are certain sirens that will be rang. These are just operational exercises, drills that are being conducted.
All right, Aishwarya, thanks so much for joining us with all of those details. Well, let's now bring you news from Jammu and Kashmir, where Chief Minister Omar Abdullah today visited affected areas. He was also in Jammu, remember, overnight. In fact, Jammu and Kashmir have really borne the brunt of the constant ceasefire violations. In fact, it's not even a ceasefire anymore, but firings and shelling from across the border, in which many citizens have died, many have been injured, houses have been destroyed, and the Chief Minister in Jammu to assess the ground situation. He also met with those injured in hospital. Lieutenant General Manoj Sinha, in fact, visited Uri, and that is where a woman died overnight in shelling. So, tragedy really striking the common man. Let's just listen into what the Chief Minister said.
उनके तरफ से जो सिविलियंस को निशाना बनाने की कोशिश की गई, जिस तरह जम्मू शहर पे उन्होंने ड्रोन का हमला किया, मुझे नहीं लगता है कि 71 वॉर के बाद कभी इस तरह जम्मू शहर को निशाना बनाया गया हो। लेकिन हमारे डिफेंस फोर्सेस उनको ये क्रेडिट जाता है कि उन्होंने ये सारे ड्रोन जो हैं उनको नाकामयाब किए, और उनमें से एक भी ड्रोन जो है निशाने पे नहीं पहुंच पाई। मैंने पहले दिन बात करते हुए ये कहा था कि लेकिन अब ये हालात हमने नहीं बनाए। पहलगाम में हमारे लोगों के ऊपर हमला हुआ, बेगुनाह लोगों की कत्ल की गई, उसका हमें जवाब देना पड़ा।
All right, as the Chief Minister said, so many people there affected on the ground, especially in Jammu and Kashmir, given the kind of shelling and firing that is coming from the Pakistan side, being countered by Indian forces. Overnight, a woman was also killed in Uri in this firing and shelling. In fact, in all, around 16 citizens, including a Jawan, have also died in the aggression from Pakistan. And NDTV has been bringing you reports from the ground how the common man has been affected. Their houses have been destroyed. They've had to flee from their homes, and NDTV's Nazir sent us this report from Kupwara.
Ishfaq, you are still smiling despite surviving this attack.
Sir,
and this house which came at around 2 a.m.
Yes.
When there was this shell landed in your house.
Exactly. Around 2 बजे के आसपास ये अटैक हुआ, एंड मैं हंस इसलिए रहा हूँ, हम शायद थोड़ा नुकसान हुआ है, थोड़ा नहीं बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसान हुआ है। जितना आज तक मेहनत करके कमाया था सब बह गया, लेकिन हम डरे नहीं।
बच गया। अच्छा, डरे नहीं।
हम डरे नहीं हैं।
क्या बात।
वी आर ए प्राउड इंडियन फर्स्ट, देन प्राउड कश्मीरी, और इन सब चीज़ों से हम डरने नहीं वाले। जो भी हुआ है गलत हुआ है, लेकिन हम कर लेंगे, हम फिर से ग्रो करेंगे और फिर से अपने पैरों पे खड़ा होकर दिखाएंगे।
Wow, what a resilience of common man. Those who did it, they should know. डरे नहीं हैं, मरे नहीं हैं, we will rise again. And आपने बताया बस कुछ ही मिनट पहले आप यहाँ से चले गए तो आपको लगा शेलिंग हो रही थी यहाँ उस वक्त।
देखिए सर,
आपने फैमिली को निकाला, बच गए।
कल इवनिंग से ही इन्वायरमेंट ख़राब हो रहा था। जैसे जम्मू पे अटैक्स हुए थे, पठानकोट पे अटैक हुए थे, तो थ्रू न्यूज़ चैनल्स हमें पता चला, तो मैंने ये डिसाइड किया कि मैं अपनी फैमिली को लेके यहाँ से चला जाता हूँ। डिस्पाइट ऑफ ये जो जगह है अराउंड 60 किलोमीटर्स LOC से दूर है, लेकिन स्टिल मुझे लगा, हुआ नहीं था यहाँ पे अटैक, तो मुझे लगा कि मुझे फैमिली को लेके यहाँ से दूर चला जाना चाहिए। तो मैं यहाँ से निकल गया था, और फिर हमें लेट नाइट यहाँ पे काफ़ी शेलिंग्स हुई, डैमेजेस हुए, सिविलियंस पे अटैक हो रहे हैं रेगुलरली, एंड दिस इज़ रियली अनफॉर्चुनेट। वहाँ पे भी एहसास होना चाहिए, इंसान सबसे पहले, हम इंसान हैं। मुझे लगता है इंसानियत अगर कहीं पे भी बची है तो ये देखिए आप सिविलियंस पे अटैक कर रहे हो, किस बुज़दिली के साथ. So it's really shameful.
Really shameful.
Really unfortunate.
And this is one instance, Nikunj and Maria, where you see innocent people losing their homes. And it is raining heavily here. I can show you here. And many people are homeless in this Kupara border area. And you see these trees have been ravaged. And Tangadar appears to be worse hit. And dozens of people have lost their homes. And they are living literally, as they say, under the shadow, under the sky, open sky. And this is what has happened to this palatial house. Very fine, wood carving and the walnut wood here, but everything, it is now literally a wreckage. Look at this door. So this has happened, and this whole side, this has happened to this house. Look at this side. What has happened to the homes? Beautiful homes. People have actually worked very hard to make a good living. But look what shelling from across the border has done to the lives of common people. मकबूल साहब, आपसे भी बात करेंगे. आप इनके इशफाक के वालिद हैं. क्या लगा आपको कि जब इस तरह आपने इतनी मेहनत से मकान बनाया और तब इसको बर्बाद किया और कई लोगों ने मकान खोए इसी तरह, वो लेकिन आप खुशकिस्मत है तो आप पहले ही वहाँ से
खुशकिस्मती ये है कि हमें अक्ल आ गया. खासकर मेरे बेटे ने ज़्यादा जोर लगा, मैं तो हिलता ही नहीं था. इसने ज़्यादा जोर लगा, नहीं पापा चैलेंज हो रही है, ये कोई भी सिविल वगैरह नहीं देखते, लिहाजा हम निकलते हैं. तो कल शाम को ही हम निकले, रात को ही निकले और 2 बजे रात को यहाँ 2 बजे रात को ये हुआ सर. दूसरा एक बात मैं शुक्रिया अदा करने का अपने इंतजामिया का. तो वो SHO साहब रात को उन्होंने मुझे SHO करालपुरा ने मुझे रात को ही खबर दी कि आपके एरिया में शैलिंग हो रही है, आप उधर तो नहीं है. मैंने कहा नहीं सर उधर नहीं है. रात को वो भी रात को रहे. SP साहब और DC मैडम फौरन पहुंच गए थे, सुबह ही पहुंच गए थे यहाँ.
Exactly. So in fact in this area Pakistan has also tried to target the defense establishment here, our military sites.
Now, as the Indian Army continues to thwart Pakistan's drones and missile attacks, let's take a look at this report from Jaisalmer, where the remains of a munition, a bomb-like object, was found. This was in a village in Jaisalmer and follows the series of drone and munition attacks which were launched by Pakistan last night, which were countered successfully by India. It was all across the western border. Now, this particular munition had fallen near some villagers who were sleeping there. Harsha brings us this report.
You can see, all the other people have been moved out, and if my cameraman can just show you, do a long pan and show you exactly what's happening. So all the women have been moved out. The children, of course, can't contain themselves. They're coming as close as they can to what's happening here, and they have to be chased off every now and then. But of course, they're curious. So there's the policeman chasing off all the children, as you can see, of course, it's a serious matter. It's not something to sort of take lightly. So they have been asked to move out, and you can see now behind me, this is where the village is, this is where people are, and exactly there, from where I am standing, if you can see that dilapidated sort of building, and right in front, if you can see the thorns, that's where this explosive is buried, and this area has been cordoned off with these thorns because that's what people use in their fields also. And now they're waiting for the bomb disposal squad. There was a gentleman here, army personnel, who took photographs. He spoke on the walkie-talkie, and he sent all the information of exactly the layabout of the explosive to his bomb disposal squad or to his higher authorities, who we are now expecting to come any minute to remove this explosive from here. Yeah, back to you.
All right, now since Operation Sindoor, India has been emphasizing to the world how we are not the aggressors. In fact, we're the victims of terrorism from Pakistan. Now my colleague Arjun Mahendran breaks it down for us, how Pakistan and elements based out of the country have been involved in a series of attacks spread across the globe from 26/11 to the 2005 London bombings and more. Over to you, Arjun.
Well, from New York to Mumbai and London to Kabul, when terror strikes, the smoke often drifts east towards Islamabad. Different attacks, but the same shadows. It is no coincidence, it's a deadly pattern. Viewers, let's unpack Pakistan's global terror connection. Now, first up, we have the 2008 Mumbai attacks. India's financial capital bled for 60 hours. That's right, 60 hours, 166 dead, hundreds more scarred. The attackers, well trained, armed, and even directed by Lashkar-e-Toiba. The plan pieced together in Pakistan. Islamabad played innocent. Still, the trail never lies, and it did not in this case. Ajmal Kasab was caught, and he revealed Islamabad's nefarious plan. Now on to London, the 7th of July 2005. 4 coordinated blasts, 52 killed, and over 700 injured. The bombers were homegrown Brits. However, they made a deadly pilgrimage to Pakistan. There in the tribal badlands, they found radical sermons and maybe something far worse. It's proof of that, in fact, what starts in the Pakistani mountains doesn't necessarily stay in those mountains. Now we shift our focus to the 2006 transatlantic aircraft plot. It's the same plot, viewers, that banned liquids on flights forever, foiled just in time. The mastermind, well, Rashid Rauf, a British Pakistani operating from deep within Pakistan. His plan was transatlantic, but the roots in fact ran straight through Rawalpindi. Next up, May 2010, Times Square in New York. A smoking SUV inches from disaster. Faisal Shehzad, that's right, Faisal Shehzad, another Pakistani, admitted all of it. He trained with the Tehreek-e-Taliban in Pakistan's Waziristan. It was terror exported straight from Pakistan's backyard. Now cut to June 2007. Scotland hit hard. A jeep packed with fuel rammed into the Glasgow airport. Investigation traced ideological and possible training links back to radical elements inside Pakistan's very borders. The fingerprints may have been smudged, but the scent still lingered. Over to 2014 now, gunmen stormed the Indian consulate in Afghanistan's Herat. The attackers, believed to have crossed from Pakistan and were likely backed by the LET or Jaish. Different battlefield, same backstage. And then, of course, the big one, Osama bin Laden, found in Abbottabad, just a stone throw from Pakistan's military academy, hiding for years in plain sight, rather kept safe in shadows. Either way, the world saw the writing on the wall. Viewers, Mumbai, London, New York, Kabul. You know, attack after attack, the needle just keeps swinging back to one place, Pakistan. The patterns are chilling. The questions, in fact, louder than ever. Viewers, you've seen the dots. It's about time you connect these dots.
Now, the World Bank has distanced itself from speculation that it will fix decades of political and military tension between India and Pakistan. A message from World Bank Chief Ajay Banga, shared by the Indian government, said that we have no role to play beyond that of a facilitator. Banga had met Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Delhi on Thursday. The timing had raised eyebrows, given it's come in the midst of Operation Sindoor, and a time that India has suspended the Indus Waters Treaty, and that has been kept in abeyance, and the World Bank was a signatory to that. Sakshi with the details.
Statement is crucial. It is a big boost for India. Remember, in the times of payback Pahalgam and Operation Sindoor, that the fact that the World Bank has given out this statement and declaration in a way saying that, and stating very, very clearly that they are merely a facilitator. And this, of course, like you both were explaining, is very, very crucial. Look, of course, India has been batting for, of course, the World Bank and IMF to curb funds as far as Pakistan is concerned. They have been telling global agencies as well as networks that, look, these funds are clearly not being used for development. So really this comes at a time when, of course, this is crucial for India. Remember, the World Bank has committed to 20 billion over a few years for Pakistan, and remember that the billions of funds really from the World Bank and IMF, both really critical here to curb these funds. India has been time and again stating this, that look, these funds are clearly not being used towards the projects, towards development, towards even women empowerment, as many of the statements and declarations made in the past by Pakistan. So very, very critical there, that this really comes at a time when, of course, India has looked at payback Pahalgam, and India has been clearly telling global agencies that, look, these funds really need to be curbed for Pakistan.
With that, we'll slip into a short break. To remember, there will be a mock drill in Delhi today. Sirens will be sounding at 3 p.m.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India.
Welcome back. Border states are on high alert given the situation with Pakistan, the aggression last night when India thwarted missile and drone attacks that were sent from Pakistan. Now, especially in Punjab, Rajasthan, Jammu and Kashmir, we've seen high alert. And in Punjab, if we talk about, well, today state ministers, 10 of them will be visiting the border areas. There was also a siren that sounded this morning in Chandigarh. Administration said there was a warning of possible attack and that residents must learn how to react to such situations and stay indoors. There have been blackouts as well. Remember, overnight in these areas, yesterday we saw the Golden Temple, the lights went off there in Amritsar. Well, let's go across now to NDTV's Gurpreet, who joins us from Bhatinda. And Gurpreet, so what is the situation right now on the ground? And as we said, state ministers are visiting some of these border areas to check.
Well, Gagi, we have come to one of the spot where some object had been dropped, but we are not disclosing the exact location at this point of time. It falls in district Bathinda and we are reporting from the fields. What we have seen last night, immediately when our forces and the civil administration, they learned that some thing is happening from across the border, like drones and missiles have been thrown from across the border. Immediately, the alert had been given to local administration, and today we are reporting and showing some object had been dropped here in this field, and that was only because of the blackout which was being carried out. Since morning we have seen the police officials, they have been carrying investigation into this whole matter, and we have seen all the central agency, they are also investigating each and every aspect. But luckily and fortunately, this object which has been thrown from across the border, that had been dropped in these fields, but only few houses are here. So I'll request my Vijay to just pan and show the location where we are reporting at this point of time. We can see that a few houses are here where this object had been dropped and landed, and there was no major loss. But this house where we are going at this point of time, showing that how this object which has been dropped here and landed here, how much impact did it have on this house. We have seen this roof has been ripped off, and here a family is also staying. So I request my viewer to show these pictures and images. This house roof has been ripped off, and we have seen the family members who are staying here. They were present here in this courtyard when this whole incident had taken place. And what we have learned at about 10:30 or 10:40, this whole things had been taken place. And this is all because we have seen we have very integrated defense system, and we were able to neutralize all drones and missiles when they were attacking from across the border. So once we can also see that the window panes had been shattered. The family was staying here. The locks were being broken because of the impact. And now we have seen the police and the central agencies, they have already started investigating into this matter to just know what is this object and what material had been used and why there is a huge impact. But what we have learned, the police have already recovered that object from these fields, and further investigation is already underway. Back to studio.
All right, thanks so much for joining us there. Gurpreet joining us from District Bhatinda. Remember, high alert in our border areas continue.